What starts out as a dream, a glint in someone's eye, can change the course of history. Just over a century ago, the first flight launched us to the skies, and an improbable idea became reality, opening up limitless possibilities that reshaped our world, altering the story of humankind.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Today, aerospace brings us closer together in ways we may no longer even notice. Yet still, the story continues. Technology and innovation march forward. We seek untapped ideas, always striving for a faster, smarter, more interconnected world. Because what we accomplish today writes the story of the future. We are limited only by our imagination. As we push further in flight and ignite tomorrow.
Please welcome Carol Hallett of Council, U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, and it got nice and quiet too. How great. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. I want to start, first of all, by thanking our partners at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum for starting us off with that incredible video. This is really a time when there's a lot of excitement right around the transformation that's taking place at the museum, and I know that they are really actively working to make things perfect. So we hope that today you will visit their booth here in our exhibit hall, because after all that they have done to get things ready for today, we want you to learn more about what they're doing. So, thank you. Thank you for being here at the U.S. Chamber's 17th Annual Aviation Summit. I am so glad to see not only old friends, but new friends who are here in the audience, and we know you're going to have an exciting day. Some of you have been in this audience for 17 summits, and you can speak, I hope, to the fact that the summit has gotten better year after year. This year is no exception. Our programming will be unlike any that we've had in the previous summits, and I'm going to tell you more about it in just a moment. Because with our theme, Further in Flight, I think it's really a perfect summary of the common challenges that the entire aviation sector is experiencing in 2018. So how can we go further together? Not just further around the world or further into space, but how can we go further as innovators and as dreamers? How can we actually unleash new technologies, capture new opportunities, and break out of our old ways of thinking? We'll talk about all of that today. We'll also discuss how we can create better experiences for our customers, create more jobs around the world, and also build a stronger relationship with policymakers and regulators. These are the issues that are timely because of really the unique circumstances we find ourselves in today. The global economy is surging, leading to record demand for air travel. Airlines and plane makers are literally striking new deals faster than orders can be filled. Private space travel has taken off over the past year, and it has literally captured the public's imagination like we've never seen before. And transformative new technologies are being deployed and developed more rapidly than at any time in the past. So with all of this and the new opportunities that we're seeing, we are also facing, of course, new technology and definitely new challenges. When you're facing new challenges and new innovations are creating regulatory problems, you have to do something about it. And we have key global trading relationships that are facing uncertainty. And demand for skilled workers is outpacing supply, and that is a problem. So today, we're going to discuss how we can work together to minimize these challenges while maximizing the opportunities. We're in a unique position to do this at this particular summit because we convene such a wide variety of stakeholders. This is one of the few aviation events that brings together the entire sector: commercial air travel, general aviation, manufacturing, cargo, airports, business aviation, aerospace, and much more. That is really what enables us to hear from diverse perspectives. For example, for the first time ever, we'll host a panel of 2 international CEOs, Pedro Helbron of Copa Airlines and John Rogerson of Azul. Then we're going to host a panel on Brexit and its impact on global aviation, which is reminiscent of a major breakthrough that happened 10 years ago this month when the Open Skies Agreement was put into effect between the US and the EU. This morning, we're also going to hear from NASA astronauts on a panel moderated by astronaut Peggy Whitson, and she is a phenomenon. And it's so exciting that she is here to lead that panel of astronauts. You may remember that Peggy spoke last year live from space. She was actually joining us via satellite from the space station, and that was very exciting. Another panel we'll host is leaders from industry as well as education to discuss the growing shortages not only of airline pilots, but of mechanics, ground holders, and other skilled trades. That only scratches the surface of today's programming. We're also going to learn about the efforts underway to create a pilotless air taxi service. We'll discuss the latest in international security efforts, and we're going to discuss and explore the opportunities that are surrounded with technology in enabling us to go forward in in-flight connectivity. So clearly, we've got a lot jam-packed into the day. We have wonderful speakers. But before we dive into hearing all of our speakers, I do want to make just a few announcements. Please, keep your cell phones on silent. We don't need any ringing interruptions. And you will note on your tables that the hashtag for the summit is #Aviation18. Also, please remember, this is my most important comment as well as announcement. Please remember to drop your business cards in the bowl that's at the registration desk out front in order to be able to have your card drawn for a door prize at the end of the day. That's right, those airline tickets. So, the drawing, and I'm sorry to give some of this information to you, but the drawing is only open to legal residents of D.C. and the 50 states, Hill and executive branch officials and staff and chamber staff are not eligible to participate. You must be present to win. Hear my words. I hate to rip up those business cards when I draw 2 first-class airline tickets any place in the world and you're not there. You don't want that to happen. The winners are going to be drawn at that reception at 5 p.m., so please be there. Please stay throughout the day for this wonderful, wonderful event. Finally, let me give special thanks to our lead sponsors for the day. Lead partner, Boeing. Elevation partner, Airlines for America. Our media partner, Aviation Week Network. Executive reception sponsor, American Airlines. Our Carol B. Hallett sponsor, FedEx. Connectivity sponsor, Thales. Our gold sponsors, Airbus, ANA, and Atlas Air, are all, along with the sponsors on either one of these panels, the reason you're all here. They are the ones that made this possible. Without their support, without each one of them, there would not be a summit. So for all of our speakers today, we're going to have very, very short introductions. In your programs, their entire bio is laid out in a way in which you can actually read it while they're speaking, and I know you're going to find them to be very interesting speakers. So with that said, let's get started. I am honored to introduce our first keynote speaker, Administrator David Pekoski of the Transportation Security Administration. Administrator Pekoski leads a workforce of some 60,000 employees, including the Federal Air Marshal Service. He is responsible for security operations at nearly 450 airports throughout the United States. Under his leadership, the TSA is working to raise the security baseline for both aviation as well as surface transportation through close partnerships and certainly a robust homeland security network. Before joining TSA, he served as the 26th Vice Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard. He is recognized as an expert not only in crisis management, but strategic planning and port and maritime security. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming TSA Administrator Admiral David Pekoski.
Thanks. Well, good morning, everyone. It's really an honor for me to be introduced by such a distinguished leader as Carol Hallett. Carol has accumulated many titles in the course of her career. I remember when she was Commissioner of the U.S. Customs Service, certainly Ambassador to the Bahamas, and she's had a very distinguished career in the private sector, leading ATA in particular with respect to this audience. So I appreciate the introduction from Carol, and I thank you for the opportunity to join you this morning. Your program today is fast-paced. I'm amazed at what you're going to accomplish over the course of the day today, but I'm equally amazed at the very impressive array of speakers and presenters you have. And so it's very humbling for me to be asked to be your keynote speaker. A quick birthday note before I get started. On March 1st, 2003, the Department of Homeland Security came together. It was authorized by a law passed by Congress in late 2002. And on March 1st, we had a large ceremony where most of the agencies officially came into the Department of Homeland Security. So 15 years young. It's been my privilege to be part of DHS at its startup, and then to have the opportunity to come back into DHS and lead TSA. And I have to tell you, from my perspective, having been in DHS at the beginning and now back at its 15-year anniversary, the department has really matured, and I think it's achieving the vision that the original folks thought of when they formed the Department of Homeland Security. As many of you may know, I've been the administrator of TSA for about 6 months now, and I'm glad to have had the opportunity to meet many of you. I made a conscious effort in my first several months as the administrator to spend most of my time not in Washington, D.C., but throughout the country and indeed throughout the world, getting to know the business of TSA. And so for those of you that I've been able to visit with, I want to thank you for hosting me, and thank you for spending your time with me and really educating me on your businesses. I've been very, very impressed as the administrator with the level of partnerships that I've seen here in aviation, and I appreciate and want your continued candor. We will only be successful if we can have good, forthcoming conversations with each other. And I sincerely appreciate the fact that you've worked very closely with TSA, and in particular the gifting that many of you have provided to us for new technology at our checkpoints. As many of you know, we've been working on developing a strategy for TSA, One of the things that I hope to bring to the agency as the administrator is the ability to step back a bit, look forward 5 to 8 years, and determine what we want TSA to look like at that endpoint. And so in doing that, I invited many of you to help us develop that strategy. I asked for input, and you gave us great input. So you'll see, I hope, your perspectives reflected in the strategy when it's rolled out officially next week at George Washington University Center for Cyber and Homeland Security. And I would tell you that the strategy, in my view, is stronger and much better because of your input. What I want to talk about this morning are the roles that we all play in the aviation system. And from my perspective, when we play them well, we create a partnership defined by a shared commitment to safety, security, and the passenger experience. And one of the things that you will hear me say as the administrator often is a focus on the passenger experience, because I think that's critically important for TSA to keep in its mind, and I think that develops better security overall. The continued growth of the aviation sector is predicated on all three: safety, security, and the passenger experience. And I know you look at things from your customer's perspective, and we do in TSA as well. To illustrate, I'd like to just tell a story about 3 notional passengers. And as I'm telling these stories, just think about how the passenger views the aviation system as they experience it. First story is about some brand new grandparents that are on their way to meet their new granddaughter for the very first time. And so they get up early in the morning for an early morning flight. They decided to ship some gifts ahead to their son's house because they felt that was a better way to kind of make their travel easier, getting out early in the morning. When they arrive at the airport, they drive into the parking garage and they see all the green lights that indicate parking spaces are available, so spots are easy to find for them. They get into the airport, and as one of the moving walkways, makes it much easier for them to get to the security checkpoint because they don't have to roll their bags. They go to the airline ticket counter, and they are greeted by a friendly airline ticket agent who helps them check in, helps them check their bags, directs them over to the security checkpoint. And when they get to the checkpoint, they meet a transportation security officer and a whole team of transportation security officers that are engaging and professional. And one of them goes out of her way to return a sweater that one of the grandparents left behind at the checkpoint. Once through security, they can buy a quick snack and relax at the gate before boarding their next flight. So that's the first story. And the second story, if you think about a college student who's looking forward to a year abroad in Italy, heading to Rome. He's a college student, so he wakes up late and needs to rush to the airport. Once he gets off the metro and goes inside the airport, he gets concerned because the security line looks long, but it's moving quickly. Now past security, he notices the new international terminal. Starbucks is handy, and he's able to grab a cup of coffee before his boarding group, and because he's a student, he's in group 6, is called. Once he's on board the flight, in-flight entertainment is great. He can do a lot of gaming, and the air crew is very professional. And the third story is of a small business owner who travels often and is presented with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to pitch to a new client. When she gets to the airport, she realizes her presentation is not quite done, and she needs to access her cloud files to finish it. Luckily, she signed up for pre-check, so she gets through security quickly. And the Wi-Fi in the terminal and on board the aircraft are both strong, and she's able to get the presentation done and eventually wins the job. All of us here, every single one of us, has a role to play in each one of these stories, and we all share in the passenger's overall experience. For the passenger airline leaders in the room, you share in it by upgrading your fleets, which I know you're doing, optimize physical and digital check-in procedures, hiring and training the best pilots, maintenance crew, and flight attendants you can find, and doing all you can to make your carrier the carrier of choice. For airport leaders, you've shared with me some great plans for expansion of your airports, with exciting designs that integrate security from the very beginning. Many of you are establishing airport operations centers, and you're all ensuring great retail and food choices in your terminals. You want to make the airport of tomorrow available today, and you're doing all you can to make your airport the airport of choice. And for the cargo airline leaders in the audience today, you've been upgrading your facilities to move cargo through quickly and securely. You're modifying your business models to meet the rise in e-commerce and just-in-time inventory requirements, and you're doing all you can to make your airline the cargo airline of choice. To the other aviation leaders here today and our international partners, and I don't want to leave anybody out, You have made significant investments in safety, security, and the passenger experience. Again, the big three that resonates with me. I'm here this morning on behalf of the 60,000 plus men and women of TSA. We work every day with one mission in mind, to secure our transportation system. We vet passengers before they fly, screen them and their carry-on baggage, which is clearly the most visible part of TSA, screen their check bags, inspect the airports and passenger and cargo airlines for regulatory compliance, provide in-flight security, all while working to raise the security baseline around the world. As TSA administrator, I am focused on securing our transportation system. And I am also focused on the experience of your customers, our passengers. The focus is to operate a security system that considers the experience of passengers while continually improving security in the face of a very determined threat. I expect all TSA employees to approach everything they do with integrity, respect, and commitment. And you will hear me echo those words, our new core values, throughout my time as the administrator. I'm very proud of the team, of the work my team does every day. As I'm sure you can appreciate, they have a difficult job, and they often go underappreciated for what they do. And so my ask of you this morning is to acknowledge their great work as you go through the checkpoint if you think it's appropriate. It means a lot to them to be recognized for what they do, and I would submit to you that acknowledgement and that support bolsters our security operation overall. As I wrap up, I'd ask the question, what do passengers expect of all of us when they embark on their journey? They expect that we, both government and industry, are working together to ensure their safety and security. They are trusting and rightfully demanding that we do that and are making choices as a result. And we must earn that trust every single day. In my view, aviation security is a collective effort, and we at TSA could not succeed without your support and coordination. I'm thankful for all you do and commit to continuing an open dialogue with you. We must all take ownership of security for the continued growth and vitality of our aviation system and our nation's economy. And we enthusiastically welcome your continued partnership in shaping the future of aviation security. To borrow from the theme of your summit, only together can we go further in flight. Have a great conference, and thank you very much for the opportunity to talk with you this morning. Thanks.
Please welcome Brandon Declet, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Measure. Michael Huerta, former administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration and senior advisor at Macquarie Holdings USA Incorporated. John Langford, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Aurora Flight Sciences, a Boeing company.
Take the whole thing, right?
I know. And Verily Mora, President and Chief Executive Officer of Reno Tahoe Airport. Here to lead the conversation is the Honorable Eric K. Fanning, President and Chief Executive Officer of Aerospace Industries Association.
Good morning, everyone. We are pleased to be your first panel today, before maybe you get a little tired after lunch. Earlier this week, AIA, in partnership with Avicent, issued a report. There are copies available outside, or you can find it online. The first of its kind market study in the UAS community, and we focused on large commercial UAS vehicles that showed the potential for this market. Just in that segment, large commercial UAS, today in the low couple of $100 million market, less than 1,000 jobs. In 20 years, we predict the potential for a $30 billion annual market with 60,000 new jobs. But this is not preordained. We are not structured today, infrastructure, regulatory frameworks, to achieve that dream. So it's not preordained that we'll actually get there. And if we do, it's not preordained that these will be American jobs and that this $30 billion will go to American companies because, again, of infrastructure, regulation, understanding of technology. And so we have a great panel here today across really the entire segment to help us figure out what it is we need to do to get there, what it is we need to do in the United States to make sure that we can achieve this potential, which is happening much faster than I think people realized, and to make sure that the United States and American companies are at the forefront of that. And so I want to start, again, as I said, please jump in, because we have this amazing panel here across industry in that segment. But I'll start with Michael. Based on your experience leading the FAA, how do you think, who needs to step up to make sure that we have the right regulations in place, that we're focused on safety, that we have the investment in infrastructure we need to realize what will be a whole different set of issues in civilian airspace?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think that the short answer is everyone. Everyone needs to be a part of this conversation because, as you talked about, Eric, this is an industry that is developing so quickly and with so many challenges that we haven't had to deal with before. And so it becomes a question of how do we do this in a collaborative fashion, government and industry working together to figure out how we can define the right regulatory standards, how we can put in place the right operational practices. Historically, the way we have looked at assuring aviation safety, it has been a partnership. It's been a partnership between government and industry, and we've done it in two ways. We have focused on certifying the operation and certifying the aircraft. Now, as we start to look at large unmanned aircraft, we have to figure out how to really accelerate the pace of that. To date, the FAA's efforts have focused in commercial operations on small unmanned aircraft, and they've been more focused on the operation. There are about a dozen projects that are underway for certification of aircraft, but we need to figure out how we can do that more quickly, how we can develop performance-based standards and ensure that we have the flexibility so that we can ensure the continued evolution of this industry.
Brandon and John, I'm interested in your perspective on this, because the industry often thinks that there's too much regulation coming out of Washington, but it's important for this segment. What is it that you see, that you feel you need out of government as we move forward?
Well, I think that one of the jokes in the industry has been that we have to be the only industry that comes to Washington going, what we really need is more government regulation, right? But it's really been true, right? Because a lot of the development of the industry has been keyed to what the standards are and what we have to design to, what we have to operate to. And so that really is a partnership between the regulatory structure and the developers of the platforms.
Well, as a startup CEO, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but not all regulation is bad. Slow regulation, though, or slow changes to regulation, obviously make it more difficult for companies like Measure to grow and to operate in the national airspace. But ultimately, we view, the FAA as our regulator and are keen to showing, in at least our regulator, that after 4,000 commercial flights in the national airspace with very few incidents, that this technology is safe. And so we need to start moving with those regulations, moving those regulations out a little faster.
What lessons have you learned from your experience with Measure? Your Measure is a great example of a company that's using UAS in a new way, really a new economy. And what lessons would you bring to how we need to move forward to change the pace?
Look, always working, if government industry can work together and learn from the people who are actually doing. So, I had the opportunity back in June to go to the White House and talk to the president and some senior government officials, including folks from the FAA, about what we do in terms of operations. And I was able to lay out that Measure has established, basically a flight operations division led by a chief pilot, former Coast Guard helicopter pilot with 25 years of experience, because we're serving Fortune 500 companies that really aren't looking for any risk when we fly UAS on their behalf. So I think that the more that we can share those lessons learned on our operations with government, I think the easier it will be for the regulator to figure out, okay, this is what works, this is what doesn't, and this is the standard.
Michael, how do you think the FAA needs to change, or what does it need to do going forward to incorporate this really magnitude order change in volume of aircraft that will be in the space, persistence of their flying, how do we need to change the regulatory framework, how we create the regulations?
One of the things that I talked about a lot when I was there, and I would share with my FAA colleagues, was we've got to get comfortable with being somewhat uncomfortable when we're dealing with the evolution of new technology. The FAA is a safety culture, and that is by definition a very cautious culture, because no one wants to be the one that messes up what has always been, and increasingly so, an incredible safety record that we have in aviation here in the United States. Nobody wants to be the person that makes the decision that somehow has a negative impact on that. But at the same time, we've got to foster the innovation, because this is an industry that has always been about innovation. How do we take advantage of the technological evolution, and how do we leverage that for the benefit of the industry overall? I think the agency has done some great things. The agency has moved away from highly prescriptive rules to performance-based rules. And this provides industry the space to innovate. The FAA can work with industry to develop what is a standard that we need to hit. But I don't think it's in anyone's interest for it to be a highly prescriptive, checklist-driven standard that you have to do it in this way. Because American industry has always demonstrated the ability to innovate, to find better ways of meeting the objectives that we're trying to meet. And so we have to create that room and that space. It's a cultural change, and I think it is something that is well underway at the FAA, and we need to accelerate that and ensure that that partnership can be strengthened.
Marilee, what about infrastructure? Not just at existing airports, but what infrastructure beyond that do we need to incorporate what the future is going to hold?
And let me first say that I think large UAS, as your report says, has great potential on the cargo and passenger side. And the report notes that the public is probably going to be a little reticent to get on a aircraft that doesn't have a pilot aboard, that there's going to be, really, trepidation about doing that. But I think as an airport operator, we're going to be very concerned about what kind of airfield. It's not going to be the same kind of airfield that we have now. So is there something we can parcel out? Because we'll be very concerned about not having funding to create something new. So how is that integration going to go about? I think the other part of it is hopefully our terminal facilities, we won't have to rebuild them to have the new large UAS, because the way that we make our funds, the way we get non-airline revenue is funneling people through the terminal. So I think we'd want to be able to somehow use the facilities that we currently have with totally not reinventing, doing it over when we don't have a funding to do that.
John, you've been a leader in this field community for a long time. What technologies aren't we talking about that you imagine in the future?
Well, so first I think just having this panel at all and then having it as the first panel is a mark, is a reflection of how these technologies have really come to the forefront of this. And you see that as well across the spectrum. It's not just small startups that are into this. The industry leaders like Boeing are very focused on this next transformation. And I think we see it not as a question of manned versus unmanned, but as a spectrum of autonomy, of where you are from essentially no autonomy on the airplane to virtually complete autonomy. And I think people probably don't realize how much of the infrastructure is already in place on board the aircraft that they fly every day. And it's really knitting that together, taking those final steps and pushing more and more autonomy. It's about making airplanes smarter. So to the direct, the most important technology here is autonomy, AI, robotics, and that really drives, a lot of changes in the industry. More complexity of the systems, a great democratization of the process. Making the airplanes smarter means more people can use them, right? It moves it from, and Michael had to deal with this a lot, right? Is that you have a lot of new players, new entrants, new users coming into a system that has been very steeped in a very strong safety culture. We have a lot of new entrants in that. We have to bring them along with us and make sure we maintain that safety culture. And then finally, that talent competition, because the key areas are autonomy, AI, robotics, and those are areas that are not just, well, first of all, they're not traditional aviation technologies, but also we are competing not just against people currently in the industry, but tech companies, all the automotive companies, everybody at the forefront of mobility is focused on these same technologies. So it's a very intense competition.
You mentioned safety. Video on YouTube of a plane landing in Las Vegas, drone recording it from above, the crash landing of the helicopter in South Carolina. This has been, Michael, I know you've mentioned this all the time, this is the priority of what we do with the FAA, safety first, but what do we need to do as we think about this magnitude order increase of vehicles that will be flying in space, doing all sorts of things, monitoring pipelines, delivering books, moving cargo and passengers, gathering information. Michael, maybe start with you. What do we need to do when we're thinking about safety as we move in this direction?
Well, safety is clearly very important, and there are technological fixes that enable us to ensure safety of the airspace. But related to this is a concern about security. And that is, in many respects, as tough, if not tougher, because there is a very valid concern that has been expressed by our partners and colleagues in the national security space about what does this represent, this unmanned aircraft represent, this industry, what does it represent as a potential threat vector? And so there is a lot of concern about how do we identify these aircraft? How do we ensure that there is a framework so that law enforcement, national security professionals have a way of discerning, is this a cooperative target that is just conducting business, or is this something that we need to be concerned about? And so there's a lot of work on ensuring that aircraft can be identified just as the traditional aircraft are identified today. Ensuring that the regulatory framework can accommodate what needs to happen that in order to foster the industry, but at the same time what that creates is the framework of what is not okay. And when we see things that are operating outside of what is an approved and accepted framework, that our law enforcement partners know that maybe that's something that they need to pay attention to. And then the tools that they need. And those are both legal and technological tools to enable them, if they do see a threat, to ensure that they have what they need to act on that. And so it's an incredibly complex problem. I think all the right people are in that conversation, but it's bigger than just, as John said, we tend to think of the aviation industry as we know everybody, it's a relatively small industry, we have well-defined norms. We've got a lot of new players that are part of this discussion now, and they have all got to be part of this conversation.
Brandon, maybe then you next.
Sure.
As a new player here. What do the operators need to be focused on for safety?
Well, thanks for having me here. I'm glad to be a part of this community now. I would say, obviously, what Michael stated vis-a-vis security is incredibly important. I was invited by Michael and his team to serve on the FAA Drone Registration Task Force. I think that was like 2 years ago now.
That's right, 2.5.
And we were trying to figure out, okay, how do we ensure we are able to identify UAS operating in the national airspace system? And I think we came to a good compromise at the time. It went away, and now it came back. I'm happy to see that. But I guess the other thing I would point out is education. With so many new entrants in this space, educating those new entrants on the norms that have traditionally been around aviation is very important. And so this is, like I said earlier, this is why we've kind of established and looked towards manned aviation to help guide our own internal operations when we use unmanned systems. And we're basically, for all intents and purposes, lifting and shifting those norms, those operations, those safety procedures, that culture into measure. So our goal ultimately is when we train our new pilots is to educate them on those norms. And obviously, writ large, I think the public needs to understand the technology a little bit better. So the more education we can do, the better, and the more likely we'll get people to feel comfortable about getting on a large unmanned UAS, that flies them cross country.
Marilee, what changes do you think we'll see at an airport because of these safety concerns and safety issues, maybe in general, and then specifically for a passenger experience?
Well, I can tell you airport operators are very concerned about that security aspect. Here is another threat potential on airports. So making sure that everything is covered with that is very, very important to people that operate airports. I got to tell you that I think the large UAS for carrying passengers is an exciting proposition for airports, particularly if you look at an airport, a small hub airport like Reno Tahoe International. If you can get a more affordable experience and way to transport people, it really opens up so much for airports that's not there today. But I think there's, when we talk about education, I think there's so much education that has to happen in communities about UAS. And the FAA, I know in our community, has partnered with the airport to start doing that because I think there's so much of a fear factor over privacy and so many of those issues that I think the FAA has grappled with kind of roles and responsibilities and certainly still has a lot of work to do with how local jurisdictions, what is going to be their role in enforcement and security and all of those things we talk about. That's still really a big issue, I think, in this new industry.
Yeah, Eric, I think one of the points that a lot of the traveling public doesn't really appreciate is that there is more than one air transportation system today in this country, right? There's the one that everybody sees and that they experience when they go to Reagan National, but the private air transportation system is a very important part of the U.S. economy, and it's much less visible to most of the traveling public. I think that one of the questions is going to be a third one as the robotic systems come in. Will they integrate into the sort of private system or the big commercial system? When we talk about big drones, they're big relative to the quadrotors, right? I mean, we're not necessarily talking about going straight to a 777-sized airplane for passenger carrying. The passenger market will start much smaller, right? With 2 to 5 person, this air taxi movement, which is very real, is really going to happen. And when there's 2 people or 3 people on board, first of all, there's never going to be enough traditional pilots to meet that market. And the second is the economics don't work. If there's a crew of 1 or 2 people on a 2-passenger airplane, that the economics don't work on that. So you're talking autonomy right from the get-go, where people are going to get on an airplane. We'll be sitting, this close together and touching the screen and selecting where we're going to go. And that is going to be a remarkable transformation, and it's not that far away.
And from air service
yes,
for communities, amazing,
right
potential.
Amazing potential. Lots of important
concerns.
Yeah, exactly. How we're going to handle issues, everything from access to getting on the airplanes to interacting with the air traffic control and fitting in with the other traffic.
So how, John, maybe you can talk a little bit about how you see the timeline of that evolving, both in terms of the length of the timeline, but the sequencing of how this is.
I think it is.
When will we have? Paint us a picture of how we get to one of these large-scale UAS carrying passengers.
So our company flew the governor of Virginia on a robotic airplane a year ago out of the NASA base down at Wallops, where he literally got on the airplane and with a laptop touched a total of, I think, 3 commands and executed a flight from takeoff to landing. And so that's not a commercially certified service yet, but it's happening. It worked, and you're starting to see larger scale demonstrations already. Dubai is flying stuff. We have to be careful about that. We all have an interest in making sure it proceeds in a very safe way. That's one of the reasons I'm particularly concerned that the United States stay in it, because it would be very bad for us to have other countries where the regulation was less strict or less developed, and then that turn into accidents. That's, to me, the biggest thing that could slow the field down would be people who are less familiar with what they're doing, causing accidents and slowing the field down. Absent that, I think it's going to move very quickly. The technology is there. There are a number of big players now involved in this, both on the user side, a lot of the mobility companies. Certainly the big airframers have joined the recognition that this is coming very quickly. The whole idea of disruptive mobility, I think, is really going to be a big focus over the next 5 years or so. I think we'll see large-scale demonstrations of this in 3 to 5 years is the kind of time frame. And it'll start, the big thing will start with cargo. I mean, there's no question that the progression of the UAV business is you move information first, you move cargo second, and you move people third. And, you know, the information relay stuff is well established. The cargo market is evolving rapidly, and that will be everything from, you know, small package delivery drones, military. We've been working on autonomous helicopters that can choose their own landing sites, and then the big freighters. I mean, I think where you will see, you know, trans-Pacific freighters, why do they need to have crews of 5 people today on airplanes? As the traffic picks up and the demand for pilots, there's no way to keep up with the 40,000 new commercial airliners that we're going to put into the system over the next 25 years or so. A lot of that outside the U.S., tremendous demand for pilots just in that sector, to say nothing of the new sectors that are coming in, the smaller air mobility systems.
I think it's important, though, to go back to something that Marilee said, and that is that there's a public acceptance aspect to this that we want to be very aware of. The public, there's always a lot of conversation about the regulatory process and what is permitted, but there is a link between the regulatory process and what the public is actually willing to accept. You know, that's what the whole public comment process is all about. And so, Brandon talked about education. Educating the public not only on what the opportunity is, but what the issues are that we need to work through and resolve to keep the public with us as this industry is developing, I think is really important.
What John mentioned, international competition and different regulatory frameworks that could undermine safety. Michael, what do we need to do in the United States to make sure we're taking the lead on this internationally?
Well, as John said, engagement internationally is absolutely critical as part of this. ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, has put together a global effort to try to bring together all the regulatory entities, the FAA and all of its counterparts, to really talk about what does that framework look like. Now, of course, the challenge of anything ICAO is that it moves at a glacial pace, and it's not exactly, you know, when you're looking at nimble and flexible, that typically doesn't equate to ICAO. But it is the forum we have, and it is important that, we take advantage of that forum. Some of the things that the FAA is doing is a lot of outreach to its CAA counterparts around the world. There's a lot of information sharing taking place. For example, when we published Part 107, we wanted to make sure that that was well understood, not only by our industry here in the United States, but by all of our counterparts around the world, and so that they could understand what was the thinking behind the framing of it, and how we saw it as kind of creating the basic regulatory framework that we could then add to and develop over the years. And so that level of engagement is extremely important. The reality is the U.S. will play a significant role simply because of the size of our market. The international players want to take advantage of this market. And so for us, you know, we have to have a focus on fostering the innovation here in the United States, but then, you know, in many respects, preaching about it all around the world, so that, and not so much trying to drive what's happening, in a very heavy-handed way, but more through influence. Because this is a market that has always fostered innovation, and we cannot in any way lose sight of the fact that depends on a great deal of engagement with our international partners.
Michael, were there any surprises to you when you did roll out 107, as now that we've lived with it for 2 years or so? What do you think of it now?
It's an important first step, and I think that we all recognized at the FAA it was just that. It was a first step. The thing that I found the most interesting was when we did first publish the notice of proposed rulemaking for Part 107, was the level of surprise that it generated across the industry. I mean, there was, I forget which publication ran a story that with this incredulous headline, they may actually get this right, which and it was just utter disbelief. But I think that what it did illustrate is there is a genuine effort on the part of the agency to try to listen to what the industry and what the stakeholders are looking for and need. And so I think that has been shown to be incredibly difficult. I mean, Marilee sits on the Drone Advisory Committee, and an important part of what we're doing in the Drone Advisory Committee is sorting out roles of government. What happens at the federal level? What are the rights of a city? And these are incredibly complicated issues. And the only way I know to work through those is to have as big a tent as we can have and as much open communication and dialogue about where we're trying to get and what are the concerns and challenges that we need to work through.
Could you say that the new UAS integration pilot program that the administration has launched, is that going to do anything to get us ahead kind of on the international front?
Well, I think that is very focused on helping to sort out this roles of government issue. And this is kind of a unique thing where essentially what the agency is inviting is for industry working with local government partners to try to experiment. You'll recall, Marilee, that some of the early conversations at the Drone Advisory Committee had to deal with what are the concerns that you might have in a city. And the late mayor of San Francisco, Ed Lee, was a part of the Drone Advisory Committee, and Mayor Lee put it this way: today, I know exactly where my airport is. Now, if I'm looking at a world where suddenly there will be deliveries of packages or drone taxi services, in a sense, my entire city becomes an airport. Mm-hmm. And the reality is, if my constituents, the citizens of San Francisco, are unhappy about that or have concerns about that, they're not going to call the FAA. They're going to call the mayor. Mm-hmm. And so the real question becomes, what are my responsibilities? Now, on the other hand, though, you hear from companies like Measure, companies that are very interested in providing services, that they want a degree of consistency across the country. They don't want a patchwork of different guidelines, ordinances, and regulations from one city to another. And so how we thread that needle is extremely important. And the pilot program is all about figuring out how we can come up with a template that will work here. And I actually believe that it would have widespread application anywhere else.
And it'll lead to all kinds of surprises. I mean, as you, Eric, as you asked, what are the key technologies? And certainly noise is going to be one of the big ones. So noise reduction approaches are going to be critical for any of these urban applications. We've already seen it as we've put in the precision approach stuff, which we all of us in aviation thought, this is really wonderful, and then you just have to look at what's happened in cities like Boston and stuff, where we've inadvertently concentrated the noise and provoked a public reaction that I think a lot of us did not see coming. And there'll be more of those as we put these new technologies out in places. We will be revisiting things that we thought were settled years ago. You know, where does navigable airspace begin? Issues about noise. It's going to be an exciting time over the next 10 years or so.
Each of you think, I mean, you've all pointed out in different ways, this is different than just taking a pilot out of a cockpit. This changes things in really unimaginable ways even today. What do you think are the biggest obstacles to preventing the pace of innovation and technology that's taking place? Obstacles to integrating this into the global airspace?
So that's a very good question. I just want to comment on what John said earlier about what comes first, cargo or people. And frankly, I think we've become a society so kind of used to this idea of apps on our phone and new technology and the speed of new technology adoption. And there are lessons to be learned here in the drone industry. You have basically a consumer company in DJI, okay, that has transformed an industry and taken what essentially was a toy, and now is creating a commercial and enterprise market. And last year, if you didn't know, they cleared nearly $3 billion in revenue.
Yeah.
So
they're a Chinese consumer company, as I think.
So I think that everyone in this room has taken Uber. So I don't think there's much stopping the pace of technology and people's willingness to try an air taxi service that Uber, let's say, decides to launch in the next couple of years. I think the biggest hindrance is essentially going to be, as Michael said, local regulation. People in their local communities deciding how they want to manage that type of service when it comes to noise, when it comes to other types of issues, and ultimately how you lay on top of that a national framework, a national standard. But I'm going to take a bet and say it's people before cargo. I just think the level of comfort that people have had with companies like Uber just makes it kind of a natural progression. And technology is moving so fast, and people seem to be getting more and more accustomed to things changing. And so I look forward to it.
Marilee, what is at an airport in the future and what's not at an airport as we imagine this?
Well, I think we've got to look at it that we still want to have ways that airports, besides relying on landing fees and rental rates from the airlines, there's got to be some kind of flow of revenue to airports to operate it. So I think if you're talking about passengers, we've been growing that shopping mall concept to grow that revenue. So if we've got passengers that are going on autonomous UAS, we still want to flow them through, how we make money in terminals. But again, the infrastructure could totally be different on the airfield to accommodate them because they don't need a long runway. So it would be very, very different in the future. I want to just chime in also on, I do think that the public perception is going to weigh so much. I mean, we've got brilliant minds working on the technology and the innovation. It's just incredible. But that distinction between what is a local role and what is a federal role is really something that has to be overcome. And the public has to have confidence in this.
John, or any of you, but the AIA report projects 60,000 new jobs in 20 years. Mm-hmm. But what does that mean overall? Is this a net job creator as we integrate these technologies into the future?
Absolutely. I think that this whole movement towards robotics and autonomy in the system is going to change some traditional jobs, but greatly expand the overall number of jobs just because it's going to grow the market so much, right? I mean, the role of the jobs will change. It's not that pilots are going away or being replaced, not at all, but the role of what the pilot actually does, what the level of training and certification required is, that will change and evolve. The people are always in the system. All of what the autonomy does is allow machines to do what machines do best, and people to do what people do best, And the right system model will put those together in a fashion that the people may move where they are in the system and what they do on a minute-to-minute basis, but the people are more integrated into this system, not less. And as it drives growth, it will dramatically increase the number of jobs.
Well, our organizers will be glad to know I'm watching the clock. So as we end this panel, I think people, when they think of drones, UAS in the future, they think about their pizza being delivered to their house or making it easier for them to move across the country. But what are the societal impacts you see that we're not talking about as we look into the future?
People, I mean, I think people are going to have to get used to seeing a lot more drones. I think right now, it's not as ubiquitous as it's going to be. And so the idea of walking down Connecticut Avenue out here and seeing multiple drones passing overhead is going to be something I think we're going to have to get used to. But that's really the future. So, over time, I guess you begin to ignore it. You become somewhat ubiquitous. But I think that's one of those things that that's going to fundamentally change, how people kind of live, I think. And look, delivery is great with drones, but I think you'll get some competition from the UPSs and the FedExes of the world that want to drive autonomous trucks. And I don't know what's easier. So I'll take a bet that it's probably easier to have an autonomous truck than necessarily deliver a pizza with a drone. But overall, I think the biggest thing is just us getting used to the idea that this will become something that is something we use every day.
John, what are some things we're not thinking about or talking about that this will change for us?
Well, I think the real power comes in the whole system. It's not just autonomous or more autonomous aircraft. It's how they get integrated into a different transportation system. Just as we've seen the ride-sharing services already start to change the way of who owns cars and is it possible to survive in a society today without a car? And the answer is yes. And people change their habits in response to the available technology. We've seen that already in the ride-sharing growth of the ride-sharing services over the next few years as increasing autonomy comes into that, and that gets integrated into our industry adding that third dimension to it. I think we're going to see system-wide changes that are much larger than any one piece. It's not just having the air vehicle that can fly, it's how that ties into other parts of the transportation network.
Marilee, last question then. Is this going to change how we vacation?
Wow. Will it ever? If you can think about it, if you can be transported on a smaller aircraft to just go on that dream vacation, I think it's phenomenal. But before we leave this topic, I do want to take a moment because I think Michael Huerta really advanced UAS technology, and he was the link between industry and government. And we're where we are now, I think, really moving forward because of you. So thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for being on this panel this morning, and we'll reconvene next year and see how much things have changed, and if in fact we've done what we need to do to make sure that we can sort of realize this future instead of inhibiting it. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, please welcome Bob DeLorge, Vice President of Transportation and Support Services for Raytheon Intelligence, Information and Services. Emily Heath, Vice President and Chief Information Security Officer at United Airlines. And Jack Potter, President and Chief Executive Officer of Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Leading the discussion is Michael Morell, former Acting Director and Deputy Director of the United States Central Intelligence Agency.
Good morning. We are all pleased and thrilled and honored to be up here today speaking to you. So let's just jump right off. As you all know, the aviation industry is one of our nation's most important. It is critical to the economy, not only in terms of the direct effect, the jobs it creates, the investment it produces, the vendors, the suppliers. You all know that that's huge. But it's also critically important because it facilitates commerce, probably to a degree that no other industry does. So it's really important. And the fact that it's important and the fact that it's iconic, and what I mean by iconic is that it is a symbol of American power. Because of those two things, it becomes a focus of our adversaries. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Now, we have this panel at every one of these conferences, as you know. And typically, we have focused on the physical threats to the industry. The threat of somebody conducting an attack inside the unsecured portion of an airport, for example, or the threat of somebody putting explosives on an aircraft. And I want to talk a little bit about that today, but we want to focus today on the cyber threat to the industry. And we have a fantastic group of people here to have that conversation with. So let me kick it off here, and let's start with the threat itself from cyber. Let me ask both Emily and Bob how each of you see the threat to industry from cyber actors. Emily, do you want to start?
Sure. Well, you know, I think aviation has come such a long way when it comes to the digital footprint. From a cyber perspective, you know, you think about the journey of one of our customers, and from the minute you book a ticket all the way from when you pick up your bag at the other end, and everything in between that is now super connected. We've got such a large digital footprint now that everywhere there's technology, there's a risk for security. So I think just that pure connectedness that's grown, and I know for each of us in our own industries and in our own organizations, we can no longer just look at cyber just within our own walls. Because we're so connected, we need to open the aperture and think about how we are connected as partners and look at the aviation industry as one, as opposed to looking at cyber threats just within our own organization. So I think just that pure connectivity between how we operate this industry has opened up. The more forward-thinking we've got in technology, the more it's opened up a need for us to focus on cybersecurity.
And do you see at United the number of attacks, cyber attacks, attempts to attack going up over time?
I think all industries see it going up over time. I don't think that's unique to aviation. But I think where we've grown so much is how we look beyond our own walls and look to the third parties as we connect to each other. I think we've gotten better visibility beyond just our own company, but I think the threat of cyber attacks has gone up in every industry.
Bob?
No, I agree with that. I mean, I think when you look at the comment Emily's making, think about it as the Internet of Things. All right, so that surface space you think of physically, convert that into the digital world now. And the surface space goes from not only at the airports, not only at the planes, but all the way back to all the services. So as we put all these apps together and we want to be more connected, we want that ease of use, it also is ease of access. Right? So now you're seeing the threat coming in from anywhere because you're so more connected than we've been in the past. Right? Whether it's your supply chain, whether it's your services, whether it's your repair stations, all the spaces are an entry point. We're very good at being able to look at the physical space and say there's a door, there's a security to that door, there's a TSA agent, you know, at guard, looking at the audience that's coming forward. It's what you don't see. That's the threat in cyber. You don't see it physically in front of you. You're so well connected, you take it for granted now. That connection becomes the threat.
And Jack, I take it this is something that airport executives are increasingly having to focus on.
Oh, without a doubt. You know, if you think about it, connectivity starts for a lot of people with Wi-Fi, telecommunications on the airport. We're looking at where are our telephone closets, you know, the cabling that we have. We're looking at things like switches and routers and looking at the vulnerabilities that are out there. And as was said, everybody, you know, think of all the contractors that are out on an airport property and how many folks are connected to even the screens that show you, you know, where the flights are going or the baggage handling. Think of all the interconnectivity that exists there. And oftentimes it's through the kind of the infrastructure that exists at the airport, the closets, the cabling. And so we're very much focused on that. And we're very much focused on first ourselves, obviously, to make sure that we protect our systems, but also to educate, the contractors on what they need to be looking out for and asking them and challenging them to harden their systems.
And Bob, what are the most significant risks here that we're talking about?
Well, it comes from basically three classes. I mean, you obviously have nation-state issues, and we see that in the news. You have business. I mean, it's a commerce for the bad guy in terms of trying to come in, whether it's, ransomware, and you hear all what's going on there. It's also an insider threat. You may have a disgruntled employee, all right? So you have to worry about their access inside your own systems. So you kind of break it down into those three categories, just kind of the hacktivist that's out there. It's a money industry in terms of what the cyber threat comes. And then it's a nation state. You said earlier, it's iconic for us as a nation. It represents what we do. You don't have to go too far back in time to see some of the physical threats that we've endured. We heard the Admiral talk about, 15-year anniversary today. There was a reason for that. All right? I don't want to see an event from a cyber point of view have to create the next department. We need to get in front of it.
So before we jump to the question of what we have to do, right, to mitigate this risk, I want to quickly turn to the physical threats that we usually talk about. And Jack, maybe you are the best person to address this. What's new in that realm? What's new in terms of mitigation? What are people thinking about today that we didn't talk about last year?
Well, what I would say to you is the threat is always evolving, and the threat changes. So, if you think about airport security, it was checkpoint to gate, and we protect the AOA. Now, when you look at the terrorist attacks that are occurring around the world, we're talking about the non-secure area of the airport as being just as big a threat as either the secure area. Now, obviously, you have to protect the secure area of the airport, and there's a lot of emphasis on that. The insider threat has taken on probably a higher prominence than it has historically, and so their basics, when you think about cybersecurity, it's basics, passwords. Well, insider threat starts with badges and making sure that the badges are secure. We have a program where we challenge people with their badges. Our goal is to really, Michael, when we think of security, is to have 40+ million passengers responsible for security. Anyone that comes on our property is responsible for security. They're responsible to see things, say something. We focus very much on all the employees. We have a program now called Air Prepared. 25,000 people work at our airports. And so we're going through a process of training them on what to look out for security, but more important, if there's an incident, how do they react and how do they become part of the solution? Again, with a much broader emphasis, not just on the secure areas of the airport, but the non-secure areas. And we're trying to educate folks about what new threats to look out for. So again, it's an evolving situation. I think one of the biggest challenges for the airports is to try and anticipate where the agencies are going in terms of security. So you hear a lot about biometrics, whether that's fingerprint. In case of Delta, they're using fingerprints to enable people to get on a plane, CBP with biometrics. And so if you think about the airports, our job is to react to changes that the airlines or security agencies may have, be putting in place and to anticipate them. And so what we don't want to do is become a bottleneck going forward from an infrastructure standpoint. We have to enable that. Fortunately, that costs money. So we all have to work as a team. This is a situation where everybody's part of the solution and everybody has to work together. And so when I think of our security, I just don't think even of, the FBI and the CBP and the TSA. I also think of our, local jurisdictions where we have mutual aid. We basically look to bring every resource that we can and as much intelligence as we can to the situation. And obviously, we depend on the intelligence agencies to kind of guide us and help us in terms of dealing with the threat.
So two of you have mentioned the insider threat. And I think that there's not enough attention put on that. particularly with regard to cyber. It's a little easier to understand on the physical side, that somebody who actually works at an airport might try to bring a weapon in, for example. It's easier to understand that. But on the cyber side, we tend to think of the threat coming virtually. Right? We tend not to think of the person who works for us as being a threat. But actually, in my view, as a 33-year intelligence officer, it's the biggest threat. So if you think about what did the most damage to in the history of the U.S. intelligence community, it was Edward Snowden. It was an insider, right? It was a guy who had administrative access to the network and did an extraordinary amount of damage. So how do you think, in terms of mitigation, let's start with the insider piece. How do you mitigate that? Emily?
Yeah, I think there's just such a huge opportunity for the physical and cyber worlds to work closer together. I think certainly within aviation, there's been such a huge focus on the physical threat. And in terms of, the physical side of the community have intelligence, for example. They have intelligence feeds. So does the cyber side. I think unless we kind of shift the mindset and really start to think about how we can collaborate better and look at joint platforms of intelligence as an example and working together much more closely, you miss an opportunity, because where you're looking for an insider threat on a physical side and you're looking for an insider threat on the cyber side, unless you key that information together, you could miss a startling opportunity to be proactive. So I think collaboration is absolutely key. And just to key off of your point earlier, above and beyond the collaboration, I think the education has got to be a huge part of it. I know, again, looking at the physical side of the house within aviation, there's been a ton of education and awareness that happens around our industry, but within the cyber world, it's something that people don't speak about. And I'm a huge advocate of speaking about security. If we need to change a culture, we're going to have to start being honest with our employees and with our customers about what that actually means for us. So I think collaboration, along with a lot of education and really talking honestly about what those threats are, will make people more aware, and that will lead us to a better place.
Bob? First thing is take a look at the two of them sitting next to each other. That's where it has to start. You physically have to bring those two teams together. And say on the cyber side, on the physical security side, you've got to work together. It has to be a conversation in the C-suite. Right? You have to be aware of what your risks are. So coming back to the insider threat, some of the basics, and Jack touched on it, all right, badges. All right, so what's basic cyber hygienes in terms of the appropriate administration of your systems? Because really what you have systems within systems. And so you have to look at it as a full architect and say, okay, how do I regulate what's going on in our operation? Do you have access to this area? Should you have access? Should Snowden have been allowed to download as much documents as he downloaded? That should have prompted some kind of an alert, all right? So you have tools that you can look at internally and say the appropriate behavior by the appropriate folks and be able to monitor that. Or you now have a breach, and how does that affect the system? So that insider look, there are tools in there, but it's basic hygienes. All right, it's looking at the systems and saying what should be connected, what shouldn't be connected. It's looking at the risk associated with, is there a catastrophic event? What would happen? How do you react to that? How do you recover for it? What's your business continuity plan as you look at those risks? And I'm with you, that threat is more inside than it is external. I think we will do a better job externally. It'll be the trusted supplier that's coming in that inadvertently brings something in with him in terms of servicing or providing a service. Yeah. All right, so that insider threat's not necessarily the individual himself, but the fact that the basic hygienes of what they're accountable for, there's a lapse there as well. So it could be bad intent, or it can be an unanticipated intent.
So how do you guys think about the monitoring of employees? So post-Snowden in the intelligence community, we went from every 5-year look at employees to continuous monitoring. The fact of the matter is people don't come into jobs thinking they're going to do something bad, right? They evolve over time. Snowden didn't start working for CIA, which was his first place he worked, with the intention of doing what he did. But over time, he evolved, right? So how do you think in this industry about monitoring employees? Jack, from from an airport perspective?
Well, I don't know that I would call it monitoring employees. We've just redone our IT security directive for all of our employees. And we've been very careful about building a matrix that enables access based on the responsibility of the employee. We're closing out, again, things that, as an example, VPN. We want to move away from VPN. Things that we know are vulnerabilities. We've seen a very significant increase in the level of activity in terms of phishing and other. And so what we do is, on an annual basis, everybody is trained. Everybody, we have this matrix of who can access what elements of information. And I'm more comfortable with what we have going on and our monitoring of it than I am with the interconnectivity with some of our contractors. So we've just gone out and audited those relationships and found those vulnerabilities that are there, but I don't know who has access to their systems, and so there has to be a tight control on that. And we're starting to look at encryption in terms of exchange of data. But it is an area, to be quite frank with you, that hasn't been high on the list of somebody operating an airport. It's not on top of, if you think about it, the physical security is more line of sight. And part of the challenge here is, how do we upgrade the knowledge that people need to have in order to build these systems? So one of the things that, I'm very grateful, my CIO has taken the initiative to network with other airports so that people can compare notes. We probably need to bring the airlines in. We really need to be sharing information, and at least now it's on an informal basis, because, again, the goal is to make everybody smarter, to continue to monitor the movement of data, so we do that as well. We have outside agencies that monitor us, so we have contractors and that look for and do penetration testing and all the things that you're supposed to do. But it's a matter of some systems that have been around forever that simply don't have the capacity to be upgraded to provide that level of information. So we're doing the best we can to isolate them. And so it really is a complex issue, and I think it's one that's evolving as the threat evolves, and it's very hard to keep up with, is all I'll say. And I think we just have to continue to network and learn from one another. But here again, I'm going to use this word, it does require an investment, an investment in money, an investment in time, because you have to train every employee, and you have to really upgrade the skill set and the focus of your managers to make sure that they recognize that there's a threat and that they're part of the front line. And that is a challenge.
Bob, Emily, do you have thoughts on the monitoring of employees issue?
I think the first thing, again, I'll come back to collaboration. I have, for example, a wonderful relationship with my counterparts on the physical security side. And that has to be part of your ongoing strategy for the insider threat in particular. Again, you key together the information between what you have available to you. There's so much data available to us as organizations. We just don't use it efficiently. When you think about badge readers and people logging in and out, and then you start to key that together with potential keywords on emails or websites that people are visiting, you start to build a much better picture of what's happening within your organization. But that all starts with the collaboration between the physical and the cyberspaces. Organizations between the chief security officers and the chief information security officers, it has to be a collaboration. The strategy that you build together in order to protect this industry has to be a joint strategy. It can no longer be something that's kept separate.
No, I agree with that. I think you'd understand in terms of a CSOC and the whole nature of that, so a cyber, secure operations center. In an industry that we're in, someone like Raytheon, where a large part of what we do from the defense side, you could envision the attacks that we take on board. All right, so we've invested years ago in the physical realities of having to put these CSOCs together. I love what Jack is talking about. It is about budget. Right? In my earlier days, I was in a finance role, and I can remember 15 years ago being called into the meeting. We're going to start investing in these ways. Right? You're going to see a spike in what we have to spend. You have to figure out how to accommodate that. Right? You've got to make the budget available. This is a priority. It's exactly what Jack said. You've got to raise the priority. The Admiral said this morning, it's about baselining, raising the baseline of security, right? That's what has to happen. We all have a baseline. It's dynamic. The threat's not going to stand still, all right? It will be able to evolve faster than we can react to it. So it's about understanding what's happening in your systems and being able to react to it, because you're not going to stop the entry in. You may be able to physically stop the bad guy coming in. You will not stop the cyber threat. Yeah. So they will enter. It's what you do next and how you react to that.
So just one final thought here on the insider piece. It's that it is really important, I think, to bring together the cyber piece and the physical piece, but it's also important to bring in the HR piece, right? To you know, when an employee is struggling at a job or an employee is deeply frustrated that they haven't been promoted and the organization doesn't see their value, right? There's somebody needs to watch that, and it needs to come together with the other pieces. Yeah. So let's switch to how do we protect this industry from the virtual attack, right? From that group in organized crime group in Russia, or that nation state in Iran or North Korea, or that hacktivist, right? How do we protect the industry from that perspective? Emily?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's already a lot being done, and I want to, make sure that we speak to this, because there are organizations out there, for example, like the Aviation ISAC. There are ISACs in many industries. The Aviation ISAC over the last few years has gotten an awful lot of traction, and now we bring together not just airlines globally, but also we've now got some airports that are part of that. We've obviously got manufacturers, Airbus and Boeing are a big part of it. And I also think that gives us the opportunity to share intelligence between us. There is no competitive advantage to what we do for a living. So the more that we can shift that culture and really learn from each other, and then you expand that beyond just kind of the industry from a commercial perspective, and you bring in more of the kind of government and law enforcement into that. I'm seeing more sharing now than I think I've ever done in any industry. I think there's so much sharing happening and collaboration, and it's about how we share the intelligence between us, because that's what's going to get us ahead in terms of protecting our industry from cyber attacks. I think, again, different parts of the organization have a lens on a different part of the entire industry. The more we bring that together and share it and make that a safe place to do so, I think the more we're able to take a much more proactive stance on cyber instead of being very reactionary.
Yeah. So I think it's a really powerful point that there is no competitive advantage to not sharing, right?
Absolutely.
An attack, a successful attack on any part of this industry is damaging to the entire industry, right? There's nothing to be gained from not playing together here.
Yep.
Well,
it's a confidence factor. Just building on your point, the banking industry recognized that years ago, and they got together and said, we have to share this information. I think they were one of the first sectors that did that. I love what Emily's saying in terms of bringing together, and even the administrator in the last panel talked about this. Government has a role, agencies have a role, and industry has a role. We're providing a service, right? It's a confidence-based service. If folks felt unsafe going on a plane, it would change the economic realities that we live in. All right, so that competitive advantage, I think, is a spot-on point to make. I think the other part is it's an international game. All right, we talk a lot about what we want to do domestically. The realities are that cyber has no boundaries. All right, unlike the physical, you have to be there to make an attack. Cyber, you can be off-site. You can be in another country. So the whole issue in terms of regulations kicks in as well. So you're going to have to see, as Emily referred to, these agencies coming together, these international bodies addressing it. It has to be a topic. It has to be something that the education that Jack is talking about, raise that priority, bring that to the table. If you're at any level of a board discussion, I can't see why cyber wouldn't be part of that conversation as well. It just has to be on the agenda constantly.
And Jack, Emily talked about the importance of everybody working together here. I know that's a big theme of yours.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And I think that, again, I think that there's been, in some respects, a lack of communication, not amongst the big corporations. The big corporations get it. But what as I sit here and listen, the one thing that I know is most challenging to me is the supplier industry. The supplier groups to you know, the airlines, you know.
The second and third and fourth tier suppliers.
Think about all the different stores we have in airports. They plug in, okay? You think about, you know, the clubs. You have Wi-Fi in the clubs, we have Wi-Fi. There are all these access points, and there are all these smaller contractors who may do thing at, you know, have an activity at one airport versus across the country. And when I look at them, they have connectivity into systems, and the level of sophistication in terms of their security is somewhat limited. So that's why it's extremely important to build these matrix up that limit their access, and that interface has to be monitored. And I think of all the cables that run through, you know, you know, your airline's United cables running throughout Dulles Airport. I have to make sure that nobody taps that cable, because that is very difficult for you to catch. And, you know, hardening those routers and you know, all the different things that we have out there is extremely important. So we're going through a process right now of looking at how we can contribute to make, you know, anyone on our airport have a, you know, be cyber safe. And again, our contribution is somewhat limited, but we're very much focused on what we do with our contractors, because they have direct access to our system, but we know we have all these interfaces. And again, that's where I think the challenge is. You talk about an insider threat, we think of the individual employee. Right. Well, think of those contractors and their connectivity. That is an insider threat, and it expands the population that you have to focus on rather dramatically.
So Jack and Emily, let me say something and get your reaction to what I say, and then Bob, you react to what they say, okay? And so I serve on some boards, and my sense of the cybersecurity industry, you know, it's just massive, right? Thousands and thousands of companies. It's a huge industry. It's growing every day. People walk in your door and they say, we can solve your cyber problem, right? And CEOs, COOs, CIOs, even CISOs are kind of pulling their hair out a little bit with all of the large number of people walking in to see him to say, I can solve your problem. Does that resonate with you guys?
100%. Yeah, I mean, my inbox every day is filled with, you know, numerous cybersecurity companies who can solve the world's problems. It's a tough field to navigate right now, because if you think about cyber and all of the threats that we have, and you know, between physical and cyber worlds, but in cyber in particular, there's no blueprint for this. You know, there's nothing you can pick off a shelf and check the box and your checklist to say you're done, because the landscape changes daily. So it's up to people like ours to stay abreast with what's happening in the industry, and more importantly, what's happening across multiple industries. We can't silo ourselves. We can learn a lot from other industries as well. I mean, you know, the power, nuclear facilities that have, you know, many threats against them that could be relevant to us. You've got, you know, motor industry that has some parallels with us as well. But yes, it's a really difficult environment to navigate. I think what you have to focus on is what's the most important to your organization. I mean, the whole kind of philosophy of cyber is really understanding your attack surface, and then overlaying that with what's important to your organization. And that usually comes down to what data is important to you, what systems, and what processes. We have processes within our industry, with our airline, for example, that don't necessarily have sensitive data in them, but if they were compromised in some way, it would cause us huge operational impacts. So I think when you focus in on what problem you're trying to solve, it allows you to weed out the organizations that come with probably great solutions, but ones that are maybe not relevant to the immediate problem that you're trying to solve. So it's definitely, I mean, the RSA conference that they have in San Francisco every year, the Expo over the last 2 or 3 years, I think they're almost having to take over the whole Moscone Center now, because they've got so many organizations. There's a lot of really great innovation happening. So I think it is important to stay up with the venture capitalists and keep an eye on the new technology that's emerging. But we can't get too distracted by that. I think we have to remain very strong to what problem we're trying to solve within our own companies.
Jack, does that resonate with you?
It does resonate, but let me take it to kind of a more granular level because I'm not a, IT, that's not my area of expertise. But just as somebody who is managing an organization, you look at, okay, how do you harden the organization? And so what we've done is we've said, at one point we had over 20 data centers, but the equivalent of, closets that house servers and all independent. We've said we're going to harden our security. One of the ways is we're consolidating. We're not going to have a data center on our campus. We're going to go to the large data centers, and we're going to have a primary data center and a backup data center. That will eliminate a lot of security opportunity because you never know who's going into those rooms and into those closets. Okay, we've taken our telecommunications, and we're going to have core communication cabling throughout our airports systems, and then we're going to hang, activity off of that. We'll get a handle on what's going on. And we're taking our software, and where we had multiple programs, we're buying software as a service, we're moving into the cloud, we're going to rely on those providers to provide a level of security that we might not otherwise be able to provide. And so it's a matter of, as we move forward with security in mind and also with cost in mind, you take and you consolidate and you move forward. And I have to tell you, it's a lot easier to think about, one data center, with a backup, one telecommunication line with us controlling access to it, one software platform that will hang things on and put integrations into and build security around it and limit access. You kind of have to rebuild what has been there for years and years and years with security in mind. And that's, I think, the easiest way to attack it. Now, it does require a major investment. It requires a major mind shift, in terms of a lot of folks. I'm comfortable having the data center down the hall, but the vulnerability is tremendous. And so, and then again, so it's a shared cost of, the data center, the security around it, as opposed to trying to do it in, 20 plus locations. Now, the technical side, I'll turn to these two folks to talk about, but in terms of how you manage an organization and how you kind of structure your IT such that you're able to protect it, the more consolidated it is, in my opinion, the more capability you have to defend it, and having partners who have as an obligation, whether that's the data center or the cloud platform, they have huge resources that they're putting at that, and we can rely on them to do a better job than we could do independently.
Yeah. So the cybersecurity industry's view on this, right? The plethora, the value of the aggregator, the value of somebody who can give the whole picture.
So I love what I just heard, all right? Because what you're seeing is an evolution of understanding, all right? And taking a look at this from our perspective, what we look at is the system architect, all right? So you've got to pull all the way back and take a look at the big picture and start where Emily started, and that is, okay, where's my risk? What am I worried about, all right? And literally go through a 5x5, risk matrix evaluation and take a look at that. And then do what Jack just did. I said, okay, I've got to react to this. There's a vulnerability here that's too high. Right? That's an area I'm going to invest, whether it's the physical, fewer closets in terms of where I'm coming from. It's taking that approach. It's then aligning, as you said, the community of friends that you want to bring in. Why should I be the expert on the cloud in a corporation? There are businesses that do that. Why should I be the expert in terms of pen testing? There are businesses that do that. You've got to figure out that community of friends that you're going to bring on board, but you have to know your systems, and you have to know how they work. All the way through, you said earlier, the HR, all the way through all your policies, all your procedures, the cause and effects that they bring to the table. Then decide, because there's no free lunch here. It comes, as Jack said several times, with an expense. And particularly in cyber, what you're saying is, the applications that I want for the consumer to see and be able to use, they're willing to pay for that. They don't necessarily say, okay, I want to pay more for cybersecurity. That's just the cost of doing business. So you're constantly now having to trade off and say, I can only invest X. Where's my threat? How do I burn that down over time? And then recognize it's going to evolve every month, you should be coming back and saying, okay, what needs to be viewed again? Bring the friends in, that community that you're working with. I think you do need to narrow it down because you'll be overwhelmed and you'd just be paralyzed. So you get to decide on a few folks that are going to do this with you.
Yeah. So we have 4 minutes left and we have 2 questions, okay? The first one is, what should we be able to expect here from the government, and what can we expect? Emily?
Yeah, there's just 2 things for me, I think, when it comes to the government. There's a regulatory side and a law enforcement side. From a law enforcement side, I would love to see more of a culture of the more that you can unclassify and share with the public sector, I think that the better focused will be on the intelligence side. So from a law enforcement perspective, I think trying to look to declassify intelligence and share with public sector is key. From a regulatory side, the regulations in cyber are already getting complex. Globally, there's new data protection regulations that are in effect and coming into effect. We have other countries, China, Singapore, Australia, Switzerland, all looking to implement new either data protection or cyber laws. When it comes to domestically, I look to the government to help us navigate that. Right now, we have different privacy laws in every state. And if there was a breach notification, for example, that was needed, you have to navigate all states in order to meet the requirements. There's got to be a more simple way to do that. So I think, you know, we've got, when big breaches happen, there tends to be a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction that we need more legislation. I'm all in favor of legislation and simplifying and having standards, but I need the help of our government to help us make sure we can navigate that efficiently without crippling an organization.
I think if we look at it from the aviation point of view, the standards become key. I think you need a baseline. All right, so I do feel like, Emily, that the government has a role here. The whole information sharing, I think, is critical. All right, come back to the point you made earlier. There's not a competitive advantage. So how do you create a very short timeline of being able to share that information? An issue occurs in one place, we know it's happening someplace else. All right, we don't need individual lessons learned. It's one of the things, I think, from the TSA point of view, you know, how do you pull all that together? So how do you include in that, if you're worried about your airports, how do you include in that as part of that body now, the cyber element? So I think we need to think about that as well.
Okay, so last question. I saved this for last on purpose. We all know what the consequences would be of a breach on the physical side. So dead people in the unsecured area of the airport, right, because somebody comes in with an assault weapon, or a downed aircraft because explosives get on an aircraft, right? We all understand that. What's the kind of worst possibility on the cyber side? Very quickly.
I think it's like reducing the confidence. What will happen is if people are concerned about airports, air security, you know, controllers will space out planes, they'll keep them on the ground. You will literally ground the aviation industry because of a threat, if they feel you lose control of a plane, for example.
And that's a possibility?
I think anything is a possibility in that regards, yes. Okay. It's not likely.
Right.
To your worst scenario,
right.
yes.
Yeah, I think for us, the operational impact that could happen, that, you know, not just delays, but mass cancellations of flights that have obvious financial implications, not just within an industry, but within an entire economy. So the economy impact of a cyber attack for large organizations, or the aviation industry in particular, I think just that mass disruption that could happen as a result of cyber is perhaps not fully understood.
Jack?
Well, I agree. I mean, you literally can shut down the airports. Just think what's happened with some of the systems outages that have occurred, and that would be, you out the system and literally people can't get on planes. I also worry about misinformation getting out there. I mean, if there's an ability to go out and send a message that something's happened at an airport, you can have whole crowds of people moving, as we've seen, you know, in some of these incidents where, you know, the word gets out that something happened in one area.
Lack of confidence.
Yeah, and so literally totally disruptive. So, and I think that's the kind of thing, back to where you started, Michael, where you talk about reputation of the industry and United States and the airport's role. Think about that if you sent out a message and you had people, leaving the secure area, migrating away from sections of the airport because they think there was a security breach.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Great panel. Please give them a hand. Thank you.
Please welcome Ellen Ochoa, director of the NASA Johnson Space Center, and Nicole Stott, a retired astronaut for NASA. In conversation with Peggy Whitson, astronaut, flight engineer of Expedition 5051 for NASA.
Well, ladies, it's great to be here today to talk about the future of space exploration and space travel. And I think you guys are in a great position to explain some different perspectives for our audience today. So the first thing I'd like is, Ellen, since you're the director of Johnson Space Center, to talk to us about where you think space exploration is going in the future and how Johnson Space Center is involved.
Well, thank you. We're really busy at Johnson Space Center right now, both with current operations and then preparing for the future. So I'll just talk a little bit about what we're doing in low Earth orbit and then where we're headed more into deep space. Of course, we're responsible for the operations of the International Space Station, and we've had crews living on board for over 17 years. We work with control centers around the world and with all different kinds of customers, and it's just an amazing time for science and research and development in space. And we also support the programs that help keep the ISS going. We have a vehicle that, on average, arrives or departs from the station every 3 weeks with either cargo or crew. In fact, we had a crew land just night before last, and our 2 crew members got back to Houston last night. So keeping all that going is a big part of our job as well. And then we are also, along with Kennedy Space Center, working on the Commercial Crew Program. And so that's going to give the United States the ability to launch our crew members from the United States again. And so we have big contracts with Boeing and SpaceX and are working with them as we all move towards certifying those vehicles. And so then looking further out, obviously where NASA is headed is into deep space, and first in and around the moon, on and around the moon, and then with a path toward Mars. So one of our big responsibilities is developing a spacecraft called Orion, along with our contractor partner, Lockheed Martin. And so that's the vehicle that'll actually, get us on the trajectory to these other destinations and bring us back safely from, much more severe conditions than we do from low Earth orbit. And then we're also working to develop some infrastructure that will be in orbit around the moon, the Lunar Orbiting Platform Gateway. And we expect to have many partners, international partners, commercial partners, with people interested in doing a variety of things around the moon and on the moon. And NASA and JSC is a big part of the whole systems engineering and integration of supplying essentially that structure and all the standards for it. So a lot going on.
Yeah, it's really actually a very exciting time at NASA, I think, because we're on this precipice of change. A lot of things are changing. And I know there's tons of discussion about, should we be going to the moon or should we be going to Mars? Nicole, can you give us your thoughts on where you think the right destination is?
I think yes, both. And I like that within the NASA community now, the moon is a target again. The moon is a destination. And I think that the moon offers us something independent of Mars, as well as a platform to support our getting to Mars. That's what I love about it. And when we talk about space stations, the moon is like this. It's like our own personal space station that was put in place for us. It's there, I think, for us to take advantage of. And when we think about it, whether we're going back to the moon, establishing a presence in the moon, I think is legit too, and then, you know, in orbit around the moon, or if we're going on to Mars, I think the really wonderful thing about it is just like the space station, everything about it is about improving life here on Earth. And so when I think about the moon, that's what I think about. I think about how are we going to take advantage of the resources on the moon in a really responsible way that allows us to, you know, do a little bit more Earth and Earthling appreciation to ensure our survival here.
I think that's a really important point. And I think we forget sometimes how we're using the International Space Station as a test bed for those long-duration space flights that we're going to have to do as part of exploration. And the moon can serve as the test bed also for that surface ops on those future missions into even deeper space. So, Ellen, do you have anything to add on moon versus Mars?
I would just say, I would agree with Nicole that it's really an and, not an or, and that a lot of what we want to do around the moon is taking us on a path to Mars. But spending some time at the moon and building up this infrastructure does allow us to bring in a lot more partners. More commercial partners, and of course there's lots in the news these days about plans that different companies have, as well as international partners. And there's a lot of really interesting science as well. And in fact, this week there's a Gateway Science Workshop going on, being attended by all different kinds of people, of when you have this infrastructure around the moon, what is the exciting science that you can do then?
Yeah, that is going to be exciting. And space travel's come a long way, but I think, Nicole, you have some opinions on where we might need more work in the future, especially for those exploration missions.
Well, I think, you know, it's really interesting. When we talk about going back to the moon, establishing a presence there, when we talk about going on to Mars, the focus tends to be a lot on what's that rocket ship that's going to get us there? What's the spacecraft going to be that the crew members are going to travel in? What kind of infrastructure are we going to build in those places when we get there? But I think we tend to simplify this idea of human spaceflight a little bit too much, you know? We did it on the space station too, where we have this focus on the hardware. And of course, you know, if you look at the space station, to me, I could talk all day about the space station being this wonderful thing that it is, because what we've done is we've essentially, in a mechanical hardware sense, we've recreated what Earth does for us just naturally down here. And we're going to have to do that in all these other places too. But when you look at the human in all of this, things like where do you go to the bathroom? How are you going to sleep? The food system that we have to go further and, you know, longer are going to be very different to what we do now on the space station. Mm-hmm. And so I think we're at a point where we're having to revolutionize those things that seem simple about the human in the loop that really aren't that simple. And that is everything from how do we protect our people from radiation, and how do we feed them? How do we set up a system for feeding them that's going to support that whole activity? So I think across the board, industry-wise, there are opportunities for, you know, companies, for international partners, for government agencies to be participating in all aspects of humans as part of the human spaceflight experience.
Well, with 17 years on board the human presence on board the International Space Station, one of the biggest side benefits is actually all the scientific research we're doing. I'd like you ladies to tell me what your favorite scientific research results are.
Well, Peggy, you are so much more qualified than I am to talk about this. But, you know, one of the things I get to do is kind of sit back and sort of look over the whole array of what we are doing on ISS today, rather than be in the nitty-gritty of actually carrying out the experiments that you are. But, you know, some of the exciting things that I think have happened more recently, and you may want to add to this, is the fact that we're doing DNA sequencing in space now. And you can imagine that being really helpful for future long-duration missions, where you can both track a crew member's health, as well as understand what kind of microbes might be growing in your spaceship and whether it's anything you need to worry about. We're just doing a lot of really interesting biology experiments and you know, changing skin cells into stem cells and then into heart cells, and learning about things that can affect cardiovascular use here on Earth. We have very fundamental physics experiments. The alpha magnetic spectrometer, which is on the outside of the station, is collecting cosmic rays and really bringing in some very unexpected results that have to do with trying to understand both dark matter and dark energy in the universe. We do materials science. I mean, it's just such a wide variety of experiments now. It's really exciting.
I think that's part of why I love working up there, the diversity of the different types of science that we're doing. Nicole, what's your favorite?
Well, I think that that's what I love too. You know, I was not a scientist. I was an engineer before coming to NASA as an astronaut, and it absolutely is this kind of jack of all trades that you get to do in space right now that is such a great part of it. But as a person up there, as watching what we do in space, you know, all of it helping us get further off the planet, but ultimately all of it improving life here on Earth, I really loved that you could, in the simplest way, look at the science that's going on station and speak to the benefit of it just because you could take that one criteria out of the equation. You could take gravity out of the equation, and even the simplest fundamental physics to, you know, some of the most advanced, you know, DNA sequencing scientific things going on. By taking that one criteria out of the equation, we are learning so much more about all these things that we already thought we knew a whole lot about. And it was really great to have on any given day I think back when I was on station, over 100 active research investigations going on any scientific area that you can imagine, including us as the science as well. And to just be part of that, knowing that all of it is helping improve life here, there's benefit beyond what we can even imagine right now, and things that are happening from it that we sometimes don't even associate with what went on up there. It's kind of neat that it just happens and makes things better.
Well, and since we're here talking about aviation and travel, we're relating it to space travel. One of my favorites, which actually isn't one that we inside the space station do, but it arrived when I was up there, is an investigation that's looking at the basic science of pulsars.
Yes.
Which I think is very cool. But one of the big side benefits is actually that they're developing a software to potentially use pulsars like you would use a GPS, because they radiate at a very defined frequency and could be our future star navigation system, since we can't put our global navigation system out there.
Right.
It's going to be great, I think. So I love that one because it's so futuristic science.
That's a good one.
One of my other favorites I really enjoyed was we were growing lung cancer cells, and the reason you grow them in space is because it grows more like it does in the human body. You try and replicate that on the ground, and gravity gets in the way, and the cells don't grow the same way. But the scientists were interested in looking at an antibody that had a drug conjugated to it, and the antibody was specific to those lung cancer cells. And so and the idea is that you would be able to, in future chemotherapies, have much more targeted. And less toxic to the human body way of treating cancer. So I thought that was really exciting.
So what you and Jack called those things something? The
cancer-seeking missiles.
Cancer-seeking missiles, yes.
All right, so, and because I've done space research for 15 years now, lots of things have changed on board the space station in that time. But I think there were some really smart things about how it was originally designed, where we have big rack facilities that allow capabilities generically to different investigators, you know, with very high-tech microscopes or glove boxes that allow a diversity of different types of experiments. But also, the one thing that I think we were really utilizing now, because of all that traffic we have coming and going, we have much more capability now of taking what we call the express lockers out and plugging in new investigations. So every time a new vehicle comes up, we plug in another 10 different investigations, and those that have critical samples are returned with those vehicles if it's one that's landing, or we downlink the data. So it's really, I think, a very exciting time for research on board space station, but I think it, you know, leads us to where that future research will be going as well.
Peggy, can I just ask you on that line? When I was up there, there were a lot of activities where the crew got their hands into things. You know, I mean, you actually got to interact with the science and stuff. But it was on behalf of the investigator in a very prescribed way. My hope was that we were evolving to where the crew members were interacting more and that the science itself was happening on the station now. You didn't have to send it back to Earth to have the results found from it. It seems like that is happening.
We are graduating. I think the DNA sequencing is a great example of a technology that we will definitely be using in the future for those exploration missions, because right now we have to send our microbial samples back to analyze what they are. And I was able to do start to finish a test where we actually did that on board the space station.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We sent the samples down just to check and make sure I got the right answer. But yes, I think it's got a really interesting future for us. And we are, I think, able to do a lot more to help the investigators, to be the eyes and help the investigators understand what's going on, because sometimes things just don't happen as you would expect them to.
Right, and I think, as a not scientist person, what I understood about laboratory ops on the ground is that sometimes that, you don't know the way it's going to go. And it's when the thing goes wacky or off that a lot of times that's where the real magic is,
Right.
the real,
You want
results
that opportunity
are.
to shift a little bit and do a little something different based on what you're seeing.
Yeah.
And I think that's the huge benefit of long duration space flight. Having a laboratory available for 18 years helps us do those types of things. We discover things. I was looking at a colloidal solution of iron inside of electromagnetic field, and I screwed up and put in the wrong frequency one day, and they found a completely different reaction than what they'd seen. And so they were obviously very interested in that. All of us can agree that STEM is important. We want all of our future technologies, sciences to be stimulated. And Nicole, I know you have some pretty strong impressions on what STEM should include, and I'd like you to share some of those ideas with us.
Yeah, I never want people to get me wrong here, because I believe STEM is, and what we've done to encourage young people, to encourage young women to consider, a more technical path is really, really important. But I've found, I'll go back kind of the human part of humans in space. I was so thankful to my ground support people who reminded me that I would be living in space too. And that, Ellen, you took your flute to space. This person was a music major, gone scientist, And I think when we acknowledge that we are human beings doing these things, the opportunity to paint in space, it seems trivial in some ways, but to me it was a real highlight of what I got to do up there, because it was something I do as a human being down here on Earth. And that art or that music or that utilization, I think, of our whole brains, whether we're considering an artistic path or a science path, I think is our best way to encourage our young people to use their whole brain, to become kind of whole brain problem solvers that will result in much more creative solutions for the problems, the challenges that we have here on the planet and off of it. And I think it just speaks directly to the idea that the most diverse populations, the most diverse groups of people are the ones that are going to provide us with the best solutions, are going to result in the best success, on a mission, and allow us to take care of all these differing kinds of expertise. I see it in the way we choose astronauts now too. And I think it's a really great thing that it's not just the resume, the technical side of what a person does, but it's the whole person and, treating them as a human being in whatever environment they're in.
All right. Well, I know probably very interesting to the folks here would be a discussion about commercialization of space. Ellen, why don't you start off by kind of giving us the big picture of what is happening and how you view that, and we'll jump in.
Well, lots happening. NASA is really evolving and working with lots of different companies, and JSC is right in the middle of it. Starting 10 years ago or more, we started the Commercial Orbital Transportation System, and really worked with companies in a very different way, where we weren't specifying exactly what we wanted. We had more high-level requirements and allowed companies to develop services to deliver cargo to and from the International Space Station and own those vehicles, and we would buy those services. And right now, as you know, we've got two companies who are delivering to us, SpaceX and Orbital ATK. And now, as I mentioned already, we're working with SpaceX and Boeing to do the same with Crew. Let me mention some of the other ways that the International Space Station program is really moving toward a direction where companies can think of doing really their own commercial activities in space. Some of the things they've done lately is last year we put out some awards on a contract to a variety of companies to be able to develop payloads and also integrate them into the station. Kind of previously, NASA was really the one involved in doing all the integration. And we want there to be a number of companies out there that have that capability so that they could support a variety of different activities in low Earth orbit and not just depend on NASA to do that. We also have a module attached to the station right now, Bigelow Expandable Advanced Module, or BEAM, which is an inflatable, and they actually licensed that technology from Johnson Space Center that we developed, probably a dozen years ago. But they want to look at their own model for space stations using these expandable modules, and so we were able to have them attached to the station, and we're looking at, how does it react thermally? What's the radiation environment? How does it compare to the standard aluminum modules? And then the station even further, we have essentially a docking port that we're going to make available to some commercial entity, and entities are right now in the midst of developing a proposal and say, hey, you come up, you dock, you do whatever you want to do in there that is leading to a commercial activity. But part of what NASA's going to use to decide, who gets that port is, what is your vision for, what is your business case that does not depend on NASA, does not depend on the government in the future, that if we give you this start, you can evolve to that.
I think the scientific research over the years that I've been going has also advanced in the commercial arena. We're doing a lot more commercially based scientific research, and the results are proprietary, obviously, because they're trying to develop something that they can then commercially spin off. But I think pharmaceutical companies in the future are going to be jumping on this new environment to do some research. I think they're going to find some faster and easier ways to do some things. In particular, recently we had the Falcon Heavy launch, SpaceX's Falcon. What are your thoughts on that? Some people are worried about, is that competing with NASA? Should we just give everything to them and, NASA goes out of business? What's your perspective, Nicole?
Well, I think it's just a beautiful example of the kind of partnerships we have in place right now. We've worked on the space station with our international partners, with industry partners in such a successful, peaceful way. It's such a wonderful example of how partnerships can work. When I was listening to the earlier panels here, a lot of what's going on is depending on partnerships and kind of open, transparent interactions so that we can get those flying cars. Thank you, by the way. But when I look at something like Falcon Heavy, when I look at what we're doing cargo-wise, when I look at what we're doing to get our crews, back onto U.S. vehicles off of U.S. soil, it is NASA working very actively to engage partnerships to do that. And that's what I love about it. I mean, I think in the aviation industry, the same thing happened. And look at where we are today and the kind of advances we're, on this precipice, like you said, Peggy, in the aviation world too, of having those flying cars. Thank you. I'll say it again. But I love that. I think our future in space is dependent on these partnerships. I think companies like SpaceX and Boeing are dependent on these partnerships, and the best success comes from them.
I really feel strongly that commercialization of space is going to help all space exploration, whether it's in low Earth orbit, whether it's to the space station. Right now that's the plan, but I think the capability, the future of our space exploration has, limitless avenues. And the more people that we have working here on the ground in different arenas, the more we're going to see in space. So.
Yeah, and overall, it's just like we said earlier, it's really an and, not an or, and that's the way NASA is approaching it across the board. we do, as we have plans to go out into deep space, we feel like, okay, we need to understand what those requirements are and making sure that we're developing the basic building blocks for those requirements. That's why we're developing the Orion spacecraft and also the SLS heavy lift launch vehicle, which will not only launch Orion, but has the capability to launch simultaneously these other elements that can make up this gateway around lunar. But as you look at the variety of activities that people might want to do in the lunar vicinity, there's lots of ideas and capabilities to use a variety of commercial services and activities. Again, delivering logistics, developing a robotic lander, maybe doing in situ resource utilization, other kinds of science that may be other people's goals, while NASA is also pursuing our own goals. And Johnson Space Center, I think, is well prepared to sort of be the integrator for NASA for these activities in much the same way that we've done that on the International Space Station, where we have incorporated commercial companies, lots of different payload developers, and international partners.
Yeah, that's great. So on our future missions to Mars, what do you see the biggest hurdles that we have to overcome for that future exploration? Where might we potentially be solving those?
Well, one of the things is we kind of need the next generation of life support systems and closed-loop life support systems. So on the station today, we've evolved quite a bit. I think we're recycling, 85% of the water now on the International Space Station. And
so let's just explain to everybody what 85% of the water means. Because the biggest source of water is urine. So we have, in the last 5 or 6 years, started recycling urine. And believe it or not, it tastes just fine.
Well, as you also, you turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee.
Yeah. So it actually is fantastic. Awesome. And then later this year, one of the kind of the sticking points for us now is that we end up with this very, very salty, contaminated water called brine, and we can't recycle that. So that's why we get up to 85%. And this year, we're going to send up a new piece of hardware that's going to process just the brine. So I think it's really exciting that we're trying out these new things that are going to help us on that future exploration mission. Nicole had mentioned before, that a space station has to provide everything that we get here on Earth. And you really do take that somewhat for granted. You think, well, how hard can that be? It's extremely hard to do that. We, in the space station, for instance, run at carbon dioxide levels that are almost 10 times what we have down here. And that does have some potential negative effects. Yeah. We're looking at studying some of those potential negative effects that may be part of an explanation for why our vision is degrading while we're in space, and it's not just because we're getting old. We're looking at a lot of different things.
We already have 2 or 3 different technologies to look at better, taking carbon dioxide out of the air, because we know that's another one that we have to do better before we head off to Mars.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think it's just that you guys are both speaking to it, is that we live on a really naturally, beautifully, purposely put place for us. Very significant that we're not a little bit closer or further from the sun, because not so good for us. So it just does all of these things naturally for us, and all of the places that we're talking about going. And like you said, we've been doing that for 17 years on a space station, but none of these places we're talking about going do what Earth does for us better than Earth does. And so we're always in this position of having to consider the human in that process and how we, sustain their survivability wherever this is. And I think that's where, some of the most revolutionary shifts in how we think about living and working in space are going to happen because of the human in the loop. And it's going to end up resulting in even better things for us down here on Earth. So I look forward to it that way.
I think radiation is going to be one of our biggest challenges. Right now in low Earth orbit, we are still protected by the magnetosphere. So although we are getting a higher radiation dose there, we're going to be exposed to even more negative effects of radiation over those long space flights. and then the potential long duration stays on these outposts that we have. So I see us, and it's a very diverse approach to trying to solve these problems. You know, one of the best things to reduce that radiation risk is going to be to get there faster.
Right.
So that may mean we need nuclear power to get there, just purposefully get there faster, just to reduce that radiation risk. And maybe have habitats underground to help protect us from those solar particle events that could potentially kill us. So we've got a lot of work to do, but I think other avenues of research might involve, you know, biochemical or molecular studies of the human body and understanding how we can repair or protect the human body better from those radiation exposures. So that obviously,
which is applicable to here on Earth too, you know.
It is. It is. Obviously, it's going to be, I think, more applicable to us, but I think it's an important one for our future exploration missions. I wanted to ask you, kind of as a transition, what do you see? How optimistic are you about our future in space, Ellen?
Well, I'm incredibly optimistic. I mean, there's more and more going on all the time, and there's also a huge amount of public interest in space, and you see that, you know, just in terms of some of what comes out in the culture and in the movies. I mean, two of the biggest movies over the last few years have been The Martian and Hidden Figures, and I know we've all had the chance to go around and talk to lots of different groups about what we do at NASA, just based on, you know, the interest from things like that as well. And, you know, NASA really brings value to the country in just a whole variety of different ways, and this is part of why I'm just so optimistic. I mean, we talked about expanding scientific knowledge, of course. We mentioned a little bit about the global collaboration and cooperation. I don't know, even though there's like 15 countries that have formed, you know, the basis of the International Space Station program, we've actually involved over 100 countries when you looked at people who have been principal investigators for experiments that we've been up there. Enhancing national security, both by having the ability to get people and supplies to and from space, as well as the fact that we support a base of suppliers all across the country. When you look at the people involved in supplying components for Orion and the SLS rocket, we have suppliers in all 50 states and something like 1,500 companies. And this is important for the aviation industry too, because they're producing aerospace grade parts.
Right.
And so NASA is helping to support that. And of course, you get to the inspiration and the leadership part, and we know that's a huge, somewhat intangible, but just a huge benefit that NASA brings and that space exploration in general brings to the public.
Nicole.
Hugely optimistic and excited about it, and I think it will continue to leverage these partnerships that we've developed so nicely on, you know, on the space station. You know, we talk about the science that's going on station, but when we look at the very, you know, basic of it with these partnerships that we've put in place, that we peacefully, successfully for the last 17 years with, you know, continuous human presence up there, the work that we're doing together, not just from a scientific standpoint, but from just a human earthling relationship standpoint, I don't think we're doing anything else without that anymore. And that's a big deal, because I don't know about you guys, but when I floated away from looking out the window, you know, the reality check was that we live on a planet. And I mean, it's a really simple statement to make, but it's a profound and I think powerful one. And I think if everybody could in their daily lives just think about that a little bit, I'm an earthling on a planet, we would be working together in much more peaceful, successful ways down here based on that model of what we've done on the space station. And that on its own gives me real hope for our future in space and here on Earth. And I think it's why space exploration and the way we do it is just the perfect example of how we can do things down here for ourselves.
I think that's an extremely great point, because I think the perspective of seeing the Earth from space changes you just a little bit. You have this whole new appreciation for the fact that Earth really is kind of a spaceship. It's got its own life support systems, gives you an appreciation for the fact we ought to take care of it. But then when you look out into the night sky and you see thousands and thousands and thousands of stars, and recognize that around those stars there's other planets potentially that might have and support life, I think it's really exciting to think about where we have yet to go. And so I think the future of space, you know, it's endless in its opportunities. And so we just have to get all the technology to get us out there so that we can really take advantage of it. So anyway.
I was just going to mention, too, one of the reasons I'm optimistic is just seeing the evolution over my career. You know, I was a research engineer when the shuttles, or studying to be one when the shuttle flew for the first time, and that's what really got me excited about going into space and being able to do research in this unique laboratory. And after I came back from my shuttle flights, I can remember talking to the PIs and saying, is there anything that we could do better? And they said, stay in space longer. And then my next couple of missions got to be part of building the station that you two have now gotten to really live on. And so I just see that progression continuing.
Yeah, it's a really, really exciting time. And we'd like to thank all of you for your attention. We hope we answered a few questions, or at least given you a few perspectives from space.
Thank you.
And now, please welcome Tadashi Matsushita, Vice President of Strategic Planning, the Americas at All Nippon Airways Company Limited.
Thank you, everyone. Hello. It is my pleasure to introduce the participants of the next session, a panel discussion on an international perspective. Coming from a Japanese airline doing business in the US, and especially considering the US is at the center of ANA's future strategy, I am especially interested in the discussion they will have. So our first panelist is Pedro Heilbronn, Chief Executive Officer for Copa Holdings and Copa Airlines. Pedro joined Copa in 1988, and under his leadership, Copa established a hub of the Americas in Panama. This hub is now the most efficient and most successful hub in Latin America. Our second panelist is John Peter Rogerson, Chief Executive Officer for Azul Airlines. Prior to becoming CEO, John was Azul Airlines Chief Financial Officer and Investor Relations Officer. John also worked on the initial business plan for Azul's launch and was part of the founding team. And here to lead the conversation, we have Elena Avila, Executive Vice President, Head of Americas, Airline Business for Amadeus. Elena leads all of Amadeus's airline business in the Americas region, including commercial, solutions, delivery, and customer support for airlines in North, Central, and South America. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Pedro Heilbronn, John Rogerson, Elena Avila.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Tadashi, for the introduction. John, Pedro.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to our discussion. As you know, we're here to provide a bit of an international perspective to this event, this phenomenal event that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has every year. And before doing that, and we have a number of very interesting topics I hope to share with the audience, I just wanted to give a little bit of a context for both John and Pedro. Azul, as you've heard, it's a Brazilian low-cost carrier whose strategy is really about bringing affordable, I would say, or expanding your market, bringing affordable air service to Brazil, and has been delivering an amazing rate of growth. In fact, you are, if I'm not mistaken, you are the leading or fastest growing Brazilian carrier since you were founded just only 10 years ago. An interesting fact that I heard, John, is I know you were part of the founding team for Azul. I read in the program this morning that you were preparing the business case for the airline. I would really like to look what that looked like and how that compares to today. But maybe we take that offline, of course. Now, Pedro, you are leading Copa, who is the full-service carrier, is the flag carrier for Panama. That has been for the last 30 years, I believe. So I'm sure you have a bit to share with us on the trajectory of Copa. Now, both airlines, obviously very different business models, very different history, very different geographies. But I would say there's also some quite remarkable similarities as well. I would probably highlight 2 or 3. One is, I think you both have been focusing very much and highly recognized for focusing on customer experience and providing really high quality experience, even despite your very different business models. You have also characterized for very, very strong financial performance, strong track record as well in the stock market, cost conscious. And I think you also are accumulating quickly just about every award that can be given in your region in Latin America by Skytrax. We can talk a bit about that. Now, maybe that leads me to first question we can start sharing with the audience. I was hoping you wouldn't mind sharing with me in confidence, of course, forget about 900 people here, what the secret to your success is. And also, if you like, some of the challenges as well. Pedro, maybe you can start.
Okay, well, good morning. It's great to be here, by the way. It's, it's going to be such a big room. It's, each airline and each company is going to have a different recipe for the success. So what works for us is going to be different for Azul, etc. But we try to keep things simple. And I would say, so there's two key aspects to our success for a number of years. One is a very clear strategy, a very clear vision, and we stick to it. We don't deviate from it. I mean, this is what we do, this is who we are, and we don't try to do anything different than that. And then secondly, it's our people. We know that we're going to be successful if we have a team that understands our vision very well and that's motivated to make it a reality. So our people, they all know exactly how they can contribute to the company's success. So 2 simple things.
John.
I agree a lot with what Pedro said. I think, for us, first is the people. We believe we have the greatest aviation experts in the world working at Azul, and they're very, very passionate about what we're doing. And you can't build an airline the way we built it without having the greatest people. And so we really, really focus on that and empowering our people. I think a little differently than Copa, you have to adapt, and so, Pedro's got a clear vision of what they've done. We've adapted and changed, and I think there's kind of 2 ways of doing business. There's the In-N-Out Burger way that says this is how you do it, and then there's the other way of business is you adapt to what the market, provides. When we went to Brazil 10 years ago, we never thought we'd be flying turboprop aircraft all over the country, but the opportunity presented itself, and so we took advantage of that opportunity. And so, Brazil's a crazy country at times, and so you need to be able to adapt to the different environment and take advantage of the opportunities. But so I think that's those are the things that we look at, and we just have a very passionate group of people that are building something that's fundamentally different. When we went to Brazil, we said we need to do something different. Everybody else was doing the same thing, and so we didn't want to be just one other airline. We wanted to do something pretty special.
So I'll add something that it's not that we just look at our set on a strategy and we won't look at anything else. So kind of what our point is that as long as we don't have to adapt, this is what we do. So we do review our strategy on a yearly basis, but it's been almost 30 years now of Copa doing the same thing, and we haven't seen a need to change that, to adapt to something different, maybe with very, very small exceptions.
Pedro, I obviously don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm thinking that also part of your success and your aim and what you are is a bit of a hub for the Americas, and you want to be connecting the American continent. How about your strategy with the airport and your relationship with the airport, Tocumen?
So our strategy is very simple. It's connecting the Americas. We don't have wide bodies. We have no plans to fly outside our continent, outside of the Americas. And our strategy is mostly connecting small markets that otherwise could not justify having direct, frequent service. Obviously, we fly to many large cities also, but to many small markets. And we do that by leveraging Panama's strategic geographic position right in the middle of the Americas. But as you were asking, to do that successfully, we need airport infrastructure. And we've been lucky enough to have every government, since we started growing and building this hub, we've had maybe, 4 or 5 different governments in Panama, and they've all valued aviation and how it contributes to Panama's economy. And so they've all invested or made the necessary investments in airport infrastructure, because the airport is owned by it's run by a government-owned corporation. Sure. And the government has always made the right investments. So the Hub of the Americas in Panama can continue growing.
Brilliant. John, part of your strategy, at least more recently, it's also growing into the US. You have launched a few recent destinations into Florida. You have a growing partnership with JetBlue. Is there anything you'd like to share with us there? The other, I'm adding to the question, the Brazilian government as well is looking into deregulating flights to and into Brazil from the US, which of course is an opportunity, but I presume it's to some extent also a bit of a threat, adding additional competition. So I'd also like to hear, please, is it friend or foe?
So first, flying to Florida, I think, for Brazilians, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, it's just another Brazilian city. I mean, don't kid yourself. Almost every single, iPhone that's in Brazil today was purchased in South Florida. And so, we see that as part of our route map, and that's part of, what we do. And so, it's a shame I often do this with bankers and people in Brazil. I said, have you been to see the Iguazu Falls, which is one of the most beautiful, sights you'll ever see? And many of them say no, but they've been to Florida 20 times, and so I think that's, it's a necessity for us to fly to South Florida, because that's where Brazilians want to go. So we'll continue to do that. We have a partnership with United. We also have a partnership with JetBlue as well. But, very similar to what Pedro's doing by connecting all of the Americas in Panama, we fly to 100 cities in Brazil today, 100 cities. Our next closest competitor flies to 55 cities. And so, we're truly connecting Brazil, similar to how he's connecting the Americas. And so, when we decided to go to Brazil, there was only 47 million people traveling a year, right? And now there's 90 million, and we're going to carry 22 million of those people. And so, by bringing that connectivity, people travel more. And I think that's really, really important. As for open skies, yeah, it's coming. It'll happen in Brazil. There's not a single airport that we operate in today that's not open. And so, we don't see it as a major threat. I was a little bit outspoken against it until we got kind of fair playing rules between both sides. And so, but it's going to happen. It'll be great. We're looking at doing joint ventures with our partner airlines. And so, we don't see it as a major threat, because all of the airports that Azul already operates in, anybody can fly to them. And again, it's not the point-to-point that works. For our network, it's the connectivity and connecting those 100 cities in Brazil to our South Florida destinations.
I would say this is a phenomenal location for you, where, big audience here. Doors are closed. Somebody please close them. You've got a captive audience. Is there anything you would like, when you think about your expansion into the US, to talk to? There's a lot of government officials here.
I think, Brazil's starting to do things to help. I was with the ambassador to Brazil, and, it's pretty phenomenal. TripAdvisor rated the #1 beach in the world is a Brazilian beach. And, in the year of the Olympics, there were 600,000 Americans that visited Brazil. 600,000. There were 1.5 million Americans that visited Jamaica. There's something wrong with that. We have to do things to kind of explore. Certainly Brazil helps the U.S. way more than the other way around. And I fly on board our aircraft often to the States and talk to all of our customers, and it's 95% Brazilians coming this way. It'd be great to kind of, explore opportunities where we can have more, people from the U.S. going to Brazil and traveling around the beautiful country that exists.
Pedro, is there anything you...
No issues from our side. We have an open skies agreement with the U.S. We've had it for many years. Copa flies to 13 U.S. destinations with Denver that started in December. So 13 destinations many times per day to most of them. So it's probably between 25 and 30 flights per day from small Panama to the U.S. There are also probably 4 or 5 airlines from the U.S. that fly into Panama. It's a long-standing, great relationship. So no real issues there.
Fantastic. I'd like to talk a little bit about the low-cost carrier model, but actually I want to ask Pedro. There's been obviously, this is a sector has been evolving a lot in the U.S. certainly, and only last year, American, United, Delta, they all launched their basic economy fares in order to compete and penetrate into this market a bit more price sensitive. Pedro, you decided, or Copa decided 2 years ago to build a new brand, Wingo. So maybe you could share a bit of the thinking of, building or creating a brand within a brand, as opposed to just
So the most important thing with Wingo were 2 things. First, to come up with a cool name, and Wingo is like a great name. I met a very successful ULCC executive who was talking about a new startup. And we were talking, and said, I wish I had come up with Wingo before you guys. So obviously a branding agency in Colombia came up with Wingo. And then get the right color. So the color is so right that your jacket and this whole room is in Wingo colors today. So I want to congratulate you all for that. It really makes me feel at home.
I did it on purpose, of course.
Of course, I know you did. So it's no better way to make someone feel good, feel at home. So Wingo was very easy for us because we had and we have a Colombian operating certificate, which is owned by a corporation called Aerorepublica that operates as Copa Colombia. So again, Copa Colombia operates with its own AOC. And so converting, it was more converting Copa Colombia into a ULCC than having to start from scratch. On top of that, Copa Colombia also operates to Panama as Copa Airlines. So Wingo is more of a planning and marketing organization. The airplanes are operated very efficiently by Aerorepublica S.A. or Copa Colombia. We remodeled, reconfigured 4 of our 737-700s in an all-economy configuration. Wingo implemented completely new IT systems, and all of their policies and procedures all independent than Copa. It's a different unit of 24 people that do all the marketing, all the planning, and again, the aircraft are operated by Copa in a very efficient way. So it was easy to start Wingo, and it has surpassed all expectations. It was meant, first of all, to reduce the losses we were experiencing in our Colombian off-Panama hub network, domestic and regional. We were losing there, and so we wanted first, and we were losing because it was there were leisure markets being served with a more expensive traditional legacy Copa product. So Wingo was the right product for those markets, and it could also stimulate the markets, of course. So that was strategy number 1, or reason number 1. Reason number 2 was for Copa Holdings to learn about the ULCC business model, to gain experience, know-how, and if this model is going to be successful in our region, to be a player, not leave it to investors and airlines from outside our region to come play in our backyard. You know how NBA teams defend their home court? So there's some home court stuff going on there also. So far, Wingo has, again, as I mentioned, exceeded expectations. It's done much better than we thought in 2017. It is not making money yet, and I don't think it'll make money this year. It didn't make money last year, won't make money this year, but it reduced our Colombian losses by 75% or so. So we're happy, and we're learning a lot about the ULCC model.
And John, talking about brands, am I right in believing that your name was decided by public contest, and the other name was Samba?
It was Samba was the other name. So Samba actually was the most voted on, but there was a public contest, but at the end of the day, David Neeleman chose Azul.
Anyway,
so it wasn't very democratic.
Wonder why.
Anyway, on the low-cost topic, I want to hear your views as well, particularly coming from both of you. I know you have been awarded with various, as I said, best airline in your regions, and you're focusing on customer experience and satisfaction. So there is often the kind of realization or the thinking that the low-cost model doesn't necessarily marry with customer service and customer experience. I know as a fact in the case of Azul, this is not right, and I was wondering whether you would share your thoughts on that.
We're obsessed with customer experience, and so every executive at Azul that flies has to talk to every single customer, do a flight report. It's very, very important. I track NPS daily in my office and kind of, what are the customers thinking? And, I think, low cost is part of your DNA. It's kind of part of who you are, and it doesn't mean that you need to necessarily scrimp on, taking care of your customers. For the first time in the history of Brazil, you can charge for bags. Okay, we couldn't do that before, and so Azul was the first one to charge for bags. So there's opportunities to kind of get that incremental revenue. But as I said before, we serve 100 cities in Brazil. Our next closest competitor is 50, 55. And so, we have a philosophy that, it's not just enough to be a monopolist in some of these markets. You got to take really good care of your customers. And so, your customers are, they come back. And in Brazil today, the corporate customer is still 65% of the travelers, right? And so, they really, really, appreciate when you take good care of them. And so, but, part of our DNA is, we have roughly, and I know for ULCC standards in the U.S., it doesn't seem, that significant, but we have 85 employees per aircraft. Our next closest competitor has 130, 140. Okay. Now the laws are different in Brazil. They don't work as our pilots don't work as many hours as they do in the U.S. And so it's maintaining that gap. And so a lot of people say, hey, there's ULCCs that are in Argentina, they're in Chile, they're eventually going to come to Brazil. You have to be prepared for that, right? And you have to be prepared for that. And so you need to always be obsessed with not only the customer experience but also the cost side of the business. And so I'm a former CFO, and so that's kind of part of where I come from. And so we're constantly focused on that because that's how you survive. And so, if you want to have an airline that's going to be here for the next 100 years, you have to be, obsessed with those two things, with the customer and with the cost structure of the airline.
So I visited these guys like a few years ago.
Yeah.
And they have a room where they're like 24/7, a bunch of people monitoring everything that impacts the customer. Check-in lines, boarding, NPS, the whole thing. So I was very impressed. So what John is saying, I can say it's totally true. And we're also very customer focused. It all starts with the employees, obviously. If you have motivated, satisfied, happy employees, then you're going to get great customer service. There's no other way around it. And I think what's confused sometimes is that customer service doesn't have to tie directly to the product. So you can be a ULCC with a very basic product or a full-service airline and still have good or bad customer service depending on your employees and the whole culture of the company. The product has to be tailored to what you're looking for in terms of customers, what you're charging, many other things that are part of the strategy. So Wingo is ULCC, but we've made a point that Wingo is going to be friendly, it's going to be cool, it's going to have great customer service, no matter if it's charging for every bag and it's charging for seats and it's charging for everything. It doesn't matter. Two separate things.
And do you think this is the focus on customer satisfaction and experience, is that increasing, or is it more necessary, I would say, today with the hyper-connected passenger and millennials and the liquid expectations from other industries? Is that more and more the focus, or?
I just think it's good business, right? It's the customer that's paying for our salaries, and it's the customers that want to travel. And a lot of times we have a lot of people in this room that are that travel often for business. And if it's a great experience, you're willing to travel more. You're willing to go out there. And so what we saw is a boom in Brazilian aviation. As I said before, it went from 47 million to 90 million. But Brazilians still travel half as much as Chileans do. half as much as Colombians do. And so, there's no reason why we can't continue to grow that market. And there's several reasons why. I think fares were too high in Brazil. They didn't have as many connected cities. But I think, obviously, in today's day and age, there's Twitter and there's Facebook, and, people are constantly giving you feedback, and good and bad, and so I think running a good airline, one thing that, we often, say inside of Azul is we're proud of the airline we built. And so, we're proud of the customer experience that we have, and I think that's, and our crew members that deliver that on a daily basis are proud of it, and so I think it makes a big difference to motivate your people, and we haven't talked about it, but, we have a lot of admiration for Copa, and we kind of go, compete on who's going to be the most on-time airline in the Americas, right? And that's really, really important to us, and so we've got South America, but he's got the Americas, and I think that's
You're
that's
number
important.
1 and 2, right?
Yeah, and so, that's something that we're obsessed with, because, you can deliver, hot meals, TVs, everything, but if you're late, your customers aren't going to like you. It doesn't matter. And so it's very, very important to run the best possible operation.
So I was going to say that customer service is great, but it all starts with a reliable airline. And on time is obviously the number one factor, on time and completion factor, not canceling flights. The service, it's much easier and better as the flight is on time. Yeah. As the flight is late or canceled, forget about service. It's almost impossible to satisfy passengers, especially business travelers and frequent travelers. So in fact, we've been the most on-time airline in Latin America 5 years in a row. Azul is number 2. Strong number 2. And we've been, for the last 3 years also, we've been either number 2 or this past year, number 4 in the whole world. The only airline in the top list is Azul. The only other Latin American airline in the top list is Azul. So obviously that makes customer service easier, because it makes the job much easier for our employees.
Let me change subject a little bit so we have time to cover various things. Last year there was an announcement by Boeing of a new middle-of-the-market airline, 797. Looking at these specifications, it might look like it could be a good addition to your fleet. What do you think? What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, Boeing calls it the NMA, apparently. Steve Hasse calls it the 797. So it's probably going to be called the 797, I would guess. And so we haven't seen enough yet about the aircraft in terms of specific operating specs, and most importantly, cost, which is obviously critical. But at least Copa, thinking about our business model of connecting the Americas and being right in the middle, there's a number of markets. We can operate almost everywhere with a 737 MAX. We start getting our 737 MAX 9s in August of this year. We have an order for 71 MAX aircraft. We can operate everywhere. But the aircraft we're reading about, this NMA aircraft from Boeing, seems to have the perfect range and capacity for the market we're serving. It's apparently some sort of a light wide body. The current wide bodies don't work for us. Mm-hmm. This aircraft seems like very interesting. So we're very, very interested in learning how much it's going to cost and if it's going to have competitive cost versus the MAX aircraft. And we could easily be a customer for the NMA.
John?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit harder for us because we're an Airbus and Embraer fleet, which maybe an Embraer and a Boeing fleet. I don't know. It's kind of how the world is moving a little bit. But I think the range of the aircraft is really, really important. As we take a look, one of the reasons why we've been able to stimulate so much traffic in Latin America and in Brazil principally is because before, people used to have to come from the northeast of Brazil all the way down to Sao Paulo, then to go up north. Right? And so people just travel less when that's the case. Imagine if you're in New York and you had to go to Denver to go to London. Mm-hmm. And that's what people are doing, and they were kind of constantly backtracking. And so we're very excited about the A320neo and the A321 because it allows us. We're now flying from the north of Brazil into Florida, with that aircraft. And so to have the range of a narrow body that can hit. Now, Pedro's extremely blessed to be in Panama because, he can kind of touch both North America and South America from a strategic hub there. But it's very, very important, and people travel more. When you bring more convenience, the right price point, people will end up traveling more, and that's how we can continue to stimulate traffic in Brazil. And again, I'm very, very bullish. I think Brazilians should be traveling just as much as Chileans do, and that's doubling the market size. And I think we can do that over the next few years.
And since you mentioned, it seems, I think it was Sunday, there was a latest press article mentioning potentially the 51% acquisition of Boeing into a JV with Embraer. I guess two-pronged question to the extent you can answer. The Brazilian government's perspective, they have been obviously opposing this. If you can share any thoughts there, and from your own point of view, what you think that might bring or not to the table.
We're very much in favor of it. It would have been easier for us if it was Airbus and Embraer, for obvious reasons, because we have those two fleets. But we're very, I think I don't want to speak for the Brazilian government, but I think it's something that would be very, very positive for the industry. I think as you look at Bombardier and you look at Embraer, they just don't have the volume that Airbus and Boeing do. And so, when you're buying a component on the aircraft, volume really matters. And that's what drives costs down. And so, they both make fantastic aircraft. We're very excited about the Embraer E2. And so, but one of the things that's very critical is continuing to drive the price down. And I think, a deal with Boeing can really help them do that and really give them more reach in the market. And take a look at Boeing and Airbus's sales force is just massive in comparison to what Bombardier and Embraer have. And so, we're very much in favor of it.
So yeah, same here. I mean, today we operate 19 E190s, 19 Embraer. The rest are Boeing, mostly 737-800. It would be great for us to have like a single Boeing fleet of Boeing E190s or Boeing Embraer E190s and NGs. But seriously, what really matters, if I was the Brazilian government, I would be all for it, all in favor of it, because what really matters is building better planes and selling more planes. And if that's what they can get with Boeing, that's going to mean more jobs for Brazil, more growth for Brazil. So all the better. For us, I think it would be great. No problem with that.
Good. Well, we have just over a minute left. Just ending on a much more informal note, I always like to ask to industry colleagues, we're all, I hope, passionate about traveling. But surely there's something you really, really don't like about your travels. And I'll volunteer. It's quite relevant to our discussion as well. I hate it when people don't smile, either on the flight or in the airport. It just, it's not a welcoming idea. Is there anything that you would say?
We're obviously very critical when we fly any airline. And so, I often tell my wife, I love flying Azul, but I'm so stressed out when I'm flying Azul because I want the experience to be perfect for everybody. But I think you can teach people to fly an airplane, you can teach people to do anything in this industry, but you can't teach people to be decent human beings. And you need to hire for that and make sure that you have people that like to be around people and that like to smile and like to really give customer service, because the airline business is stressful and there's a ton of things going on all the time. And so I think that's when people say no, when they can say yes, that drives me absolutely crazy. And that's I think that's the big thing for us is start with yes, do everything you can to kind of deliver a great customer experience.
I was actually harassed by a passenger on a Copa flight 3 days ago. I fly economy, and I get upgrades when there's space for an upgrade. So I was going to Bogota. Before closing the door, I got upgraded to 4F in business class because the business class passenger didn't show up at the last minute. The passenger sitting in the aisle seat in 4E extended his legs and would not let me go to my seat. And he said he was going to harass me until I went back to economy because it was wrong to upgrade me. And even when I told him who I was, he said, I don't care. And I said, please don't talk to me like that. Respect me. Say, I will only respect you if you're on your private jet to Bogota. So he only stopped harassing me. And obviously, since I'm Copa, I didn't want to be like what I can be, because
We don't want to see that.
You know how social media would flip it right away and would be headline, Copa CO bullies passenger. So I said, now I have to bite my tongue and let this imbecile. So he only stopped harassing me when the lady in the seat in front turned around and said, you're disturbing the peace. Would you please shut up? And he did. And then when we landed, I thought he was going to start harassing me again. No, he dashed out of the airplane really fast because, the parking lot thing, like see you in the parking lot. So he ran away. And then the lady came to me like, hey, because she was sitting with another lady next to her. How about two women defending the Copa CO, huh? So for every bad passenger, there are more than two good ones.
There you go. Well, that ended up with a smile. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome Michael Small, President and Chief Executive Officer of GoGo.
Good morning. As I think most of you know, GoGo is the in-flight internet company. What you might not know is that GoGo was founded 27 years ago to provide voice communication on business jets. The dawn of internet communications for commercial aviation also dates back quite a while to 2003, when Connection by Boeing first offered internet service to passengers on two 747s, one operated by British Airways and the other by Lufthansa. My predecessor at GoGo used to joke that it had been working for 7 years to make GoGo an overnight success. Now that I've been with GoGo for 8 years, his joke has taken on deeper meaning for me. Today, I am ready to declare that the gestation period for in-flight internet is over. Do not get caught off guard. We are at both a tipping point and an inflection point. The tipping point is that the number of connected aircraft is the number of connected aircraft. More than half of the global commercial aircraft will be broadband connected by the year 2020. The haves will soon outnumber the have-nots. The inflection point is in bandwidth. Ground-like performance is coming to aircraft in flight due to advances in antenna, modem, and satellite technology, as well as through upgrades to our air-to-ground network. This graph illustrates the bandwidth inflection point. The left curve is the bandwidth consumed by terrestrial wireless users in the US. The inflection point incurred on the ground in 2014 was the result of a combination of smartphone adoption, 4G wireless network deployments, and the proliferation of cloud computing. The right curve is the bandwidth GoGo has provided and expects to provide. The inflection point for us began late last year with the rapid deployment of our new technology, which is over 30 times as fast as what we started with 10 years ago. This new technology enables passengers to stream video in flight just as they do on the ground. We now have 600 planes equipped with it. We will double that number by the end of the year. The bandwidth gap between the air and the ground we've experienced over the last 3 or 4 years will narrow rapidly. The internet changes everything it touches, and it will now touch aircraft in flight. For aircraft operations, We've already moved beyond voice communications in ACARS. Most of our airline partners have equipped the crew with connected devices. In the cabin, flight attendants now have the name, status, and preferences of passengers and can process credit card transactions real time. Pilots get real-time weather and turbulence reporting. The next phase is IoT, the Internet of Things. Newer aircraft models have many thousands of sensors producing hundreds of gigabytes of data per flight, almost none of which is yet utilized real time. Taking better advantage of this big data will improve performance and lower costs. More flights will be on time, maintenance costs will decline. Finally, in-flight internet will enable new in-flight experiences to be created by airlines for their passengers. Please watch this video.
Right now, we are all online. Millions of us, hundreds of millions. We're reading news, watching movies, and finding that perfect restaurant. Across the planet, connectivity is woven into the fabric of our lives. So why should flying be any different? Why are we content to sit for hours on an airplane without the same experiences we have on the ground? The fact is, we're not. We believe in the power of the in-flight internet. We believe in connecting every device on every flight, everywhere. And we're bringing this vision to life. Not tomorrow, but right now. Meet Steve, a veteran business traveler. After a seminar in Denver, Steve is flying to New York to catch a flight to a parasales meeting. After takeoff, he launches the airline app on his tablet and confirms free connectivity thanks to his Premier status. He sees that his luggage is loaded, verifies his meal for the Paris flight, and downloads a report from his company's VPN. Relaxed, he orders a drink while working. A few rows back, the Baker family is excited to visit Grandma, and they're thrilled to learn that their internet usage will be 100% free, thanks to a partnership with their wireless provider. Sarah quickly discovers a brand new movie is available for streaming. Timmy plays an online game, but his attention moves to the seat back, where his mother has just launched his favorite TV show. Meanwhile, Renee, the flight attendant, sees Steve's drink order on her service tablet, along with others in business class. She delivers the orders quickly, efficiently, and with a winning smile. The flight goes without a hitch. The pilots use their connected tablet EFBs to avoid real-time weather conditions and conserve fuel. The ground crew is automatically alerted to a couple of service issues that need priority. And Steve is now on board his European flight, sending emails while streaming music through his smartphone. Soon, he'll tune into tonight's football game on his seat back. The flight attendant delivers his favorite drink as he settles in. Around him, virtually everyone on board is ordering food from their tablets, sending messages, relaxing with live TV. Basically, living their lives like they do everywhere else. After all, why would anyone expect to fly any other way? Let's go farther.
To quote the news anchor Dan Rather, if all the difficulties were known at the outset of a journey, most of us would have never started the journey. Perhaps true, but back in the beginning of my journey at GoGo, I also could not possibly have imagined all the transformative benefits to aviation of in-flight internet. I am grateful that our airline partners in the entire aviation industry has joined us on this journey. Thank you. Now, please welcome to the stage Alan Pellegrini, President and CEO, Thales USA, and Carol Hallett of Council, U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, Carol.
Here we are. Well, good morning again, and I think you may have noticed in your program that Mary Kirby was going to have this discussion with Alan Pellegrini, and Mary had a last-minute problem come up with her schedule and could not be here, and I'm the lucky one. I was selected to participate, and we're going to have a fun conversation. I really think that this is important to point out. Mary has the Runway Girl platform, and fortunately, this is all going to be covered on her platform, so we're delighted that she's still a part of the program. Now, the most important thing is to point out that I'm not going to do an introduction of Alan, but on page 84 is his very impressive and interesting bio. So if anyone gets bored of the questions that I'm asking, why, you can take a look at that instead. But in the meantime, what Alan is going to do, among other things, is to provide a kind of a deeper dive into the security program that we heard earlier this morning and some of the other discussions we've had. So I know that we're going to have plenty of time to get to all of the questions that you might think of that I will hopefully be able to ask. So with that said, I think it's time to get started. And Alan, we've just heard Michael Small, and he's been talking about connectivity, and there is so much to do these days when it relates to connectivity, and I was hoping that you could give us kind of the passenger connectivity perspective as where do you see the cyber risk, what all is going on in that arena, and if you can give us that background, then I'll give you an even tougher question to follow.
Well, thank you, Carol. Thanks for sitting in for Mary, and you did promise to ask me just very easy softball questions, so I'll hold you to that. I thought the panel this morning did a great job of talking about the ground and airport security issues that we are now facing in a more connected environment. And of course, Michael did a very nice job talking about the enormous progress that's been made in connecting passengers on board the aircraft with the success of GoGo and other companies. So what I would like to focus on is perhaps that aircraft piece, because we didn't hear too much about that this morning. And in fact, the aircraft is becoming more and more connected. Passenger connectivity is just one aspect of that. But we have to face the fact that adding a network and another server and a connection via satellite or other communication paths to the ground has increased the attack surface for potential cyber threats. That is just a fact. Now, I'd say the encouraging news in that is that hacks or intrusions or malicious actions against that passenger connectivity system could likely result in significant disruption to that experience on the aircraft and impact that passenger experience. But I wouldn't say that I'm terribly worried about it disrupting the safety of the aircraft in that particular case. So we have to be aware and very concerned of the cyber threats with an onboard system where you can create a disruption, create perhaps even a little fear with passengers. But I think the OEMs and the aircraft manufacturers and the suppliers like GoGo are doing a good job of partitioning those systems and keeping a security gap with the flight control systems on the aircraft. But we always have to be mindful of that gap. I would say, though, that while there is an enormous focus on the passenger connectivity solutions today, for good reason, you saw the growth curve that Michael showed, we can't overlook all the other aspects of how aircraft are now being connected. In-flight entertainment, of course, has been around for some time, but we also know that there's been some relatively, I'd say, high profile from a media perspective, hacks. Even one particular hacker, Chris Roberts, that boasted that he was able to gain control of the aircraft. Now, that wasn't true, but the fact is that somebody could get into an IFE system on board and perhaps send malicious messages throughout the system or take that system down is concerning. We have to look at systems that are now going on board to augment or support the flight crew operations. Let's take something like electronic flight bag. Pilots, of course, have their flight controls, as you well know as a pilot, but many pilots are now, and many airlines are equipping their pilots with iPads or other tablets that have a range of applications to augment them. Increasingly, as Michael pointed out, those applications themselves are now going to be connected to the ground. So when the pilots are expecting information, more current weather perhaps, or other information, if that is hacked into and disrupted, that can cause significant issue. And in fact, there has been one US airline that did report an attack on their iPad systems for multiple pilots, and it did cause disruption to their flights for that day. Another area that I'm concerned about, or I think we should all be concerned about, is with the evolution in air traffic management. We haven't talked about that topic a lot today, but you all know about NextGen. And NextGen is all about satellite-based navigation and positioning. It's about replacing voice links with data links. It's about things like remote towers, where you have control towers, but they're not necessarily manned by anybody in that particular location. Again, all of those are now added points for potential hacks or disruptive or malicious activity. And once again, we do have examples where those systems have been spoofed. And in fact, erroneous text messages have been able to be sent to a pilot on board an aircraft. That should all concern us very much. And of course, there's been other public identified intrusions or hacks, some of them purposeful, because more organizations are trying to penetrate their systems. Department of Homeland Security had released some information a year or so after they were able to successfully get into a 757 aircraft remotely and get into the flight control aspects of that aircraft. Those are concerning factors that we have to protect against.
Well, that's really interesting, and it leads to the next question that really deals with all of these potential points of vulnerability. That's all within the aviation ecosystem. And I hesitate to use this word, but how scary is that?
Exactly. Well, as I said earlier, I would probably use the term, I'm highly concerned. I think we should all be, not necessarily scared. Why not scared? Again, because I do think the industry itself, the OEMs in particular, the system providers are doing a good job of partitioning non-flight control related connectivity and information systems from those that are. So those that aren't. So hacks into IFE or passenger connectivity, even electronic flight bag, are probably not going to create a safety issue. But they can cause significant disruption, impact to revenue generation, of course. But we do have to worry from a safety perspective about some of those other threats I mentioned. As we move to next gen, and if there is any hacks that can distribute malicious or wrongful messages to flight crews, that can be, of course, extremely dangerous. So at this stage, I would say highly concerned is my sentiment.
That's fair. I like that better than scary.
Exactly.
But at the same time, not all of these new systems are, in fact, considered a cyber crime. And we have seen an increase in cyber crimes over the last 2 decades. So what is kind of the state of awareness in the country as it relates to cyber crimes?
Okay, good question. So, you know, as an organization, as Thales, we're involved, many of you know, in air traffic management, in avionics, in cabin electronics and connectivity. And we're also a cyber company. So for a handful of years now, we've been working hard to be part of the conversation and, in fact, increase the level of conversation on this topic. And I would say a handful of years ago, we didn't have much of it, even perhaps at events like this or others. But now we're seeing that increase. And of course, today, you've dedicated a significant part of the morning to the issue of cyber, which I consider success for this industry in the sense that awareness is increasing substantially. We see the authorities like the FAA, EASA, I mentioned Department of Homeland Security, being more active in looking at this topic in a rigorous way. We see airlines themselves. We heard from Emily this morning at United, who have appointed CISOs and are taking this topic very seriously and applying a more methodical approach to addressing the issues. There are industry organizations like the Chamber, IATA, ICAO. We sponsored a report very recently with one of the major think tanks in Washington, D.C., the Atlantic Council, focused on this topic of cyber and connectivity. So from my view, what we're seeing is a lot more awareness. The key now is how do we take awareness and turn it into real action that will protect us all?
Well, this next question is one that you have partly answered, but really, what are the threats to aviation in the physical as well as the cyber spheres?
Okay, well, again, I think that the threats can be manyfold, and they could range from, and I'll give you specific examples. There's, from an airport system side, it was talked about earlier today, but there was a very high-profile denial of service attack that happened to a European airline that basically forced them to cancel tens of flights. It cost them tens of millions of dollars as a result of that disruption. That is a very real type of threat. In the in-flight entertainment area, which are increasingly involved in revenue-based transactions for airlines and their passengers, we've seen hacks into those systems that can cause identity theft on the one hand, and also financial theft. If you're stealing transactions, you could then turn into money. Again, those types of instances don't necessarily affect the safety of the aircraft. But now when you turn to what can happen if we are getting erroneous ADS-B messages, for example, sent and positioning of aircraft is disrupted in any way by hackers, then of course the threat goes up substantially. So I think any good security policy is going to have to address that entire range of threats, from the malicious all the way to that which can cause significant safety risk to us. So we have to look across the whole spectrum, across all of the systems, and across all of the entities in the ecosystem that are now impacted by us all being interconnected.
Well, that's really interesting, and it gives me an opportunity to shift gears just a little bit in terms of what is our expectation from government in terms of assistance, collaboration, and funding, and so forth.
Okay, again, very good question. I think that personally, I would like to see government get very active in the policy setting side. I do think there needs to be less of a stovepipe, I would say, approach to this problem, where we have all various organizations in the community addressing their own specific niche, and we need a more overarching umbrella policy, which I think government can help stimulate. What I would not want to see, or I hope doesn't happen, are any knee-jerk types of legislation or policy that would adversely affect the industry, but that could happen if there is a significant high-profile cyber incident. And I think we're all hopeful that will not happen, but as we even saw a few years ago with the Chris Roberts hack of an IFE system, we did see some activity on the Hill where certain legislators were looking to get engaged in a vigorous way. That's good. But to immediately turn getting engaged into specific policy that has wide-ranging impact would be concerning without doing all of our homework. So I think it needs to be a partnership between government and our industry to come up with those policies, or perhaps even laws, that will govern how we protect from a cyber perspective.
It's an issue that just is going to continue to be with us for a long time to come, but as the CEO of Thales, you have to be looking way out in the future as well as the here and now, and I think that includes how can industry and the airlines, as well as the airports and the manufacturers, all come together to face this challenge with your involvement.
Okay, so I don't know that there's any magic to this. I fully expect that all of our CIOs or CISOs. I would expect that if I spent time talking to Emily at United, that they go through a very rigorous process of looking at their infrastructure in terms of identifying threats, modeling their systems, doing extensive penetration testing to really validate those threats. They then take on very probably active protection measures, whether that be with more rigorous access control, better authentication of users or devices. Michael talked about the fact that we're transmitting information on and off aircraft now in an Internet of Things type environment, so we need to authenticate the device that is actually sending it. And I think one overlooked area is data security. Even if there is a hack, we can still protect the data by encrypting it. I don't think that's done enough. And then the third step is monitoring, which of course for all of us from a business perspective, we operate security operations centers. Our CISOs are monitoring any disruption or abnormal patterns in what they're seeing in terms of usage of our networks. And then when they detect that, they take action to recover or remedy. What I would suggest is while all of that is pretty widely implemented and more robust from a ground network perspective, I do not think this industry has yet taken that same methodology and applied it to the aircraft itself. And that's what really concerns me. So it's not magic in terms of that methodology, but how many CISOs out there for airlines can really say, we've looked at how our aircraft are connected and we've applied that same methodology and we have a security operations system or a SOC capability to monitor that traffic to and from the aircraft, whether it's flight systems or whether it's passenger systems on board or the air traffic management systems itself, and know exactly what's going on with that traffic and can quickly detect anomalies that we need to address. I think that's the mindset shift that needs to happen, and of course it needs to happen at an overall systems level, not just Thales worrying about its systems and not just GoGo worrying about its system or the airline worrying about its airport network. All of it needs to come together.
Well, Alan, do you think that we have had a critical public dialogue on cybersecurity in aviation, particularly as it relates to and speaks to impacting the traveling public?
Well, I think obviously forums like this help considerably, at least within our ecosystem and community. I think you would all be surprised perhaps that if you just went online and Googled cyber incidents in aviation, how many would come up. And I would say generally the traveling public probably isn't so aware of that. Maybe that's okay. Again, I don't think the prevailing mood should be, I'm afraid to fly. I think the prevailing mood should be, I'm concerned and I hope the industry is taking this seriously and doing something about it. But we have to accept that it is very real and it gets accentuated by more of the aircraft being connected, especially in flight, not just on the ground. And it gets accentuated by the fact that the bad actors who would take these malicious actions are continuing to evolve, probably more rapidly than we are as defenders. And for those of you that are involved in cybersecurity and know of the traditional kind of malware, phishing, denial of service types of attacks that you face on a daily basis, add to that now that hackers have access to artificial intelligence tools that can put some of those attacks really on steroids and really impact us. So I think for any CISO, the hope is to try to stay one step ahead of the competition in this case. That is very, very, very difficult. And that's why I think we need to accelerate the actions we take now to catch up. I'm talking about the aircraft environment, and then to continue to try to stay ahead as these bad actors continue to try to wreak havoc.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me take a little different approach. 2018 has been known as the year of infrastructure, or supposedly is going to be the year of infrastructure. And I'm wondering if there is a cybersecurity link, certainly a risk, that would tie into whatever is going on in infrastructure, and particularly as it relates to cyber. How would you tie those two together, and what would you do?
Well, I would hope with any infrastructure initiative, and I hope as a citizen that we do invest in improving our infrastructure, in particular in aviation with investments in next-gen ATM, unmanned air vehicle management, as we talked about this morning with one of the panels. I would hope that our leaders of these investments and initiatives integrate cyber as an integral part of any of these projects, because I think cyber has to be looked at right from the outset and built in to this infrastructure, especially critical infrastructure like aviation. I would say personally, Carol, I'm a little less concerned about the new, meaning when we do things new and because we are more cyber aware, we tend to now include cyber thinking and protection in everything new we do. I am concerned almost more so about legacy systems, because you tend to build those, deploy those systems, and then forget about them to some extent, except to keep them running. And what we've found in our own systems at Thales from an aviation perspective is, as you'd expect, the newer systems are probably more cyber resilient than our legacy products. So I think one of the take-home messages, don't forget your legacy solutions, and we're going to have to live with our legacy systems in aviation for a long time, of course, and we need to make sure they're as secure as some of the newer products and systems and aircraft we're putting into the industry now.
Great. Well, we have 10 seconds left.
Okay.
A final word, one word, 3 words?
Well, I mean, if there was a call to action, I would say, awareness has gotten a lot better. Thank you, because you're a contributor to that with forums like this. But, okay, now let's turn better awareness into better actions. And I would hope all of us as organizations at our level and as part of a broader network are investing time and energy and good people into addressing the cyber concerns so we can continue to be safe as we travel.
That's great. Alan, thank you so much. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
Please welcome Helene Becker, Managing Director for Industrial and Consumer Airlines at Cowen & Company. Sean Kennedy, Senior Vice President of Global Government Affairs, Airlines for America. And John Luth, Chairman, President, and Chief Executive Officer of Seabury Capital and Chairman of Seabury Consulting and Corporate Advisors. Leading the discussion is Bob Crandall, former Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of AMR Corporation and American Airlines.
Good morning, everybody. We're all, we live in a world where nothing is certain. And so we're here to talk about this morning something about which we know nothing at all. The subject is the impact of Brexit on aviation. I think there is now a common consensus suggesting that Brexit will be very bad for the UK, but that it's going to take a lot of years before we know exactly how bad and where the impact will fall area by area. In terms of aviation, however, the time frame in which an impact is likely to be felt is much sooner. As you all know, our business depends on the ability to plan. And on March the 19th of 2019, or March the 29th, one or the other, in March of 2019, the UK will no longer be part of the EU. And what does that mean? It means, for example, that if you're a UK airline and you are flying within the EU or between the UK and the EU, in March of next year, your flights will no longer be covered by an aviation agreement. Now that is profound. When the panel and I sat down one day to discuss what we might talk about, one of them said, the public wouldn't expect, no matter what happens, that all of a sudden cell phone service simply won't exist. And I think the public and the business community isn't going to be very happy if, on that morning in March of 2019, all of a sudden, all the flights between the UK and the EU are not covered by an aviation agreement and therefore cannot occur. So the fact of the matter is, it strikes me that this is a sufficiently serious issue so that somebody should be doing something, and doing so at a rapid rate. The problem is they don't seem to be doing much at all. The EU and the US are in well-advanced talks to create a new aviation agreement between the UK and the US. But so far as I can see, nothing much is happening between the UK and the EU. So I don't know how airlines are going to plan their schedules for the post-March arena of 2019. I don't know how a hotel operator in southern France is going to say to a caller from the UK that wants to make a reservation, well, who are you coming on? And will there be a flight? And the guy in the UK say, I don't know. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists the same question. What, in your opinion, how are these issues going to be resolved? Do you think there will be a transition agreement between the EU and the UK? If so, when do you think it's going to be announced? What form do you think it's likely to take? And if you don't think there's going to be a transition agreement, what do you think the outcome is going to be? John?
That's a lot of questions. I think you threw one extra one in there. So clearly the issues are, I mean, there are three different bilateral relationships, U.S., U.K., that Bob talked about, and so in large measure, the developments there seem to be progressing. That's important, obviously. The EU to the U.S., that actually hasn't been fully ratified by all the EU signatories, so there's sort of a small question mark there if everything really goes poorly, exactly what happens with that agreement, because Heathrow and how Heathrow is treated was a very important element of the original EU Open Skies agreement with the US. And then finally, as Bob points out, EU to the UK. And for US carriers, the importance there, of course, is that metal flying between Heathrow or other points of cities in the UK and on, particularly for the more substantive relationships like American Airlines and British Airways, Delta and Virgin, require flying metal, generally speaking, that is almost exclusively the other person's metal, in this case the UK, so, and to far less extent other relationships. So there's impact, obviously, between Virgin and Air France, KLM, and their relations. So there are winners and losers amongst the US carriers, potentially. There are winners and losers amongst the major EU and UK carriers. And then, of course, there's this shroud of political impact the EU clearly wants to punish the UK if they do, in fact, exit, which appears to be the case at the moment. Simply because of the precedent issues. So unfortunately, as Bob said, aviation is going to be impacted. We're going to be within the 300, essentially within 1 year of when these flights are affected by, I believe the date is March 30th is the day after. So March 30th of 2018 is an important date for carriers, both US, European, and UK. It's clearly not going to be resolved in that time frame. It's clearly, in my opinion, going to go much closer to the wire. Who's going to be impacted? I think the airlines, unfortunately, are going to have to step up and take risks about what they load in the schedules. There's no easy place to otherwise hedge their bets. Frankly, the wide-body aircraft long-haul operations are substantially in excess of demand in most of the rest of the world. So and even transatlantic is looking at a 7% growth rate this year, year over year. So there's a lot of things that are going to be in the brew here. Surely there will be a transition agreement, but I think it's going to be a last minute. I don't know. That may not fully answer your questions.
Well, that's the issue, you see. Surely there'll be a transition agreement. Well, maybe so. Who's going to blink and when? Eileen?
Well, the airlines start to sell airline tickets 330 days in advance, so that's May 3rd. So we need something in place by then. My guess, best guess, is that we can revert to Bermuda too if there's no bilateral agreement. But to John's point, the loser there is Delta. What happens, to their flights because they were not a named carrier in that bilateral? A lot of flights are flown on Virgin Atlantic anyway, so maybe nothing happens and it's not necessarily a relevant point. But I think that you have, the large legacy airlines in Europe that don't want to make it that easy for airlines like Ryanair and EasyJet to continue flying into Europe. And of course, EasyJet is already set up an Austrian subsidiary, and whether or not that holds up is another big issue. So I'm sort of a pessimist about the whole thing. I don't think we're going to see a transition agreement that quickly. I think the airlines are going to go ahead and do business as usual, assuming something will happen, and just continue to sell tickets beyond March 29th of 2019 and hope for the best.
Which raises a lot of interesting legal issues, right?
Of course.
If you sell a ticket and take the money and can't deliver the service, what then?
Well, then the risk, obviously, on that side is the EU has very stringent penalties for airlines that wind up canceling flights without notice. So you have a lot of different issues that are, and I don't mean to be punny, but are up in the air, and they have to be resolved fairly quickly. And
so you think they're going to do an gunfight at OK Corral? They're going to wait till the last minute and see who blinks?
I mean, in general, I found, so I've been doing my job, I guess, for, I admit, to more than 30 and less than 40 years. And in my experience with the industry, everything comes down to the end. There's not always forethought about what happens. And this isn't a WTO issue, right? If an Italian car maker were to sell cars in the UK after Brexit and there was no agreement, okay, if there's a disagreement, you take it to WTO. Airlines can. You have EASA, that's a big question. What happens? Who's the regulator for the UK airlines? Is it going to continue to be the CAA? Will we just say, oh, well, let's adopt a Schengen agreement, and so business as usual? I mean, these things have to be answered almost line by line, and without formal agreements, to your point, you're not going to be able to have flights.
Well, I think that's right. And the point is you're raising a number of ancillary issues which will likewise be unsettled. Gene, what do you think is going to happen?
So at the end, our focus from the airline perspective is really just to advocate on what this means from a financial perspective. It's 15 million passengers a year. It's 140 flights a day. It's 1.2 billion tons of cargo. Heathrow is pretty much, if you look at the top 10 transatlantic routes, 7 of them from the US are going to Heathrow. We've made tremendous investments in infrastructure, in slots, in hiring, and that's what customers want. It's not lost on other European countries. When we do our road show and we're in European capitals, they say, that's fine, then just move your hub into Charles de Gaulle, move it into Frankfurt. So you begin by educating the Europeans on why that's not going to happen in the short term. But it's also, what's been most fascinating about the Brexit issue and meeting with other countries is you can't use traditional advocacy arguments. Normally, you can't come up with your economic stats and figures and say, this is what it means and this is why you have to do the right thing. Brexit is an incredibly emotional issue for both the UK and equally so for the European Union. And there is a strong incentive for the European Union to make sure that if Brexit gets too good a deal, other countries are going to say, I might as well leave as well. So we have been, we sort of asked UK, or the Brexiteers as you call them in the UK government, what's the pain point going to be? And they will say, there'll be no pain point. And they would dispute your statement when you say it's going to be bad for the UK. They will make an argument to say this is why it will ultimately be good for the UK. But the challenge is that there is so much emotion that is still underway between the UK and the EU. Aviation is just one issue. We spend a lot of time, as you said, everyone's going to assume that on day one of Brexit you can call from the UK to France. They're also going to assume that you can make that connection as well. Half of our traffic that lands in Heathrow continues on and goes on to continental Europe. So that's really the big part of it. We can talk about, Bermuda too raises interesting legal issues, but it means that probably we lose our legal ability to offer joint ventures and ATIs. And then routes like Charlotte weren't in there as well. I mean, Bermuda too is a completely, for us, it's inadequate because it was done in an era where where travel to Europe was simply, such a luxury and was so rare. So to answer your question on sort of what are the airlines preparing for, there will not be a transition agreement reached by May of 2018. That's clear. So we are going to be taking a vague leap of faith. Airlines are disclosing it more on websites and with the SEC on this, but there is definitely going to be an element of risk on this. It goes without saying, so we really need two agreements, as you said. UK needs to reach an aviation agreement. We think both sides are working very closely to that. It's that UK-EU one that's really much more sticky for us.
UK-EU, yes. Now, all of you are in touch with, you travel to Europe frequently. I don't do so much anymore. Do any of you think the Brits may do another referendum?
So
I'm going to let the lobbyists answer that first.
Sorry. So the vote was, there was 72% turnout, which by US standards is pretty epic. 72% turnout, I think it was 52-48. The Tory party that's leading the government right now is in such disarray, it almost makes what's happening in Washington, you almost feel sympathetic slightly. But is there enough political will to bring about another vote? I don't think that, I think it's unlikely. There are people, but to your credit, former Prime Minister Major just advocated for that a few days ago, saying that that's the only way through. It was roundly rejected by Brexiteers in Parliament. So you have to really squint hard to see how you could get enough things to line up for another vote.
The interesting question, though, is what do you suppose occurs if they cut a deal, whatever the deal may be, and they may not cut the deal until sometime after sometime, let's say October, November, December, and Parliament rejects the deal. John?
Yeah. That's there are a number of those kinds of train wreck scenarios, right? So and just by the way you've asked the question and the time frames, really puts us in for an airline that is committing its schedule, its aircraft, and so on, very far in advance. And as I said, really, there's not an obvious place where you would put the next wide-body aircraft. To be truthful, there's an oversupply in much of the market. So a few strong places, but North America has been one of the strengths in the last 5 years relative to other long-haul markets. So seeing that market disrupted, both by ultra-low-cost carriers like Norwegian launching more capacity and then having this on top of it, certainly spells a period of uncertainty is a euphemism. I think Helene's pessimism is probably well placed, if for no other reason than the timing issue, the timing and uncertainty. Even if you can see your way to a final agreement or Parliament making that approval, in airline, I think the issue is that the ultimate summit and a decision should have occurred by now. This is from. If politicians understood the airline business, they would have understood that now was the time to have finalized those agreements.
And we advocated for that, and Helene raised the point that aviation has no fallback agreement like every other industry. The Italian automobile may be more expensive because of tariffs, but it can still be sold on day one of Brexit. Aviation, it ends. The bilateral agreement ends. The challenge that we had for that period was the way that, so people have likened it to a divorce, the UK and the EU. And the first thing was, how much is the divorce payment going to be? Basically, aviation, they said nothing is settled until everything is settled. And we tried to make the argument of this is why aviation's unique, this is why you need to give us, we need to be at the front of the line, so to speak. And it was a polite, we hear what you're saying, we're sympathetic, but nothing is settled until everything is settled. And if you have a complaint, you need to bring it to the UK, because the UK is the one that initiated this divorce. So we feel the good news about all of this is Brexit vote was in June of 2016. A4A and our member carriers were in London and in Europe starting in October of 2016. And there is actually a department for exiting the EU that's been created in the UK. We met with them immediately. It was an interesting conversation because we met with a lot of Brexiteers and they all told us the same story. And they would say, Do you know what country imports more German cars outside of, within Europe? And we would gamely say, which one? They would say us, the UK. Go to a second, and therefore the Germans are not going to let this agreement fall apart. We're too important an export market. We meet with the second officer, and the second office says the same thing, third, et cetera. So we end the day, this is October of 2016, feeling fairly good. Then we go to Germany, and the Germans say, did they tell you the one about how they import all of our cars? And we said, yes. And it's true, they do, but what the Germans made clear is that the sanctity of the European Union trumps the economic argument of auto imports. And again, it brings us to, we can talk aggressively on this is why you need to be focused, and this is how many passengers are ferrying over. And that's the only argument we can make. But you are still dealing with people saying, you need to tell the UK, yes, this sounds damaging, but the UK initiated this and you need to go back to them. We go back to the UK, they tell us what we should tell the EU. So we sort of have been doing a little bit of shuttle diplomacy of sorts. The good news is that aviation, everyone realizes at this point what's at stake, and they realize the disruption that could come. If it's called a hard Brexit. If Brexit comes and there's no deal, as you were saying, everything ends, it would be disastrous. And I think that everyone recognizes that we cannot, that the Europeans and the UK both agree that they can't reach that point.
Well, let us hope so, but that simply says that at some point, before March of 2019, there will be a transition agreement because everybody thinks
correct.
The outcome of not having a transition agreement is unacceptable. On the other hand, because a lot of time is going to elapse between now and then, and I think there's no doubt that if we wait till the last minute to get a transition agreement, there will be a lot of people who don't go to a lot of places. And it strikes me that that means that there will be some substantial impact on the overall GDP of the EU. Do you agree or no?
Absolutely. I mean, when you think about it, the UK citizens travel to Germany, they travel to beaches in south of France, south of Spain, southern Spain, and so on. It's going to affect the entire economy, not only of the EU, but of the UK as well. And then the UK becomes more isolated, or becomes isolated. I mean, it's a whole disaster. And I think, this was such a passionate issue for the Brexiteers and for all of the UK. And nobody thought about aviation and what happens with, air flights. Everybody just assumes, oh, well, air, we get to fly wherever we want. And this could have a disastrous effect on not only the EU and the UK economy, but, also other economies that are dependent upon tourism. Around the world. I mean, as more and more people, get more and more wealthy, they travel after they, own their cars, their houses, their whatever, electronics. The next thing they do with their money is travel, and initially it's local, and then regional, and then international. And so it's a whole huge issue for everybody to think about. And, I just think that as politicians, to Sean's point, as politicians think about aviation, it's just, yeah, whatever. And I know you're probably not hearing that, but as an observer, it seems like that's what they're doing. They're just kind of saying, oh yeah, aviation, don't worry. We have a year, we'll sort it out. And we don't really have a year, because not only do we have the May 3rd deadline, we have the April schedule for this year, the October schedule for next year, which John brought up. And when people think, okay, I'm going to plan my trip, I mean, just think about it. Most people aren't like us where we travel all the time. They save up all year for their one big vacation. And they're going to go on the website and they're going to see you may not be able to travel to the UK after March 29th, 2019. So they go, well, okay, I'm not doing my big vacation to someplace I might have to cancel at the last instant, so I'm just going to go fill in the blank elsewhere. And that should be harmful to the UK, and obviously the other.
I would think so. So in all of this, is it inevitable that Heathrow gets to be less important, John?
Well, to answer that question, you have to know what that deal is. So you have to assume that Brexit occurs, right? So if under that assumption, the big issue is where the UK, EU end up in allowing frequencies between the UK and the EU. who's got the stronger position? I would have thought the EU, simply stated. It's pretty obvious. And there's been I think anyone in the room who knows anything about aviation knows there's been a lot of envy about London being the world's financial capital. Well, it's also been essentially, for all intents and purposes, certainly for that part of the world's gateway. So the idea of sharing that pie a little bit more, just like there's a strong lobbying effort to move a lot of financial services jobs out of London to other places in the world, which is, by the way, is occurring already. So the analogy would be moving more frequencies out of Heathrow and other places. That isn't happening. I'm not suggesting it will happen in the near term. But you have to then say, how does that dynamic play out in a world where the EU really doesn't want to make exit easy, to Sean's point? And one would have thought that in a bilateral negotiation where one party has strong interest to not see a favorable outcome for the other, that it's not going to look pretty. And just on the point of economic impact, so we do a lot of that work. We do a lot of advisory work for airports, particularly in the U.S., but elsewhere in the world. And part of what we do is help both the airports justify to the municipal government, state government, or their government where they're located. And it's a pretty straightforward set of relationships between air travel capacity frequencies and not just tourism, but business. And so the idea that there would be very little impact on the UK in particular, and possibly to a far less extent, I would think, on the EU, by any disruptions on a sustained basis, I think is very naive. The math is very straightforward in terms of relationship between air service and GDP activity.
Brexit, hard Brexit or soft Brexit, is definitely going to be disruptive. Well, the thing that British politicians get, in my mind, it's an island. I mean, it's a damn island. So if you cannot leave said island on a plane, if that's the first thing that people see of what Brexit means to them, there'll be something approaching riots. Every British politician, be it Brexit, pro-Brexit, Remain, etc., they get what the stakes are on that part. So we are encouraged that I don't think that they would do anything if that is the best way to show that Brexit was a failure, and I don't think that anyone wants to see that happen.
I think there's a whole bunch of people that would like to see Brexit perceived as a failure pretty soon.
Yes, but I don't see that it would be such a tangible example of why it was unsuccessful that I think that they would be forced to concede things perhaps that they didn't want to do just in order to maintain it. As far as what should customers do, again, this doesn't affect the honeymooner that's planning their trip to Paris is going to fly direct, more than likely. It's those folks that are doing those connections that through London where it becomes an issue. But we still are urging folks to book because we think at this point everyone continues to say that this needs to be addressed. We spent all of 2017 focusing on why this is important. We've got that. So every European country and the UK say to us, we get it. So that is something that I think will be addressed when there's a transitional arrangement. The sticky part is just going to be how late is it going to take? I think there'll have to be a transition agreement. I think that they'll reach the transition agreement late. One issue that we haven't even really played with is that if there is a transition agreement that allows the UK to stay in the EU, that has to be adopted by every member of the EU. That becomes tricky just because any country now has sort of a veto power. You have Spain, which has had 100 years conflict with the UK over a little rock known as Gibraltar and who owns it. So those issues could suddenly come back up.
In a legal sense, I suppose the transition agreement amounts to a new aviation agreement.
Yes.
As a practical matter.
It would be, and the other countries would have to sign off on that.
Yeah. And you're not going to get 27 people signing off in 3 months.
Well, as I said, they haven't approved the U.S. Bilateral yet. I mean, the open skies.
I beg your pardon, say again?
Not all the signatories have signed off on the U.S. EU.
Yeah. Helene?
And that was 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and that's been like a decade. Yeah, I think it's really, I hear what Sean is saying, and I don't disagree intellectually. But again, I come back to it was an emotional issue, and I think the EU, and I think one of you guys said this before too, the EU is looking to punish the Brexiteers for leaving, and I don't think they're going to make it easy for any of the UK airlines at all. And I agree, obviously, if you're going from New York to Paris, you avoid that. But and the airlines are very resilient, and they will move capacity. That's the beauty of an airplane. If you build a hotel in London, you can't pick it up and move it. But if you're flying to London and there's this issue and we don't know what's going to happen, okay, so you go to Brussels to connect, or Frankfurt, or Paris. The issue is they're going to have to increase capacity. And you're doing it at a point in time where you need to, agree that you can have those flights and blah, 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 just to make the connections for that reason. And I think from a US-centric point of view, you get to choose where you go and make those connections. And okay, so maybe this isn't the year for, fill in the blank, Morocco or Croatia or someplace where you have to connect. Maybe this is the year for Iceland because you can get there nonstop, or you can get to places over Dublin or the other countries that we chatted about. You can go to South America. So maybe this is like the year, or 2019 will be the year where people think about other vacations. And I still think there's going to be a huge economic impact. And I think I agree with John and Sean that it's going to be a sort of last instant, 12th hour. Is that the right?
Well, I think so. When we started on all of this, talking about this, I had hoped the three of you would tell me that I was nuts and we were going to have an early transition agreement. Because it strikes me, based on what you all think and what I think, that we're going to have a pretty profound discombobulation of the aviation structure in the late fall of 2018 and the early spring of 2019. A lot of people aren't going to go where they otherwise would have gone.
You recall that, everyone here remembers sequester in the US, and when the FAA started doing ground stops as a result. Sequester was supposed to be a painful exercise that would affect every agency equally. And Congress, after those ground stops began, Congress passed legislation in about 4 days, which in this era is a modern speed record that exempted basically the FAA from that sequester. We tell that story a lot because air travel, of all the functions of government and of all the ways, all of many things that the Brexit folks need to figure out, aviation is one of the most central ones that people inherently get. 50% of the UK population has flown in the past year. They get it, and so the stakes are high on both sides. The stakes are very high. On the other hand, some of the core problems. If you're going to have a transition agreement, I think it is a given the UK is going to have to buy into the European Court of Justice, and that's sort of the key. That's the reason we want to get out of the EU, because we don't want the European Court of Justice telling us what to do. Now they're going to keep telling you what to do, and you have to subscribe to the EU safety organization, right? But they're going to keep telling us what to do. So now
Bob, I thought we were supposed to end on a positive note.
Now we're going to be a passive thing. I've never believed in positive endings, John. It always seems to me like the most unique observation about this. It wasn't very long ago, and I'm not sure who said it, but it was some smart guy wrote down. He said, a government that deliberately undertakes a course of action that it knows to be adverse to its country's economy will be badly judged by history. Yeah. So I think, my own opinion is, there's a pretty good chance the Brits are going to try to take another vote. We'll see what happens. Any other thoughts? Nope. Any thoughts from the audience? Anybody going to tell us what's actually going to happen? Okay, guys. Carol?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Crandall, you're always great. Thank you, panel. You were terrific. And I hope you've all enjoyed the morning and the good speakers. And we're now going to take a break. And please enjoy yourselves for simply 30 minutes. If you would be back in your seats at 12:30, we will start eating. So that's my only mandate for the moment. Please be back at 12:30. And don't leave your things on the table. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly.
All my bags are packed, ready to go. I'm standing here outside your door. I hate to wake you up to say goodbye. But the dawn is breaking, it's early morn. The taxi's waiting, he's blown his horn. Already I'm so lonesome I could die. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. I'm learning to fly around the clouds, but what goes up must come down. I'm learning to fly. I'm learning to fly.
Please welcome Suzanne Clark, Senior Executive Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for joining us today for the 17th Annual Aviation Summit. What an outstanding morning we've already had. You know, each time I come to one of these summits, it's better than the year before. And that's largely because of the hard work. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to see so much energy in the room. I'm going to take that as a great sign about how the summit is going so far. So welcome back. We're delighted that you're all here. I was just going to comment on the fact that this is the 17th annual Aviation Summit, and every year it seems to get bigger and better. And that is a real credit to Carol Hallett. You know, when she first became a counselor at the Chamber 15 years ago, she took what was a small annual event and built this out of it. It's a real testament to her work. One of the things the Chamber is the most proud of is our ability to convene diverse audiences. Just today, we're having an event on small business lending with the CFPB's Mulvaney and with the Small Business Administrator. We're having a big event at the building on the opioid crisis and what to do about it. And we have this large event happening here. We can't think of a more important gathering and something that touches business as closely and as importantly as aviation. So to have leaders from Congress, from business, from embassies, from think tanks all in one room is fitting. We hope that by coming together, you're able to network, share ideas, and build a stronger case for this crucial industry. As I said, we know how important this industry is to our economy and critical to the functioning of businesses of every size and sector in the United States. This is an industry that supports millions and millions of jobs, billions of dollars in trade and investment, and we know what a difference it makes in every person's lives. Those of you who are regulars at this lunch know that we like to recognize a leader in the aviation sector who's made a particularly meaningful impact, and fittingly, we do that with the Carol B. Hallett Award. I want to say just a quick word about Carol Hallett and this year's recipient. I've gone completely off script just to make all of the staff nervous. But you know, both Carol and this year's recipient are wonderful friends, wonderful role models, and to a lot of the women in this room have exemplified for a long time who we want to be when we grow up, not just as professionals, but as human beings. And it's a real pleasure to see them together at this event. So to present this year's award, I'd like to introduce Dave Bronczak of FedEx. He is a classic American success story. He started with FedEx right out of college as an hourly employee, and today serves as President and Chief Operating Officer. In his many years as an executive at FedEx, Dave has helped his company reach new heights. He's represented FedEx in a variety of industry and community roles, including in the realm of aviation. For example, he was named chairman of the Next Gen Advisory Committee at the FAA, which fosters industry collaboration on air safety and air traffic management. He is a current member of the International Air Transport Association Board of Governors, having previously served as chairman. He also serves as Director of Airlines for America and is on the Board of Governors for the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. Dave is also a longtime friend of the Chamber, and we're very grateful that he's made a return appearance to join us here today to present this year's Carol B. Hallett Award. Please join me in welcoming Dave.
Thank you very much. And yes, it's hard to believe, but it was a year ago that I was here, and it was T. Ellen McCarter's award, if you remember, if you were here. I actually thought it was about a month ago. It seems that way to me. Anyways, can I have Tom Donahue? Where's Tom? Tom, can you stand up for a minute? I'd like for everybody to give Tom a really great round of applause. No, really, Tom. Done such a great job leading this organization. It's been really a tremendous leadership. I'm actually thrilled to be back here again, and we were laughing back there at how fast time changes and how many things change in that period of time. But I'm thrilled to be here, and it's great to be talking about the strength and the success, of course, of the U.S. aviation industry and the aviation industry around the world that we all participate in. As you know, Carol B. Hallett has been a pivotal leader and a strong advocate for aviation in our day. She's been a trusted advisor to the U.S. Chamber and an inspiration to so many of us in this room. And I just talked to Carol back there, and she's still going strong, and she's feisty as ever. Makes sense, of course, then, to honor her work and her leadership by recognizing others who have left an indelible mark in the aviation industry with the Carol B. Hallett Award. Of course, this is the 10th year, if you can imagine, that it's been in existence. That's amazing. It was just a few years ago that the FedEx chairman and founder, and of course my friend and boss, Fred Smith, won this award. And I can tell you that after talking to him this morning, He counts this as one of his great achievements and one of his greatest awards that he's ever received. So today I'm honored to represent FedEx as the sponsor of this year's award and to introduce the 2018 recipient, Marion Blakey. Now, Marion joined the Rolls-Royce North America board as the chairman 2015, which she still holds, and she, of course, by now you know, is retiring in June. She previously served as the president and CEO of Aerospace Industries Association, where she led the advocacy for aerospace and, of course, the defense industry. From 2002 to 2007, where probably most of us got to know Marion, she served as the administrator for the FAA. I see Michael Huerta sitting out here today. Hello, Michael. Where she operated, of course, the world's largest traffic control system and remains that to this day. Before that, she served as the chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board and the U.S. Department of Transportation National Highway Safety Administration as well. Now Marion serves on quite a lot of boards. She's on the Alaska Airlines board, where she is the chairperson for the Safety Committee, the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum board as well. So I'd like to personally thank Marion. She's been a dear friend and a confidant, and we've known each other a lot of years, for all of her leadership, her charisma, her tenacity, her love of the aviation industry that all of us in this room have. So without further ado, I'd like to bring out Marion Blakey.
When that stops being the case,
You have.
then they're going to be somewhere under there.
You
on
have.
mine.
You have this.
All right, good. Do you want us to take this? That would be great. Ah, what fun. How lovely. My goodness. Oh, and just a moment, if you all will, a quick public service announcement. Will the owner of the red Tesla convertible, license plate Space Rider, please contact valet parking back here? They seem to have misplaced your vehicle. Guys, I think we found it. What do you think? You know, I have to admit, it's such fun being up here and so wonderful to be here with friends. I'm extremely honored to be here today to accept the Carol B. Hallett Award. And Dave, that was such a gracious introduction. Thank you. It is an honor, an extreme honor, to receive an award with the ambassador's name on it. Ambassador Hallett has been both a friend and a colleague for years, and I have to admit, I'm very proud of the fact that she recently served on the Rolls-Royce North America board for a number of years. Ours is a relationship that I really cherish. It's both humbling and gratifying to be recognized among this distinguished group of friends. Many of you are longtime friends. And some of you have probably heard that I'll be retiring from Rolls-Royce in June. It's been a fantastic experience, and I'm very proud of our contributions to the aerospace industry. At the same time, I'm going to continue to fulfill my board responsibilities and be a part of this great community, I hope. But it will be nice to have just a little breathing room. That said, I can't tell you how exciting I am to contemplate the future we have right now in aviation. Now, of course, the reference I made to the SpaceX launch of the Tesla was just in jest, But it really does provide another great example of how far and how fast we're going in flight. And there's so many examples. We heard a little this morning, of course, about what's going on in autonomous flight. CEO of Uber said just a week ago or so that he sees common commercial use of flying air taxis in the next few years. That's pretty extraordinary. There'll also, of course, be a few logistical issues to work out. I speak from the FAA vantage point. Managing the airspace, developing comprehensive safety standards that our flying taxis are going to adhere to. But the exciting thing is the technology is there. Some say the golden age of flight was the 1920s, 1930s. Right now, we're entering the golden age of electrification in flight. And this has the potential to completely disrupt the future of global transportation. We're fundamentally changing the way we power aircraft. And at Rolls-Royce, of course, we're at the forefront of that capability. But guys, electrification is a game changer. Future powered by electric propulsion will be significantly quieter, cleaner, and less expensive. And not only will this change long-distance travel, as you can imagine, but it also has the potential to really change things on the regional front as well, and make it much more competitive with ground transportation. When you think about the idea of reduction both in air and noise pollution, regional airports are going to be able to move much closer to the big centers of commerce, and that's going to make it possible to have faster, cheaper air transportation than ground transportation. You can tell I'm an aviation buff. Another transformative technology that I just want to mention is in the area of digitalization. This is playing an increasing role in aviation. By the end of this year, Rolls-Royce is going to have collected 70 trillion data points from our in-service fleet. And we're using the diagnostic data to be sure we're providing world-class service to our customers. But the future state? The future state is even more exciting. Last month, we announced our intelligent engine vision, which is an engine that's connected, contextually aware, and get this, comprehending. Digital technology will actually make an engine that can self-diagnose, understand its environment, and communicate to the airline all in real time, responding immediately to changes in the operating environment. And I can tell you, as an industrial technology company in all of this, we'll increasingly be working with the digital natives. By that I mean the Microsofts, the Amazons, and companies none of us even know the name of yet. But it prompts the question, who's going to lead? Who's going to follow? And what combination is going to get us the best advances for aviation as a whole? I'll stop there. You can tell that I am passionate about aviation and quite excited about the future as I see it. I can't wait to see how it all evolves as we continue to push the limits of what's possible. Thanks so much. Thanks for this wonderful award. Have a great afternoon.
And now, please welcome Gary Kelly, Chairman of the Board and Chief Executive Officer of Southwest Airlines. Leading the conversation is Scott McCartney, journalist for the Wall Street Journal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here with you. Gary, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks for being here.
I wanted to start a little bit looking backwards and then look forwards. But you joined Southwest in 1986, I believe.
I did.
I think it was about the same time as you were taking the 737-300, and that's an airplane since left the fleet. But the industry has obviously gone through unbelievable upheaval and change. Southwest is roughly 10 times the size it was then in terms of revenue passengers, planes, or employees. So over the last 3 decades, what surprised you the most about air travel in the United States?
Yeah, you know, when I started, we had 5,000 employees in about 60 airplanes. And to your 10x point, we'll end this year with 750 airplanes and have today almost 60,000 employees. So it's been very dramatic change. And, you know, when you ask me a question like that, I can't help but reminisce that when I first started at Southwest, it was literally the 15th anniversary. And you know what a celebratory environment it is at Southwest, so everybody was having a great time, and I was thinking, man, I am so sorry that I missed all the fun growth, you know, through the first 15 years. And it's just hard to be at a point in time and look forward and envision how the world could change. So I think, yeah, it's just been remarkable to see how air travel has grown over that 30-year time period, and how the infrastructure around it has, for the most part, really grown to support that. We've been able to build a lot of airports around the country in that 30 years' time. But yeah, again, knowing what a volatile industry it has been over 30 years, and before that, just to see the success of Southwest is something that I'm very proud of.
If you could go back and do it over again, what would you change?
Well, it is, you know, it's such a high technology industry. And I think through the first 2 to 3 decades in retrospect, you know, we underinvested in technology, and we're catching up there. One of the do-overs I wish we had is when we had Y2K, we had the opportunity to upgrade our reservation system then. And as everybody here probably knows, it was only last year, after having a reservation system, that Herb and Bob Crandall made a deal on back in the late 1980s that you know, we had changed reservation systems. So it served us very well during that intervening time, but it just didn't have the capabilities for us to continue to evolve our business model. So I think that's the biggest thing, but otherwise, you look at the route selections that the company made, we've been very successful there. There are very few markets that we've had to exit. We stuck with the Boeing 737. I don't regret that for a minute, and in fact, quite the opposite. So it's for the most part, it's been a great success story.
With the res system, it's interesting. Would you have gone international earlier if you had done the red system at Y2K?
No, I don't know that it was just the reservation system that made for a lot of work for us to prepare for international. And also, we were very focused, and still are, on trying to do the things that we're built for and that we're really good at. And we were an all-domestic airline. There were plenty of opportunities for us to continue to pursue without getting into the complexity of international markets. So, you know, somewhere around the 2010, 2015 time period, I think it would have been time for us to really focus on international. In fact, you know, so that's when we launched, which was 2014.
2017 was a year of really major initiatives, as you mentioned, the red system and, right, and the introduction of the 737 MAX. This year, taking a breather, sort of. But what are your goals for this year besides getting that Waikiki tan with Hawaii?
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Well, it's really been a tough period since 9/11 for the industry. There was really a lost decade after that. So it's only within the last 4 to 5 years that the industry has really, you know, gained a lot of traction. And we were profitable throughout, but we still had a lot of challenges to overcome. So certainly for the last decade, we've had one deployment of significant change after another, after another, after another. And this is a year that, like you said, it's somewhat of a breather for our people, just in terms of thinking about change management. So I would like for us to really perfect the changes that have gone into effect over the last several years, focus on the basics, the reliability of our operation, the hospitality of our customer service, and really focus on keeping our costs under control. Certainly, corporate income tax reform helps in achieving that third goal. Hawaii is an initiative for this year. It is a lot of work for us, but as you pointed out, new reservation system is a gigantic effort. We'll get the ETOPS work and the Hawaii work done and hopefully be flying there this year. But it's a year to really focus on the basics and perfect a lot of those changes that have gone into effect over the last decade.
So we're here in Washington with a transportation secretary who served a long time on the board of a major airline and a president who once owned a small airline and made a tender offer for AMR that Bob Crandall fought off. How do you see the climate today for airlines in Washington? Do you think government will be focused more on airlines than on travelers?
I think it is absolutely improved, and we still have an excessive aviation tax burden and still overburdened with regulations, but obviously we're beginning to move in the right direction there. So there's still a lot of work to do. And you pick the topic, there's any variety of challenges that we can talk about that need to be addressed. But yeah, I think it's a more favorable business climate right now. The tax reform is evidence of that. And it's a very meaningful change for transportation and certainly within that airlines. But just as one quick example, if we were to put a chart behind me that showed that the corporate income tax burden or the effective tax rate, industry sector by sector, you would find that transportation was the highest. And so this levels the playing field with the tax reform between transportation and other industry sectors. That's very, very helpful and obviously makes the U.S. more competitive around the world. So that's very welcome and a great down payment on a more favorable business climate.
Mm-hmm. One issue that I know is important to Southwest is the ability to sell your tickets where you want and not be required to make schedule and fare data available to all channels and third parties. Talk about why that's important. Do you think schedule and fares should be public information available to anyone or not?
Well, I think there's a couple of issues there. First of all, I don't think any of us want the government mandating how a company should do business and who you should do business with. You can imagine, any one of you can imagine if it were statutory that you had to do business with a certain company, your ability to negotiate cost and service is completely out the window. It's just extraordinary to think that that would even be suggested. For us selfishly, we built our brand over 48 years now, as you see it today, developing a direct relationship with our customer. We don't want to go through an intermediary. And now if you look at the way the industry has evolved over the last 10 years, where some airlines have unbundled their product in terms of features and attributes that could be paid for separately. We don't do that. If you then try to put it on a website and you only list the base fare, that's not even close to explaining the whole story. So we need customers to come to southwest.com, which is one of the most successful travel sites in the world. We want to be able to explain that we don't charge for the first 2 bags, that we don't have change fees, that we have the most generous frequent flyer program, that we have a fantastic and lucrative credit card, and then be able to merchandise to our customers other ancillary products like rent cars, hotels, cruise lines. You know, if you make Levi's jeans, you don't want to be forced to sell your jeans to just anyone or through anyone. So yeah, it's really important to us, but it should be important to any company out there, the notion that the government would force you to do business a certain way. We ought to be free to do business however we want.
So since we brought up bag fees, we've done this a few times, and I always ask, are bags flying free forever on Southwest?
Forever is a really long time, Scott. They'll be free as long as I'm the CEO. So, and I hope that's a long time. It's probably not forever. But, you know, it really works for us. Customers don't like it. They don't like the fees. There's nothing evil about a business model that way. We love having the contrast, and it works for us. One of the analysts, which I thought was really, you know, I used to be the CFO years ago and did a really clever revenue analysis that I'd never really looked at or heard of before. And he looked at the revenue per square foot of the airplane. And guess who came out on top? It was Southwest Airlines. So we're prosperous, we're profitable. I also learned over the weekend, by the way, that our stock was the #1 performer of the S&P 500 over the last 5 years. So the financial aspect of the business model works. It's more customer friendly. Our brand rankings are very high. Why in the world would we change? So absolutely no thought of charging for bags.
Okay. The culture of Southwest has always been so important to the company. We used to hold out GE as a model of corporate strategic excellence because it was so analytical and focused on winning battles. But I think what really sets successful companies apart is if they have a mission that everyone can suit up for, a cause. Southwest as the underdog fighting for freedom to fly where you want, that worked for a long time. Now you're the big guy. Does it still work?
It works. Well, it's hard for me to argue to anyone that we are an underdog. We have a very robust route system. We carry more customers in the United States than anybody else. We have an unprecedented profitability record. We've never had a furlough. We've never had a layoff. I'm not going to try to convince anybody that we are an underdog. What our people are very passionate about, though, is that they love Southwest Airlines and they love serving our customers. And we have testimonials that flood into my office every single day with just very heartwarming stories. So what is interesting to me is if I go back to the 1980s, where Southwest was referred to routinely as the no-frills airline, people don't think of us that way any longer. And I will admit to you that we probably rely less today on being rock bottom low cost and as much or more on very warm and friendly customer service. So our purpose in life is to connect people to what's important in their lives. And we do that with friendly, reliable, and low-cost air travel. And that's what we rally around, and that's what we recognize, that's what we reward, that's what we celebrate. If we have time at the end for a fun story, I'll try to resurrect one, but that's a powerhouse combination. If you can offer the best service at the lowest price, you will win, and that's what we strive to do.
And as you approach the 50th anniversary, can you stay low cost or low enough cost?
Absolutely. You know, that's the interesting thing about the airline industry is I don't know that there's such a thing. You know, Herb always joked about critical mass. If you achieve critical mass, you blow up. So I just take him at his word. I guess he knows what he's talking about. But there, you know,
He may have been talking about cigarettes.
There's no telling. But you know, there are opportunities to pursue improved asset utilization and employee productivity, which of course are hallmarks of Southwest Airlines. And again, we don't have all the technology tools that we could use in order to pursue those goals. So I do think Southwest is doing really well now, and we've got plans for deploying more technology over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years that will simply make us better. So that will be our means of maintaining our low cost. We've relied very heavily on fleet modernization over the last 5 years to help keep our costs under control, and it's just worked marvelously. So I think we have a lot of opportunities still ahead of us.
One of the great plays in, I think, the history of American business were the fuel hedges that you bought for change the industry for about a 10-year period. Do you still hedge?
We do. We do, and it's a philosophy and one that, you know, I'm a small-time rancher from a Texas family, and we buy rainfall insurance. where you're not hoping that it doesn't rain. But in the event that the crop doesn't come through, you've at least got some coverage there. And that's what fuel hedging is. And it doesn't make sense, in other words, to get rainfall insurance one year and not stay with that over an extended period of time. And again, that's the same analogy I would make for fuel hedging. So we've been doing it consistently for over 25 years. And we're not intending that it's a profit center in and of itself. But if you look back at the spike that was taking place in the early 2000s and then, you know, the awful year that the industry had in 08, that's all you need. One time, 25 years, and we were more than just solvent. We were able to sustain our growth plan, not furlough any employees, essentially launch Denver service. We're the #1 airline serving Denver today, and in large part I would attribute that back to our fuel hedging success. So yeah, we continue to do that. We use different techniques today, but the same philosophy applies today just as it did 15 years ago.
As you approach 60,000 employees, we touched a little bit on culture. I'm curious how you've been able to sustain or change the kind of folksy, kitschy culture of Southwest. How have you had to change that?
Well, it has to go on your calendar to spend time with your people. And then there's just an array of activities that people enjoy. So there's a State of the Union address with our nation, and we have what we call our rally season, which is the month of February. So we have 4 events around the country and bring our employees together and share a message, and then share a libation afterwards. So it's just an example of that. But again, hearkening back to when I first started with the company, 5,000 employees. Every year, Herb got that question, as you know, how are you going to sustain the culture when you get to 10,000 and 15,000 and 20,000? And what's interesting to me, having a videotape over 32 years now, is that it really builds upon itself. In that we have people lined out the door that want to join the company. And they are so enthused when they do get that call, and they're the ones that help keep that culture alive. And then you have to be a champion too. It's hard to have a strong culture if you're always in last place. So that's just another element of the culture, and our folks are really good. And they're well compensated, they've got job security. It's just a lot to be grateful for, quite frankly, and that's what we talk about. Is gratitude and service and civility and all of those kind of really basic things. And our employees buy into that, and the culture just continues to be very, very strong.
Is it any different with millennials?
I just hate to generalize about people, period. So I will admit I don't like that term. There is a 60-plus-year-old versus a 20-something. Yes, there's a different perspective on life. So I think differently today than I did 40 years ago, and I think we would be remiss if we didn't recognize that young people just think a little bit differently. So yeah, I think we have to be mindful of the challenges that they seek, the kind of feedback that they are yearning for so they can continue to grow. They want to be well compensated. They want to have work-life balance. All those are very healthy things. But again, we're very invested in individuals and in people. It's a fun place to work. I mean, for a young person, it's fantastic. And a lot of people join us and stay for a career. And so I think it's just, again, a testament to what a great company it is.
So let's look ahead 5 or 10 years. What do you see for Southwest, and what do you see for the airline industry in general?
We've had so much change, again, as a reference point, over the past 10 to 15 years. Over the next 5, I don't see that kind of change. I like the product that we have. We have a line of sight to deploying better technologies and better tools to better complete the mission that we have. I see us sticking with the 737. I think, again, based on a fleet of 750 airplanes, I think there's a potential for us to grow by 500 more. It may be a generation, but no thought of changing our equipment. North America is what we have in our sights. We're launching service to Hawaii, as we talked about earlier. We don't serve Alaska, Canada, and certainly don't serve all the Caribbean or Mexico or even some of the South American opportunities that we have. So probably 50 more destinations that we could add to the route map. So there'll be a pursuit there. We'll want to continue to keep our costs under control, service levels high, and take very good care of our people. So I think right now, if knock on wood, if things continue, hopefully we can just continue to play this out over the next several years. I would quickly add, I think every company needs to always mentally be prepared to reinvent itself. And so the tension here is to balance what I just said about this view that we have some stability against, at some point, we're going to need to be ready to be bold and to move and to reinvent. We've demonstrated to ourselves that we can do that, and I think the art of this is knowing when we need to move aggressively in that direction. I just don't feel like it's going to be over the next 3 to 5 years.
Can you sustain the same rates of growth? And do you think the industry can sustain the kind of growth that's been talked about?
Well, I think there's two constraints to growth. I think that people want to travel, and an airline like Southwest, as you pointed out earlier, has made travel affordable to the masses. And I think we're all very proud of that at Southwest. So I believe that demand will naturally continue to grow, and it'll grow dependent upon what the price is. It's a very price-sensitive service or product. I'm worried about capacity on the ground to support that, as in airports. I'm worried about capacity in the air, as in the air traffic control system. For the most part, the capacity on the ground can be met, and it is being met. There are isolated examples of constraints, Washington, D.C. being one, but for the most part, money, concrete, a little elbow grease will fix that. And we've built airports all over the country to attest to that. We have $100 billion worth of airport projects underway right now. So every reason to believe that there's a path forward to meet the capacity needs in most places. Air traffic control, I feel differently. They made me take my iPhone out of my pocket, but if I pulled it out and I said, you saw the uproar last year when I got an iPhone 6, it slowed down, there was all this complaining with Apple. Nobody expects that their phone this year is going to be worse than the one that they had 5 years ago. You demand that it's better. Why would we be happy with flight times that take longer and longer and longer to complete? So I am really concerned about the capacity in the air, and I don't see that we are on a path where that will be met. That's what we need to work on.
Let me ask you a little bit of a personal question. It's often been said that you don't want to be the person who follows a legend in business or in sports. I grew up in Boston. Whoever played left field after Ted Williams faced a lot more pressure at the Red Sox, right? So you had a brief buffer with Jim Parker for 3 years as CEO, but essentially you followed Herb. How did you sort of separate yourself out of the smoke cloud after Herb, and how have you approached being CEO mindful of how Herb did it?
Well, you can't avoid the smoke. Just talking about gratitude, it is a blessing beyond measure to have worked for Herb. And so, I do get that question occasionally as if it is a burden for me. It's the opposite. I don't think people realize what a treasure it is to work for somebody like that. And fortunately, we've maintained a wonderful relationship that's only gotten stronger as the years have gone by. We want to make him proud. And he's told me he is proud of how Southwest has continued to grow and prosper. But I think, in fairness to your question, everybody has to, as a leader especially, you have to believe in the people around you. You certainly have to believe in yourself and just be humble enough to know that you're dependent upon all of them to work together as a team. And in any event, you have to be yourself. You can't be something that you're not. But we are far better off by having Herb in our lives at Southwest and in our country than not, and that continues. He's a great friend. He's a great mentor. As everybody here knows, he loves Southwest Airlines. He loves the business. He's very deep in how he manages. And one wonders, well, what is it like then to relinquish the day-to-day responsibility as a CEO and then as a chairman? And I just marveled at how he was able to do that and still do his job and, you know, provide the right counsel and coaching at just the right time. So it's been a blessing to work for Herb.
Good. Well, I think we're out of time. Gary, thank you very much.
Thank you,
It's been
Scott.
a pleasure.
Thank you all very much. Well done.
Please welcome Kevin McAllister, Executive Vice President of the Boeing Company and Chief Executive Officer of Boeing Commercial Airplanes. In conversation with Tom Donahue, President and Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Good to see you, Tom.
Got it, man. Well, I've been working on this all day. You ready?
I'm ready, Tom.
First of all, I want you to join with me in welcoming Kevin. They told you all about his jobs at the Broad Company and then running the whole commercial aviation business. And he's been very busy, and you know, few of you guys have to buy a couple airplanes to make this thing work. Yeah. But Kevin, we appreciate you coming to do this. We appreciate your willingness to take on some challenging questions that'll help people here. And so let me start. As a manufacturer of today's airplanes and a planner and thinker about tomorrow's airplanes, what do we think about the air traffic control system, and what do we think about the reauthorization of the FAA?
Yeah.
You got two questions. You can do whichever one you want first.
Yeah. Well, look, I think one thing that binds everybody in this room, and that is our absolute commitment to safety. And I think one of the great things that contributed to the record we've had so far is the strong working relationship between a strong regulatory agency, manufacturers, and the customers who operate our equipment. Obviously, this FAA reauthorization is incredibly important to us. And as I look at it, it has a number of tenets in it that are good for the industry. They're good for the flying public, one of which is the designated authority, the ability to go give the manufacturers the ability to manage the routine certification issues and focus the FAA on those matters that are most critical to safety of flight. I also think, for Boeing and for many of our suppliers, 80+% of what we build, we distribute and sell across the rest of the world. So it's very important that the FAA be incredibly competitive and a leader in its competitiveness in certification process around the world. And so, I'm very excited about getting this over the finish line and getting it done, not getting into a period of continued extensions, but getting it reauthorization bill finished and moving forward together. It's great for the industry, it's great for Boeing, and it's great for jobs.
Okay, now what about when the FAA gets reauthorized? And by the way, we all agree, let's get the thing done.
Yeah.
Everybody, all around the world, people are talking about an air traffic control system that has been in place for a long, long time, and there are union issues and all of that. But the airplanes that you and others here are making and buying and flying, don't we have to get an improved system here?
Look, I think we're obviously in support of having the most modernized air traffic control system in the U.S. Look, as traffic grows, the importance of this grows also. And so, obviously we're very, very supportive of making sure modernization touches every aspect of the aviation industry.
Good. Now we've talked a little bit about the regulator. Let's talk about selling airplanes, okay?
Sure.
Now, we'll get in a few minutes to hear about some of your new airplanes, but, if you really want to sell airplanes all around the world, and by the way, I've been trying to convince the White House that 95% of the people in the world that we want to sell something to don't live in this country.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that want to buy your airplanes don't live here either. But the big issue for us is, how do you finance all of these activities, particularly when 30 of the countries around the world you want to sell airplanes to won't let you do it if you don't have a government-associated financing mechanism. And we've been working for a long time now, trying to get the Ex-Im Bank reauthorized. I mean, we've tried more tricks to get that done, and I think maybe we're getting a little closer. But what have you been doing without it?
Yeah, look, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's time to get the bank reauthorized. And I think, look, it's important. It's an important dynamic for Boeing and our suppliers when you think about 90% of Boeing employees live right here in the United States, yet 80% of what we make distributes around the world. And so the availability of financing is really important to customers. And as you mentioned, there are countries that require a financing out of an export credit agencies, and our competitors have it. So it's really important that we get this done. Look, you asked a question on how are we doing it. Look, the fact is that capital is available in the market. Capital has been attractive in the market for all the good reasons, but we have all lived through the period where anything pivots and it's not. And you fundamentally, if that happens, obviously that's U.S. jobs. And so I think we've got to be focused on getting the bank moving. It's very important to Boeing. It's very important to suppliers. But look at it. There's $35 billion, if my number's right, of deals in the pipeline. And this affects all of our businesses, big and small, across the U.S. So I'm hopeful to see this thing, as you said, get over the finish line and get over the finish line soon.
One of the arguments up on the Hill about this was, well, we have 3 or 4 big companies. Because, people don't love big companies. They just like them to pay big taxes. But if you only have 3 or 4 big companies, well, maybe that's an argument. But how many subs do you have?
Oh, listen, you're talking about tens of thousands of suppliers who are part of the Boeing, who make Boeing airplanes come to life and who make Boeing services come to life. And so it has a big knockdown effect across many suppliers across, big and small, across the U.S.
Yeah, you know, the same thing's true with Caterpillar. They have more people than you can find. And so we're going to work real hard on this. And I want you to keep telling everybody how many folks work for you that are come out of small companies. It'd be very helpful.
Yeah, and Tom, we really appreciate the strong voice the Chamber has had in this regard, and so many issues, including trade and including the Ex-Im Bank reauthorization.
Yeah, well, this one got me mad because it seems simple, and the harder we work on it, but we'll get it.
Yeah. Well, keep getting mad.
Well, I don't do my best when I'm mad, but I get everybody else shook up. Look, we've talked about financing. Let's talk about taxes.
Yeah.
You know what we're saying around at the Chamber? We had a lot to do with that tax deal. And Neil Bradley, that runs all of our government stuff, he said, if the sun comes up, it's because it's a great tax bill. If the sun shines at noon, it's because of a great tax bill. We have to go out and remind the people that took the courage to do this that it's very important, because we still have to do the final steps there and taking care of all the technical corrections. But I'm very curious, you know, what your feeling is about that tax bill. And I'm going to ask you a broad question. What are you going to do with the advantage? What are you going to do with the dropping down to, you know, in the low 20s when you finally end up your tax bill? What are you going to do with that money?
Look, I think this is a great move. It's great for U.S. jobs. And for us at Boeing, it allows us to focus on competitiveness. You know, we wake up every single day thinking about how do we make our airplanes better? How do we make our services better that lower the cost of our customers, their life cycle costs over the 25 years they own the airplane? And so I think it's incredibly important for us to be able to reinvest, and this has been a big benefit in doing that. But I also, you know, I think kudos to Dennis with announcing $300 million back into workforce development, back into education, and back into corporate giving. You know, yesterday, this isn't public, but what the heck, you know, yesterday we sent out a note to all our employees to say, what do you recommend we do when we get at workplace development and education? 17,000 responses from our employees.
Already?
In one day. So, you know, I think this is a catalyst. This is a catalyst that harnesses the horsepower of the whole company, big and small, that says, how do we go at a more competitive Boeing and creating more value for our customers?
You don't mind if I hitchhike on that for some of the other folks here? You know, people in the press and some in the government, if somebody buys back some stock or ups a dividend or other things, they're saying, oh, well, why would they do that with the money? You know, they really lost the first issue. It's our money, your money. It's not the government's money. And you have shareholders and people that have financed your activities, and you have people that stay involved in your stock. And I really think, it's great what you guys are doing and others are to retrain the workforce, to drive forward for the future. But some of that money is going to go to the shareholders, or the shareholders are going to go somewhere else. And I just wanted to take that opportunity to remind the people in the government and in the press whose money it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just quickly, when you look at the market for selling new airplanes, why don't you put two things together? Why don't you tell us generally what you think about the market? And then you have a number of new airplanes in development.
Sure.
And, you know, a new mid-sized plane, middle of the market. So tell us, A, what do you think about the broad market? And, you know, as much as you're public on things, what are you thinking about how you see your new products going in the market?
Yeah, look, I think the traffic growth, again, in 2018 looks to be strong. I think a lot of credit to our airline customers around the world, who I think have done an incredible job managing the ratio of traffic growth to capacity growth and keeping it in balance. I think it's fundamentally pivotal to a healthy industry. I think the profitability is good at the airlines. It's important to us because it allows them to reinvest also. And I think the opportunity also in freight has seen some strong growth, and that's good it's a signal of the kind of trade that's going around the world, and it's good for us. On the airplane side, look, last year we launched the MAX 10, the largest variant of our single aisle family. I think the MAX family gives a lot of breadth in what airplane customers choose, with commonality across the whole family. We've got the MAX 9 certified and we'll soon deliver to its first customer. On the 787 family, we'll soon deliver our first 787-10, the largest variant of the 787 family, and the lowest cost per seat mile in the industry in that class. And of course, the 777X. We got a lot going on, Tom, as you know, I go through this. We got the 777X, the first wings coming through the factory. It's just amazing to see the transformation. 5 million square foot and a big investment by Boeing in our Everett facility to see those wings begin to take shape. Now, you mentioned the middle of the market. Look, there is an opportunity there between the single aisles and the twin aisles. That opportunity is an aircraft with 200 to 270 seats, up to 5,000 nautical miles. And, in this job, you want to get it right. And so, we're obviously working very hard with our customers. We have a large number of customers, some of which are here in the room today, that are helping us understand what their evolving needs are over the next decade. And I think this airplane is a big opportunity for us. We got a lot more work to do as we look at getting the right production system, getting the right cost, getting the right investment dollars so we can bring the right combined market strategy, airplane design, and business plan for Dennis and the board to consider.
Good. Now, I'm going to raise two subjects. We're talking about new planes in the market. Planes are going to fly all over the world, but focusing here in the United States, we're working hard on getting a new infrastructure bill. And we're only about 35 years behind. All you got to do is drive down the street, and you can figure that out. And part of that infrastructure bill is going to be new and improved airports. And would you like to put a lick in for how important that is and what we should be thinking about in the future there? Because when we finally get that bill done, and we will get it done, but I don't think before the election, we're going to have to take a look at airports. And as long as you're making the things that are getting in and out of there, I thought you might like to say something about it.
Well, look, I think the great corollary as traffic growth grows, trips per capita grows. As trips per capita grows, GDP per capita grows. So obviously, air travel is incredibly important to the growth equation. And airport infrastructure is obviously an issue around the globe. In some areas, a much bigger issue for growth than in others. We stay close to our customers in making sure that we understand what fuels their growth and their capability as it applies to most modernized airport infrastructure possible.
I'm old enough to remember 3 or 4 of the big battles of airports of high significance that were built in this country. And everybody said, oh, we don't need them. I mean, when they were trying to build Dallas, in Dallas and, down Fort Worth, when they were trying to build here out in Virginia, when they were trying to build in Denver, everybody said, oh, we don't need it. Now they're loaded right up. So anyway, thanks for your comments about that. And I put that there because I wanted to sort of get you set for the next question. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So we got planes, we got airports, and a lot of people that I'm talking to about, we're talking a lot about immigration. We're talking a lot about who we have to go to work in many of the businesses, in many of the services in this country. And, what we have all learned, that we are a country, the U.S., with a reducing number of people without jobs, and we've got some programs to help that, and a lot of jobs without people. And I'd be very interested to get a quick answer, and maybe, you know, a lot of people thinking about this, how we fix for pilots and mechanics.
Well, I think you hit on an important element of, as aviation grows, it's really important that we build the right skill set in our people. I can tell you Boeing is under an incredible transformation to be more efficient because it is a very competitive landscape out in the market, which means we're taking steps to transform our factories. We're taking steps to bring more digital capability into the company, you know, to better arm the mechanics to make the decisions that they need, to make our flow days faster, to make our quality better, to build capacity. Because look, when a company becomes more efficient, it can bring in new demand. When it can bring in new demand, it creates more jobs. So very important to us. But one of the elements you touched on is education. We've got to build an education system that prepares us for the needs of tomorrow. And that means we've got to understand automation. We've got to build the skills in the university, in the training of our mechanics, to understand how to live in a world and be functional world of automation, of digital and analytics, of artificial intelligence, of robotics. And so it's an exciting time for us, and it's an exciting time to go work on building more capability there. It's going to be a big part of the workforce development that we have. It's really important that companies in the U.S. continue to focus on skills development to keep us very competitive in the marketplace. And on the pilot side, look, I think it's an important perspective that we continue to find ways to train, to make these great careers available, to build more training and capability globally on pilots. And it's a big piece of what our services business is focused on.
I'm going to talk to you about the services business in 1 minute. You know, what I've been trying to convince people of is that demographics are destiny. If people aren't born here 25 years ago, they're not here 25 years later ready to go to work. And I think your answer on the training and development is key to everything that happens, as long as we have the people prepared to be trained. And so I think that this industry, along with so many others I deal with, are going to have to think long and hard going forward about what we do in the immigration area to help ourselves get the workers we need for the things we have to do. Now, I recognize that you have to, the education thing, we're working so hard on that, and we've got to get people ready, willing, and able to be trained. But we're going to have to find out where they are. All right, now, you're talking about technology. I'm talking about technology. I was just out at the Business Council meeting where the chairman of Microsoft ran a phenomenal meeting on artificial intelligence and all of that, which, by the way, is upsetting lots of industries. I don't mean that we should say it's negative, but it certainly is turning things around. And we're watching all these technological changes. And I'm very curious to have you go just a little further in what you were talking about. What are these technologies that we see all over the place that most are going to affect the aviation industry? And what are you doing beyond what you were talking about to really be a leader on this going forward? These are disruptive technologies from many people's points of view because the jobs we're comfortable with have gone away. We're hopeful that they'll develop many new opportunities. I even been watching people talking about having flying around taxis. So the deal is, tell me where you are and give a little advice to people beyond what you did, because if we're back here 2, 3, 4 years from now, we're only at the beginning of that problem and that opportunity.
Look, I think a number of people have hit on it today, and you mentioned digital and artificial intelligence. Look, I think the ability to look in a review mirror is great, but one of the great capabilities analytics brings is to look forward, to understand how to better, for example, in a factory, how to better connect the movement of the airplane through the factory with the material availability in the factory and the information people need to make decisions. We're very involved in building in our Renton facility that makes the 737 MAX. We're working very aggressively to triangulate all those streams, which just gets the right part and the right information at the right place at the right time for our mechanics. Look, I think this is a competitive battlefield we're on, and making the business more competitive helps. Regarding jobs, look, we produce very high quality jobs in aviation. And I think the opportunity here is to redeploy people on higher valued functions, higher valued work. And I'll tell you, walk on the floor on all shifts across the Boeing company, that's what people want. Workers want to make a difference in the Boeing company. They wake up with a love of airplanes, and they want to make a difference. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to get more competitive and enrich jobs in the U.S.
Good. Now, you and I had a conversation before, and we were talking about Boeing Global Services.
Yeah.
And you know, this is a country whose industrial leaders figured out not too long ago that these products they sell have a lifelong opportunity by providing the service. And you, as well, I'm sure as others, have found that as a way to sort of A, sell the product, B, continue to be connected to the product, and C, to be there to sell the next product.
Yeah.
But tell us a little bit about Boeing Global Services. How are you figuring out a way to do this just a little better than everybody else?
Well, look, everything starts with our customers. And I tell you, one of the, having spent 30 years in this industry, watching how our airline customers focus not only on acquisition costs, but also life cycle costs, and how they manage that in the 25-year ownership of an airplane. And so this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to win in the off-season with customers, understand how to help them tackle their costs with life cycle offerings that can help balance cash flows, help them with reliability management, help them with managing the cost of maintenance over time. And I think that's another big enabler where digital's going to be a great connector between us and our customer and help them tackle the operating costs that are so important to their competitiveness out in the marketplace. We stood up a services business. I don't like the word standalone because, trust me, there's no standalone here. We've stood it up so that it can build its capability, but I would say our connectivity with the services franchise between airplanes and services is stronger than ever because our airlines more increasingly at the point of sale want a solution that tackles not only acquisition cost, but life cycle cost. And I think it's been a great way to get closer to our customers.
Well, years ago, IBM used to mean I've been moved. And they stopped that, by the way. They don't move people as much because they'd put somebody in to do an important job, and he'd lay it all out, and then he'd leave before the results showed up. And now they're keeping in the job long enough that, managers are responsible for the whole process, get it done and get it sold. And I think that's the one thing that I've watched this in a lot of industries. When you're staying with the product for 35 years, you're responsible for the product. And I think it has led to extraordinary improvements in quality.
No, I think you're right. And I think, look, the most important thing is for us to be humble. Things don't always go right. There are issues that we have over the life cycle of a product. And it's incumbent on us to be humble, to react quickly, and to really capture learnings as quickly as possible so we don't repeat it. And I think it's one of the things that I really love about Boeing, the breadth of the company and the opportunity to learn across commercial airplanes, space, and defense. And I think that learning agenda is really important to us, and I'll tell you, talking to customers every day, it's very important to them.
Good. Now, let's shift just a minute to cars. We've got about 3.5 minutes. I'm trying to work the time here. Yeah. So you shift to cars right now, and you listen every day, everywhere I go, somebody is telling me about driverless cars, drivers, partly driver cars, and we're talking about all matter, electric cars, and we heard about electric airplanes and all this stuff. But when you look at all the things that are going on in those technologies, it's really interesting to me is what are the guys with the big thoughts on the future? What about those guys with the big glasses that you keep, down in the basement and, that are geniuses? What are they thinking about for your business?
Well, first of all, they're not in the basement anymore. They're because we've just celebrated 100 years of Boeing, and I'd kind of like to make sure we have another great 100 years ahead of us. And that means that, things like electrification, hybrid electric, things like autonomy are really important. And, you've had a chance to hear some of the things that are going on in autonomy. For me, you got to think about it in steps. There's quite a bit of autonomous capability today in airplanes. But for us, it's focused on two immediate steps. How do we help workload of pilots, and how do we help strengthen safety? And there's a lot of things that we can do today in autonomous capability. There's a lot of things we are doing today in demonstrators in order to show how do we help ground operations, how do we help flight operations, how do we help navigation, how do we help conflict management, how do we help the airplane health monitoring diagnostics. And I think that's an exciting platform for us. In the longer run, look, we want Boeing to lead in things that are disruptive. And I think there's clearly the case to be held that there's technology out there that can change downstream, both in small vehicles, both for passengers and for freight. And I think it's important on us to always invest not only in a competitive Boeing today and a competitive U.S. industry today, but to invest in a competitive platform for tomorrow.
Well, now we're down to, you got 1 minute, and I'm going to give it to you. You can say anything you want in 57 seconds to make your last point.
Well, brevity has never been my strength, so
listen, you've been great.
Thanks. Look, I think it's great to have forums like this, and it's an honor and a privilege to be here with you, Tom, and the chamber. I think the competitiveness of the United States, the competitiveness of our industry, the ability to create jobs, high-quality jobs in this country, it's what gets us up in the morning. And I'm very excited about where Boeing is today. I'm very humbled by the challenges we have ahead of us in the industry, and I look forward to working very closely with our partners, our suppliers, our government, the administration, and most importantly, all our customers around the globe. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Tom, today for
well
your
done.
time. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
You did a great.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought you were going to leave the room for the break, we've locked the doors. Not really. But I'm going to ask you all to do a very special favor, and that is to take the next 20 minutes for your break in this room, because we have so many things happening beginning at 2:20 that we know it will take you at least 10 minutes to get back here and get settled, which means you would only have 10 minutes, which it will take you all that 10 just to get upstairs. So stay here, enjoy yourselves, and let me give you a couple of reminders. First and foremost, the reception at 5 p.m. is when we have the fabulous drawing of all of the airline tickets. And if you're not here, you don't get. So we want you to be sure to stay all afternoon, besides which some of the very best events are yet to come. This is going to be an exciting afternoon. Please enjoy yourself here in the room, and if anyone is desperate for a pit stop, you're allowed to go out. Thank you. Enjoy for the next 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly.
Angels sent from up above, you know you make my world light up. When I was down, when I was hurt, you came to lift me up. Life is a
And now, Nick Callio, President and Chief Executive Officer of Airlines for America.
Good afternoon. Okay, I was told to be bossy and tell everyone to take their seats, but that's not my general style, so I won't. Anyway, thank you. I'm pleased to be here. I'm going to make some brief remarks, and they will be brief, and then introduce Doug Parker. I have to confess that we had our Airlines for America board meeting this morning. It was only when I went back to my office, through an entire lack of focus of my own, that I realized I was supposed to make remarks before introducing Doug. So here we are. Some things you've heard, some things you haven't heard, many you've heard about the industry. When it comes to America's airlines, the state of the industry is strong today. We're on a period of sustained profitability like we haven't known for some years, and it's producing a lot of benefits. We're driving the nation's economy, serving millions of Americans every day, and delivering safe, affordable, and limitless air travel and shipping options being the key. The numbers speak for themselves. 27,000 flights every day, and you all know the logistics of what it takes to get one airplane off the ground. Up to 2.3 million passengers now. Passenger growth continues to grow. And 50,000 tons of cargo daily. Put aside all the big equipment and everything else that gets shipped. Think about where we would be without the shipping of everything we expect to arrive either that day or the second day, so we can have the products we want in our houses. The numbers get even better. Fares are lower now than they ever have been. Adjusted for inflation, including ancillary fees, and I always stress including ancillary fees, fares are down 17% since 2000 and 41% since 1980 in real terms. There's also more air service. Air service is up 15% all over the country. It's at an all-time high, the number of seats available to large and medium and small airports since 2010. Our workforce is larger. Since 2010, airline workforce has grown 11%. It's pretty significant. And also, we're outpacing the U.S. overall average, not only in job growth, but in wages. We have a lot of good jobs. We were talking about that today at the board meeting, both in terms of technicians and pilots and pay. These are long-term good jobs. Better operations, baggage handling, flight completion. Baggage handling has been the best ever recorded, almost 100%. Flight completion, best since 1992, and on-time arrivals, the highest since 2012, and that despite a lot of weather-related events. Customer service metrics, not according to us, but according to the American Customer Satisfaction Index and J.D. Power, are up year over year, 17% according to ACSI, and 15% according to J.D. Power. All this improved financing is enabling significant reinvestment in our product and in our people. I talked about wages, they're up, pensions are up, but also the product. We've taken delivery of over 400 new jets. There are another 300 on the way. Gary Kelly referenced tax reform. It's a huge benefit to the industry, and the impact was immediate. You saw announcements about virtually every A4A member giving their employees an outright cash benefit. A lot have up pensions and other wages, and then announcements for new orders for planes and investment in other product. Add to that some more good news. The Department of Transportation and the administration's regulatory relief effort over time offers this industry a measurable relief. We're over-regulated. There are a lot of regulations. I'm not talking safety regulations, but there's a lot of regulations that simply do not make sense and aren't imposed on any other businesses. When you take that and then contrast what's going on in Capitol Hill, unfortunately, it's a little different story. Capitol Hill, we have regulatory creep that threatens to re-regulate the industry for reasons that don't stand up to the facts and are not really necessary. They want to, again, in many cases, tell us how to run our businesses and make decisions for us that other businesses get to make for themselves. One example, the so-called Fair Fees Act, introduced by 2 Democratic senators joined by a Republican on the FAA reauthorization bill. It would essentially put in the hands of the government pricing decisions for our tickets. That hasn't existed since regulation was rolled back in 1978. And I like to point out, in contrast to the one Massachusetts senator who was offering it, it was Ted Kennedy who rolled back those regulations in 1978. Again, and that's in the face of fares being down significantly in real terms. I was at an IATA meeting last week in New York and on a panel, and a woman asked what was supposed to be a question, said, you know, she had this feeling, she stressed it was a feeling, that fares were up. And I said, facts would be nicer, and gave her the facts. Anyway, we also have this never-ending quest on Capitol Hill to raise taxes on airlines and our passengers. So in the face of tax reform for the middle class that the Republicans like to brag about, there's a proposal in the Senate Appropriations Bill to raise the passenger facility fee or passenger facility charge by $4, almost doubling it. There's no credible case that can be made for it, and I probably would have let this one go, but I know that my good friend Kevin Burke will be speaking later, so I just can't let it go. Airports can't point to a single project that hasn't been completed. There's construction going on all over the country. There's been over $130 billion in investment at major airports, medium airports, and small airports, just by the passenger carriers since 2008. Look at LaGuardia, look at JFK, look at LAX, look at O'Hare. The list kind of goes on from there. In addition, airports collected by the PFC over $3.2 billion last year. That's a record. There's over $7 billion currently sitting unused in the Airport Trust Fund. Use that money, right? Don't tax passengers anymore. Also, airline rents and fees and non-airline rents and fees at airports are at record highs. There's a lot of money sitting there that can be used for these projects. One final point, air traffic control reform. It's necessary. Block times continue to get longer, not just from New York and to Washington and New York to Boston, Seattle to Los Angeles, all over the country. There is a problem. There's a governance and funding problem inside the government. Congress has chosen not to address it. It's a problem that's not going to go away, and it does need to be addressed. So now, on that note, I would say that here's the thing. We have the best industry in the world. Our industry makes life as we know it and live it possible. We could not live the way we do or do business the way we do without this industry, and it's a great thing to watch it happen every single day. Doug Parker is CEO and chairman of American Airlines. He's also the chairman for the last over 3 years of Airlines for America. He has showed great leadership in that role, for which we are deeply appreciative. After getting his MBA, Doug went to work at American Airlines under Bob Crandall in the finance department. 5 years later, he joined Northwest Airlines, where he worked in several roles in the finance department again. After 4 years at Northwest, Doug joined America West Airlines, where he quickly moved up through the ranks, becoming chairman and CEO on September 1st, 2001, right before 9/11. Quite the job. He steered the company through 9/11, kept them in business, and not too much later, engineered the takeover of U.S. Airways, where he served again as chairman and CEO. You know the rest of the story. He found a path for American Airlines out of bankruptcy, a merger with U.S. Airways, again as chairman and CEO. He's doing great things at that airline. It's a sign of his leadership and of his business acumen. And for those of you who know Doug, and all of you do and know his career, the remarkable thing about him is much of his senior team is the same team that was with him at America West, which is a testament to real leadership. So with that, join me in welcoming Doug Parker and Bart Jansen of USA Today for a conversation.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Carol. All right.
Well, thank you very much for being here. And let me open with an introductory question. You've argued that the airline industry has transformed so that it will be reliably profitable. Wall Street seems to be at least skeptical, if judging by the sell-offs during one of your rivals' earnings calls. Why should we think that you have transformed rather than just riding cheap fuel prices to profitability?
Because we have. And if you... Next question. Because it's deeper than that. You need to look at, and if you take really much time at all to look at what's happened in our business, I think you quickly realize it's dramatically different than it was in the old days. It's been structurally transformed. It's not just good times. We had a business in the past that was struggling to get itself to be a real business, basically from deregulation onward. And only through some really difficult times that resulted in some consolidation, that resulted in us now becoming a much more mature business, an intensely competitive one, but one that can work, because we have, in not that long ago, we had 7 airlines trying to run a hub and spoke model, none of them being able to provide global service, anywhere around, even around the primary travel parts of the country, not to mention the globe. Now there are 3 of them, and the 3 of us can do just that. We're intensely competitive with each other, but much more efficient. We provide much better utility to customers, coupled with an extremely large point-to-point low-cost carrier and a number of other carriers that keep it all intensely competitive. But when there were 7 of us trying to do the same thing, but none of us doing it right, and every time you'd get a little bit of earnings, what would happen is we'd all try to use those times to try and get bigger scale, and we just ended up with too many hubs and inefficient networks, and now we've addressed that, and you can see it in the earnings. So indeed, while there were earnings in the past, they were never nearly as high as they are today. We're still a cyclical business. There will be times when fuel prices go up and our earnings go down. There'll be times when the economy goes down and our earnings go down. But I fully believe that in those times, there'll still be a profitable business, unlike it was in the past.
Great. So let me ask a question about one of those competitive issues. Chicago is proposing an $8.5 billion upgrade of O'Hare Airport.
Right.
And there's a bit of a fuss about how the gates will be divided under that construction. It sounds as though Chicago agrees with United that you should have been aware of how those gates will be allocated. What do you think about how that project has been proposed and your complaints about it?
We just want more gates. So the issue is this, and we fully support investment in O'Hare. It's a critical airport to American. But as they go through the modernization and add gates, we at American would like to have some as well. And we have a proposal where we get 3 more, and we haven't been able to get the city to agree to that. So we'll keep working, trying to figure it out. But we're not trying to take anyone else's gates. We're not trying to say that we should have some in lieu of someone else. We're just having trouble convincing them that we should be able to get 3 more. We just want to serve more. We want to fly more flights out of O'Hare. I think they should want that as well.
Right. And so if the city and United pursue the project as proposed now, that might leave you out. Is there a way for you to block it or oppose it, or how do you think going forward?
We want to work with the city to figure out a way where you get 3 gates.
Okay, thank you. And so another airport project question would be about passenger facility charges that Mr. Callio mentioned.
Yeah.
Congress seems to be at least considering raising that cap that airlines are concerned about. And so why, if that would be a way to improve terminals, to improve airports, why are airlines leery of that path to do that?
Because it leaves us out of the process. We are so supportive of airport modernization, and it's going on, I think, as Nick mentioned, $130 billion, I think I heard him say, which sounds about right. The amount of investment that's going on in airports today, all being driven by airlines working hand in hand with those airports, because we want this to happen. One of the really nice things about a newly profitable business is you're seeing us be able to invest in things we couldn't invest in the past, and that work is going on. The issue that happens when you add a PFC is that ends up basically being a tax to the passenger, which we end up bearing, and in many cases, no project happens at the airport that makes the airport run any better. So we just like to. It always works better when we work hand in hand with the airports together to make it better, to create more value for the customer and to make the airport more efficient. And so that's what we think. I will note that the last time we went through this process, which a year or so ago, our Chairman Schuster actually asked the airports that were talking to him at our request, tell me one project that you've tried to get done at an airport that hasn't gotten done, that would get done now because of PFCs, and they couldn't produce one. And they look at that, that's good news. That's not bad news. That's not us versus them. We're with them. We're working together to get these done. Therefore, we don't think we need to add a tax onto our customers, because we'll get this done together.
Very good. And so I was going to ask about air traffic control overhaul, but no. Well, let me ask.
Yeah.
What do you think about Chairman Schuster's decision this week to move forward with a stripped-down FAA bill? And do you see that as now having to wait 4 or 5 years? What do you make of it?
Well, what I know is we've got to do something about the ATC system in this country, and we had a solution that we know would have addressed it, which was to take take it out of the government and put it into a not-for-profit corporation. That idea is not going to, Congress has decided they don't want to do that. Chairman Schuster didn't decide that, but he has come to the conclusion that he can't get that through Congress. That's bad news. But look, basically what the government is saying is this function that we have today, that is a commercial function, we elect to keep it. Even though it's broken, even though it's not moving along at the rate of other countries, we choose to keep it. Well, when you make that choice, you need to choose to change the way it's going. So we're going to have to work together. If the status quo doesn't work, we're going to need to figure out ways. If our government wants to hold on to it and be in charge of this commercial process, we need to make it work in a way like commerce does. We need to figure out funding mechanisms. This was never about wanting to have control of the process, for goodness sakes. This is all about governance. And it's very hard, at least it has been to date, to get long-term funding for projects to move very quickly. So we're going to figure out together how to make that happen. There are ways it can be done. There's $7 billion sitting in the Airport Trust Fund. We could use that for FAA We could give them some bonding authority. But we've got to figure out something else. The status quo is not going to work. They've rejected our proposal. Fair enough. Let's go figure out what you're going to do with it instead. But you can't keep doing to us what you're doing now.
Very good. And back to competition, the big three U.S. airlines have been concerned about what they estimate is $50 billion in unfair subsidies from three large Middle Eastern airlines. The U.S. government recently reached an agreement with Qatar to learn more about the financing for Qatar Airways. Talks are ongoing with United Arab Emirates to learn more about Emirates and Etihad. Can you tell us why you think the agreement with Qatar about Qatar Airways helps American? Why does that sort of learning more about them help you guys?
Well, transparency always helps, and with transparency will come a better understanding of exactly how much subsidization there is, and will allow our government to make better decisions about the ongoing relationship based upon that. Right now, the $50 billion you mentioned, we've gone and gleaned through financial reports that we had to go find all around the world in places they fly, and they had to file financials. With transparency, that we'll have a much better understanding. So that helps. The bigger part of this transaction, of this agreement, however, is the whatever you want to call it. It's not so much an agreement by Qatar, but an announcement by Qatar that they don't have any plans to fly outside the Gulf to the United States, and that's always been our largest concern. So that transparency matters. What really matters is that this view that they won't add Fifth Freedom flights. So that's the most important to us. I mean, look, I don't think it's particularly fair that airlines subsidize that much, are allowed to compete against us. But if they're going to do it in and out of the Gulf, that's one thing. But they certainly shouldn't be able to do it from other parts of the world into the United States, because that would have a huge impact on U.S. carriers and American jobs. So that's what we hope to see happen with the UAE as well. And we're very pleased with what the administration has accomplished with Qatar. Now that the bigger lift is the UAE, and we're highly hopeful that they get the same agreements in place there.
Very good. And you talked about airlines investing, trying to make the passenger experience better. One of the ways that you've been pioneering that experience is trying to upgrade the technology at airports. You helped spur research on CT scanners, 3D scanners for checkpoints that perhaps might provide better security, but also maybe move people through the lines faster. But isn't that a TSA function? Why bother spending the money yourself to at least get it started? And how soon do you think we might see these machines in airports nationwide?
A lot sooner, because we did what we did, which is why it was the short answer to why we did it. Yeah, you're right. We pay a lot of money. All of us as travelers and as airlines pay a lot of money to the U.S. government to provide security and screening through the TSA. But much like ATC, and sometimes because of the way they are governed and because of the process they have to go through, they don't get technology to market as fast as a business would, not even close. So in this case, this technology existed. If left to the normal process, it wasn't in the TSA budget, so we have to wait for that process. Our government likes to test and likes to test things in a controlled environment over a long period of time before they put it out into the work, into practice. We just said, how about we buy it, and that'll be your test, and you'll see how great this thing is. It didn't need any more testing. Everyone knew this is just much better technology. It provides better security because you can the screeners can see everything in the bag much more easily. So it's better for security, and it's faster. Not because the belt moves any faster, because you can see so much better. You don't need to go run bags through 2 and 3 times. You don't need to remove liquids. You wouldn't have to remove liquids eventually. You don't have to separate so many things in so many bins, so it just moves faster. So at any rate, the good news is, because we've done this and because we purchased the first one, now it's in the budget, and there's in the current TSA budget, there's something around $78 million for these scanners. You will see over time, because they're just so much better, they're gonna spread everywhere pretty quickly now. So we're glad we did it.
Very good.
Shouldn't have had to, but we're glad we did it.
Okay, and then sort of consumer question. There was a little heartburn over plans for the 737 MAX 8, basically in terms of the distance between seats in the back of the plane, and also lately perhaps about the size of the lavatory. What are you doing to us people in the back of coach? And should we be worried about the seating in your latest plane?
Yeah. Well, anyway, the airplane now, there was an issue that got out at one point. 3 of the rows we were going to take down to a 29-inch pitch, and in an effort to get even one more row of more room and coach type seats in place. But anyway, based upon the reaction we received to that, and largely from even our own team members, decided that wasn't worth pursuing. And now there's a 30-inch pitch. Now again, worth noting, at a 30-inch pitch with these new technology seats, it feels exactly like the existing 31-inch pitch, which is largely an industry standard. And flying around 31-inch pitches flying around in a lot of airlines today, including American and other airlines, and so it's not a reduction in the room for the customer now at 30 inches. So we don't foresee that will be an issue, and it hasn't been an issue currently with the airplane flying around today. The lavs are indeed smaller, but they're large enough for people to use them. They're just not as large as others used to be, and that's what airplanes are about. They're real estate, and we need to figure out the best use of the real estate. These aircraft, have the option to come with a smaller lab, and that's what we've selected. But look, we have I think 5 of these airplanes in service now. We learn as we bring new airplanes into service what works and what doesn't. We've already had some learnings from this. The doors themselves to the bathrooms opened up instead of being a bifold. We're fixing that. Apparently the water pressure was a little too high when you wash your hands and it would splash on people. We fixed that. So we'll continue to work to make sure the aircraft is a great airplane for our customers. But there are fantastic things about it as well that since you mentioned the ones that are less fantastic, the much larger overhead bins, full Wi-Fi technology, satellite Wi-Fi technology. You can stream. Everyone on the aircraft could be streaming Netflix if they want to. Nothing like the existing Wi-Fi that customers are used to seeing. So it's an exciting airplane. It's going to be a mainstay in the American Airlines fleet for years to come, and we will make certain it's one that our customers love.
Fantastic. It looks like I should end things there, but thank you, Mr. Parker, for taking the time to chat with us this evening.
Thanks, Bart.
Vice President for Americas Sales at GE Aviation.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and my name is not Air. It's Mahendra Nair. Thank you for having me over. This is my first time at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Aviation Summit, and a rare opportunity for me to actually meet the titans of this industry on whose shoulders the next future generations are going to be standing on. For GE, the aviation industry and our aviation business have become a centerpiece for the company, and we are in equal measure humbled and proud of the role we play to support and further the growth of this industry. Our purpose statement, "We invent the future of flight, lift people up, and bring them home safely," captures our commitment to this industry. Looking forward to the future of aviation, I know it will continue to bring many exciting opportunities to connect more people across more places, and allows us in GE to introduce more innovations. Innovations like advanced technologies, additive materials that push the frontiers of air travel and take the industry to great new heights. Despite all the competing forces, regulatory influences, and challenges that aviation faces, there's no other industry I would rather be in. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce to you our distinguished panel of airline CEOs this afternoon. You can find their full bios in the materials that you have, but I would like to briefly introduce them and thank them for being GE Aviation's customers. First up, Barry Biffle, CEO of Frontier Airlines. Barry has significant experience with US majors and has then been turning around ultra-low-cost carriers in North and South America. Barry was named Frontier CEO in 2016. Also on the panel is Bill Flynn, CEO of Atlas Worldwide Holdings, a global freight and charter operator serving 125 countries. Bill has 41 years of experience in multiple modes of transport, and for the last 12 years has brought that supply chain management experience to Atlas to grow the company into the powerhouse that it is today. Next on the panel is Brad Tilden, Chairman and CEO of the Alaska Air Group. That includes Alaska Airways, Horizon Air, and Virgin America. As a 25-year-old veteran of Alaska Air, Brad is focused on profitable growth of the route network with low fares and on becoming the easiest airline to fly. Next up on the panel is Robin Hayes, CEO of JetBlue. Under Robin's leadership, JetBlue has developed into a strong, innovative, low-cost carrier. He has been leading the airline for over 3 years, and before that was its president and chief commercial officer. He's also built upon 19 years of experience working with British Airways. The final panelist is Craig Krieger. During his last 5 years as CEO of Virgin Atlantic Airways, Craig has enhanced the airline's competitive profile and dramatically shored up the balance sheet. He's also led the implementation of Virgin's transatlantic joint venture with Delta, and it's now focused on airlines' play to win. As is customary at the Aviation Summit, the Honorable T. Alan McCarter, Chairman Emeritus of Airbus Americas, will moderate the airline CEO panel. A long-term aviation industry executive with an illustrious experience, Alan will bring his military, commercial airline, freight operations, airframer, and government experience to moderating today's panel. So I did some quick math. Collectively, the panel that you're going to witness has about 200 years of aviation experience, and I'm sure Alan has a few topics to build on this pedigree. So without further ado, please join me in inviting Barry Biffle, Bill Flynn, Robin Hayes, Craig Krieger, Brad Tilden, and Honorable T. Alan McCarter to the stage. Gentlemen, all yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I was just admiring this kind of reminds me of the seating and cross-section of the A350 XWB here. As a matter of fact, it looks very, very, very comfortable, and the lighting is very similar to both.
Actually, these look like the lights that Brad pulled off the Virgin America.
Yeah, and here it starts.
Even now.
Yeah, I think Virgin America started that, and then we've incorporated exotic lighting into ours. Well, Kevin's done the same thing at Boeing. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. We're really pleased to have this CEO panel, and represented here are CEOs of airlines. I both admire their airlines and them personally. They are great stewards of their brand and influence makers in our industry. They do an excellent job, so we're going to have a lot of fun today. We always take a look back in the year before, and many people today have talked about this past year. It's been very successful for the airlines this last 12 months. IATA reports that 2017, as a matter of fact, was the most profitable year, 35 billion net profits. And the industry, as you know, sort of jumped the cycle, and we've had 8 consecutive years now of profitability. So it's still very, very robust, about 7.5% growth in 2017, which means about 4.1 billion people took to the skies last year. That's half the world's population, to put that in context. Nick Callio talked a little bit about the metrics of our business. Airbus and Boeing together delivered about 1,500 airplanes last year. We at Airbus broke our own record of 718. So there's been lots of activity for the airframers, the engine manufacturers, and the supply chain. We've got 13,000 backlog airplanes between Boeing and Airbus, which is not a bad problem to have, to be honest with you. So the key for us, I think, going forward is not so much the sale of the airplanes, but the delivery of the airplanes. That's been a test for ourselves and our supply chain going forward. But we're still looking at another 6% growth this year and maybe $38 billion in profits. So that's pretty cool, actually. But there's always going to be challenges. We're obviously faced with some creeping fuel prices. Labor prices are are going up as well. We have some demands, as was mentioned earlier, about the mandate for ADS-B out. That's supposed to be operational in 2020. If I ask for a show of hands of how many people were prepared right now on ADS-B out, probably be a little lack of show of hands. I know from an OEM's perspective, we're a little concerned about that with our customers. And then in 2016, our industry came together under the auspices of ICAO and developed the CORSIA. This is the global market-based measure to help achieve lower emissions, carbon neutral growth by the year 2020. It's a challenge, but it's of extreme importance to our industry. And as of mid-January this year, 73 countries, which represents about 88% of international aviation, had signed up to voluntarily come under CORSIA. So that really does, I think, reflect the spirit of our industry in responding to these concerns. So like I say, I have great respect for these CEOs in the U.S. We should have a very, very good year. Before I ask them to say a few words, let me do a little shout out here. Our industry is very, very competitive, but there are some things on which we come together very, very well. And a good example of this is the renovation of the America by Air exhibit in the National Air and Space Museum. We had a bunch of airlines come together and put together $28 million to support the revamp of this very, very important exhibition. NASM calls it Ignite Tomorrow. The little promotional video you saw very early this morning was their promotional video. So would you join me, please, in just thanking those airlines for coming together on that? So there was a lot of talk earlier about capacity. We've had some good years, had profitable years. What do you do with that? Low fuel prices, growth in the industry. It was mentioned, Kevin McAllister talked about the balance between capacity, growth, profitability. I'd like to get the thoughts of the panel on that. United has announced a 4 to 6% capacity increase, which with their numbers is a huge amount of airplanes, and had talked about the way you compete with Frontier is to match Frontier on prices. So let's go to Frontier. Let's talk about Barry, tell us about, in real numbers, you've had amazing growth. In percentage numbers, you are probably the fastest growing airline, I think, in our U.S. industry. But would you care to tell us a little bit about your thoughts on capacity?
Sure. So when you look at capacity, I don't think you can treat it all the same. And we are one of the fastest growing 15 to 20% per year. But we're in the low-cost space. You know, one of the big misconceptions about ULCCs is maybe we're bad for consumers. I don't know. You know, if you take Spirit, Allegiant, and Frontier together, we carried 50 million passengers last year. So I think we would have already run out of customers if it was that bad. So look, we sell fares that on average are about half of what the big guys charge, even including their options. And that low cost is enabling consumers to travel who couldn't afford to otherwise. And we live off stimulation. And so when you talk about the big guys, and I'm not going to comment on whether 4 to 6% is good for United or not, but they are playing a share game. They don't stimulate with low prices and low costs. So I think it's a different type of growth, and it does different things for the consumer and overall the economy when it's low cost capacity that grows.
And Brad, what's your thoughts on capacity and how it's balancing out with?
It's really interesting. We actually, probably everybody here saw Warren Buffett had a lot to say about this a few days ago. He talked about just sort of asking himself the question of what the industry was going to do. Our own company, and I'll get this a little bit wrong, but the last 5 years have been something like 7.5, 7.5, 10 plus, 10 plus, and 7 plus. And that's excluding our acquisition of Virgin America. So we've been a high growth airline. But I will say that as we look at the marketplace today and we look at the amount of capacity, we sort of look at ourselves, we say we've always been good stewards of capital. We look at fuel prices. As we look at 19 and 20, we're going to slow it down a little bit. We're still going to grow in excess of the rate of that the economy grows. We'll still grow at a level where we hang on to market share and grow market share. But we're not, as we look at conditions, capacity, fuel, all of this, and we look at 19 and 20, this year we're going to grow 7.5%. But as we look at 19 and 20, 4% is what we're targeting.
That's a lot of growth still.
It's a lot of growth still. Yeah. It's a lot less than we've had the last several years, but it is a lot of growth still.
Craig, how do you feel about the capacity issue?
So I compete in a completely different market than the capacity story that you've been hearing or been talking about. My airline's based in London. It doesn't fly within the United States except to the UK. And capacity for us has been a constrained resource almost totally because of Heathrow Airport's failure to be able to grow. So for us right now, we're in a place where we're relatively static. We'll probably have grown over the course of, to say the 5 years prior to 5 years earlier when I joined Virgin Atlantic, to maybe 3 years from now, we might have grown 8 or 9% over those 7 or 8 years.
Would bigger airplanes help? We have some big, very big.
Well, as you know, we've got 12 A350-1000s on the way, so we're very pleased with that. But just a shout out. But so for us, I think that the future is about how do we make the best use of Heathrow Airport as it grows. Right. And we've been a big supporter of Heathrow as the place for additional capacity in London. And I missed the Brexit discussion earlier today, but I think if the UK, as we anticipate, begins to put up some barriers to trade or commerce, it's really important that our airport seeks to undo as much of that as possible by being open for business. And we'll be continuing to advocate for Heathrow. Two caveats. One, that it's done in a cost-effective way, which we're very focused on, and two, that it leads to more competition. Virgin Atlantic is all about being a challenging competitor, and we're looking forward to being able to use that new capacity in ways that will bring more customers to us.
Yeah. Robin, you've had some fairly sustained route growth, pretty dramatic, exciting actually. What's your thoughts on the capacity issue?
No, I think just building on Barry's comments, I mean, we've always been an airline that has focused on offering a better product at a lower fare than the sort of high fare legacy airlines. And so, I think we've continued to do that. We stimulated additional business because of that. And I think we've definitely benefited through upgauging. So the 321 is a lovely airplane.
Thank you, sir.
We'd take more of them if the prices were lower. But it's been a great tool for us because we've been able to sort of upgauge 320s into 321s. It's a very cost-effective way of allowing us to grow capacity and keep fares down.
The capacity issue is not just reserved for the passenger airlines. Cargo, with its growth, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, has its own issues of capacity, loads, yields. How do you feel about that, Bill?
No, I think you make the right point, Alan. At Atlas, we've grown fairly substantially over the last few years. We'll have aggregate about 60% growth, and we measure our business in block hours flown. 18 by year-end 18 over 15, so just a 20% growth in 18 over 17 and 17 over 18. And thankfully, earnings have followed as well. But we've been able to grow in the three segments we serve. The express market, the heavy freight market, and now the e-commerce market. And e-commerce and that combination of express is driving a substantial amount of demand. And the aircraft of choice right now is that mid-size wide-body aircraft, more commonly passenger to freighter conversion. And so we've seen a big run-up in prices on 6-7 passenger planes. Pretty much all the conversion slots are booked out for some time to come. And as you and I have chatted, more than a few times, we're excited to see the 330, 300 packs to freighter finally begin to develop. The first aircraft's been delivered in operation. So we're excited to learn about that aircraft and how that performs, because I believe we're going to need, the industry and the customers we serve are going to need a substantial number of new to the market passenger to freighter mid-size conversions.
Thank you. I think this audience would agree with me that each one of you has established a very unique brand in our industry and have developed and cultivated and protected your brand particularly well. And I think that's a key It's a key element, I think, for one, for success, but also for loyalty among your passengers. And so when I talk about brand, we can talk about mergers, we can talk about passenger comfort, in-flight entertainment, alliances, partnerships. But I'm interested in your thoughts on how you feel about your brand, what you're doing to enhance your brand, and how's it going. And Brad, you've got a little merger you're working on here. You want to share some thoughts?
We do indeed. So yeah, we are in the process of merging with Virgin America. That's a deal that we announced in April of 2016. It actually closed in middle of December 2016. So we're 13 or 14 months into it, Alan, at this point. It's, I think, the great thing about this industry is you do new things and you learn and you grow. And I'll just say the merger is a growing experience, but it's going really well. We're very, I saw the former administrator, Michael Huerta, here earlier. We were really pleased to get a single certificate from the FAA on January 11th. The big thing in an airline is when you cut over to a single reservation system. Then you can have a single shopping experience, check-in, internet. You can have a single set of flight numbers. When you have single flight numbers, then you can send the Airbus airplanes in certain routes, and you can sort of cross-fleet to optimize profitability. So that'll happen for us April 25th. The biggest thing in loyalty, finance, payroll, all that stuff has already been done. The big thing by far, though, for us is the stuff that you're getting to, is what is Alaska's here, some of these other airlines. We're here today after 80-something years because people love to fly on us. Our people are empowered, and they love taking great care of our customers. We got a bunch of fantastic people here today that I hopefully can say more about in a minute. But we need to do everything we can to continue to cultivate that sense of you're my guest, you're like a guest in my home, you're welcome here. I want to do everything I can to make you feel comfortable and welcome. And I'll just say we're working it hard. One of the things that we did is we spent a lot of budget and a lot of time on Virgin America employees, bringing them into talking to them about their history and explaining the Alaska history, asking them to come aboard. And I'll just say we underinvested in the Alaska side. So some of the Alaska folks are saying, what about me? And don't you love me anymore? And so anyway, there's always something to learn, but I would just say that 14 months into this, I think we're proceeding at a pace that's equal to or more rapid than any other merger, and we're really, really excited about next 3 or 4 months when we'll have the biggest part of the systems behind us, and we'll really just be starting to look at customers and revenue capture.
Greg, as the leader of one of the more iconic brands, Virgin Atlantic, which has been an amazing success story over the last many, many years, decades. What are your thoughts on brand management and partnerships and alliances, and how do you see all that?
Well, I think it's an obviously very important question for Virgin Atlantic, and I recognize that I've worked in other airlines, and then these guys have powerful brands as well. But I think if you're an airline that knows it will never win in terms of scale, and then cultivating a customer experience and an impression and a feeling in the people who work for you and who you serve becomes the actual differentiator for our business. And so for Virgin Atlantic, the brand is really all about delivery. It's not about what you say, it's actually about what you deliver. And whether it's the look and feel, and these lights and look fit very nicely in a Virgin color scheme.
They do.
Or it's the people dressed in bright red and smiling. This combination of the way our people take care of our customers and the way they feel about the brand themselves, I think is the thing that sustains the company. And there was quite a bit of apprehension when the acquisition of 49% of Virgin Atlantic by Delta was announced 5 years ago, that whether a company like Virgin Atlantic could successfully partner with another brand. And I'm very happy to say that the results have thus far been fantastic. We have a joint venture with Delta on all of our transatlantic flights. That's about 70% of Virgin's business. And without going into all of the detail, I think the answer is, the two companies are not anywhere near identical in brand, but share an ethos around customer service and are ranked 1 and 2 on transatlantic customer scores. And we're thrilled with how that's working for us. And we've really seen the benefit of it recently with the decrease in the value of the pound, meaning that effectively London has been on sale for Americans. And having Delta's distribution network helping fill up Virgin Atlantic airplanes is such a great example of the way this partnership has had more customers try Virgin Atlantic who wouldn't have before, and they become quite loyal, and has certainly helped us offset the weakness that we would have seen from the UK. So we think we can combine our brand and be Virgin Atlantic and still benefit from a very strong integrated partnership.
Yeah, well done. Barry, you have successfully competed in some pretty tough markets. So you've differentiated your product, developed a loyal customer base. I'm interested in your thoughts on brand management.
So Frontier was a brand that existed before we converted the model. And that can be good and it can be bad, right? And I often joke that change is great if we're all sitting around watching TV and I have the controller. You know, I'll be glad on what channel we land on. You may or may not. And so when you change a company like we did at Frontier, you have to be very cognizant of it. But you know, we had experience with the Indigo family around the world with some startups as well as some turnarounds as well. And you know, when I met with Bill Franke before I came to Frontier, you know, we kind of said we're going to do it right this time. And what we meant by that is the ULCC space has not necessarily had the best reputation over the first decade or so. And so we spent a lot of time on the brand, making sure our people understood the mission and what we were looking to accomplish. But look, brands live in people's minds, and the people that they interact with, which in all of our cases, maybe not yours, but
well, ours too.
But I was going to say the flight attendant can make the biggest impression. I mean, you know, today people buy their ticket online. At least in our case, majority buy their ticket online or with their phone. They check in on their phone or they check in at a kiosk. They might interact for a few seconds with a gate agent, but the flight attendant is what makes a difference. So we spend a lot of time with the flight attendants and make sure that they understand the experience that they have. It can be, you know, great or bad based on how the flight attendant performs. But you know, we have the unique animals on the tail, and we pay your company a little bit extra for that. But it works out. It's a funny, quirky thing. I mean, we didn't invent it. It was there when we took over the company. But it's amazing if you ever get a chance to fly Frontier, watch the kids in the gate area. They are all looking to see which plane they're on and which unique animal. And so we play that up. We have playing cards for the kids and so forth. And so it goes a long way for our approach for families. I mean, we're leisure-based. And if you've ever traveled with little kids, you know, it lowers their blood pressure just a little bit. And so that's, you know, our brand is a brand for families as a result. So, but yeah, we take a lot of pride in it.
Interesting. You mentioned the tail design. I mean, you take some of us have been around this business for years, and you look at how vertical tailplane designs have matured, and every one of you has a memorable vertical tailplane. So, but it's interesting to see how that has evolved and the success of that. You know, whether it's your tail or Hawaiian's tail or yours or JetBlue or Virgin's. I think that's all part of the brand now. So I'm interested in that. Robin, you're as courageous, I think, as an airline for trying new things to establish and protect your brand, innovation, trying some new things on interiors and in-flight entertainment and service products and stuff. Tell us about your brand theories.
Well, you know, when every new crew member comes to JetBlue, their first day is at JetBlue University at orientation, and we open with a history module, which I usually do myself. And if I don't do it, my friend Rob Land does it, because he's now the longest serving crew member we have in JetBlue. And we talked to them about the history. We talked to them about the vision David Neilman had and Dave Barger had and the other founders in creating an airline whose mission was to inspire humanity and sort of in the early days describe himself as a customer service company with wings. And, you know, we think the brand starts from within. The first thing that we have to make sure is that the 22,000 crew members who work for us feel passionately about inspiring our customers every day. And, you know, I think for a customer, a brand has to be authentic. You know, there's a lot of change in how people are viewing brands, and it's hard just to go on TV now and spend a lot of money in advertising and kind of convince people that you've got a great brand. It's really sort of how people describe your brand peer-to-peer and in different networks. And so we want to be authentic, and you also, I think, have to be very active in communities in a very authentic way. And I would say, as I look back on 2017, the thing I'm most proud of is the efforts of the JetBlue community in the communities in Florida and the Caribbean and San Juan. I mean, we literally had hundreds and hundreds of crew members, in their own time, in their own going down and helping get people back on their feet. And I believe that does more for sort of our brand and our reputation than sort of any TV ad or any CEO panel or anything else, because it's a grassroots authenticity that is hard to fake.
Well, brand loyalty and brand management is not isolated just to the PAX carriers. The cargo and express business is just as brand sensitive as anybody else, whether it's FedEx, UPS, or Atlas. And Atlas actually has established itself now, I think, as I know, as a leader in this business. And so, Bill, I'd like to know your thoughts on brand and how, and then if you would morph that into how you see the emergence of e-commerce affecting your brand and your identity.
Yeah, well, sure, thank you. And I agree with you with your point. I mean, brand exists in the mind, right? So it has to exist in the mind of our customers, but it has to exist in our mind too. And it's mutually reinforcing, particularly in our business, it's really business to business. We're serving other companies, other airlines, express companies, but we're also serving their customer too. And so if an Amazon or DHL outsources that airport-to-airport lift to us, that's a critical component of the value chain. If we miss, they miss. Their customers at the end of the day, suffer. And so we're, in a way, having to make sure we're serving the brand identity of both our brand identity, which is time-definite, high-quality service to our customer, but we're also a key and an integral part of the value chain of our customer, to their customer. And so that's something that we talk a lot about internally and talk with our employees about. And I think all of the CEOs have said the same thing. And I thought Gary Kelly said it very well when he talked about growth and how do you keep that brand identity alive and that energy alive. And it's really working with our team. It takes a team. There's a passion in what we do. There's a passion around time-definite delivery and the things that we enable, whether it is the supply chain, a gift that's going to arrive in time for Christmas, or it is fresh fruits and produce that are coming into the market that have limited shelf life, or just about anything else we do. So the elements of brand building are the same. You want to have that passion in the workforce. People want to come to work and deliver that 98% plus on-time reliability in the supply chain, but also know that they are clearly serving the customer's brand as well when they do that.
Bill, you and I were talking a little earlier today, and you mentioned a statistic that was kind of amazing to me. There's a great deal that talks about e-commerce and order fulfillment and things. So you were talking about some of the percentages of actual retail that represents, which was surprising me. Share with them, please.
Well, what surprised me too, and it's really some research that comes out of Gartner, but the question is, in terms of retail sales, and you could ask this globally or you could ask it here in the United States, what percentage of retail sales were sold via e-commerce in 2016? We don't have the 17 number yet. Well, the answer is about 12%. Now, it doesn't, at first, you think, well, I think I do more than 12%. And even in that 12%, half of that's streaming media. So it's not even physical goods. It's your Netflix, it's your movies, it's everything else. And so that suggests there is a huge upside opportunity in the penetration of the retail markets. Other parts of the world, the number could be a little higher, a little lower. China is kind of moving away with a little bit higher rate of e-commerce growth. So as we think about that for our company and our business, we think that growth is going to favor air because it is time definite. The consumer wants to click and get, fulfillment, receive the product as quick as they can, and then that's going to create the pressure on capacity we're talking about.
Right.
How quickly can the companies that are in this business fleet up to serve that demand growth? So it's pretty exciting space to be in.
You know, the passenger business has been defined historically by single-aisle markets and wide-body markets. That's starting to morph together now, where the typical single-aisle carriers are adding some wide-body capacity, and narrow bodies are starting to have more long-range capabilities. Kevin McAllister, when he's up here, he's talked about, how important it is to design that middle-of-the-market airplane and get it just right, and I'm sure they'll catch up very soon. But with, for instance, the A321neo long range, the LR, there are transatlantic routes now that will be flown by typical single-aisle carriers. JetBlue's taking a look at these things. Virgin, I'm sure, is tracking this. You've got Norwegian, you got WOW, a couple other European carriers are talking about transatlantic with single-aisle. Is this going to have a measurable impact or not? What do you think? What's Virgin's thinking on that?
Well, at this point, we're still a double-aisle airline, but I think it's a natural expectation of ours that the economics of our business, respond to the capabilities of the airplane, and we're still in the later stages of replacing 4-engine mid-sized airplanes with 2-engine, much more efficient airplanes, both the 787 and the A350s. So the next leap, obviously, for some of the shorter haul transoceanic flying is likely to create an opportunity for us to find the next jump in efficiency, both in cost and emissions. And I think it's just kind of a steady progress that if you can find a way to economically serve markets that can allow you to offer lower prices and be successful, inevitably the business will go that way.
And I think the side of that we don't talk enough about is it's been a huge benefit for customers. We're flying narrow bodies, from both manufacturers, from the West Coast to Hawaii. And in the old days, there was a lot of wide bodies to Hawaii out of SFO and LAX. Today, we fly a narrow body off 10 cities of the West Coast to all 4 islands. So 30 flights a day. So that's what's being able to serve the market with a little bit more flexible asset, a little smaller size, has enabled us to do. And I think that's going to happen all over the world.
Let me shift gears on you just a little bit, and I don't want to get into the ATC privatization necessarily, but Brad, you and I have talked about it quite a bit, and your leadership's been very helpful here. But it now is that we must focus on how do we make FAA and ATC more efficient, more a harmonization of budgeting, from the U.S. government and also. I'm interested now that we know that Chairman Schuster is no longer going to pursue ATC, quote, privatization as part of the FAA Authorization Act. Brad, share with us your thoughts on where do we go now?
Yeah, I think it's, and so this is news this week, right? I think the biggest thing we can say is the problems aren't going to go away. All of you know as customers that when you fly your city pairs, your block times are getting longer and longer and longer. Preparing for this week, we pulled some stats on Alaska and Seattle, LA. In just the last 3 years, the block times have gone from 2 hours and 21 minutes to as much as 2 hours and 38 minutes. We have ground delay programs at all of our major airports. So there is a screaming need for more rapid deployment of this new technology. And Alan, sometimes I think the question's better than the answer. We all need to work together to find a way to modernize this airspace and taxi times, modernize everything about this system as quickly as we can, because the problems are getting worse. Sometimes when things compound, you don't see it all in a year, but if you look at today compared to 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 30 years ago, it's quite a bit worse, and it doesn't take much algebra or much math to sort of predict what it's going to be like in 5 or 10 or 15 years if we don't get working together on this right away.
Any other comments on ATC concerns or reforms or?
Well, no, I mean, I'll take that because I think look, we're super disappointed about what happened. I mean, I do think that it's a failure to lead and a failure to act. The issues that we've identified with the system aren't going to go away. I think we feel them in the Northeast more than anyone else. I mean, the controllers are fantastic. They do an amazing job. But the reality is in N90, which is the New York TradeCon, our staffing is around 50%. And we saw a significant amount of delays last summer. We're very worried about what's going to happen this summer. The FAA being great partners in trying to mitigate that. And then we have the sort of the rollout of the new equipage and procedures, and it's just taking far too long. And there's lots of challenges in terms of how things get funded and how you sort of guarantee funding over time. So none of that's gone away. And I really hope that we all still recognize that and we can focus on some other things that we can do to mitigate it. But the best solution was the one that we had. And some people calling it a plan B, using my American accent, I would say it's more like a plan Z. Because
like plan Z.
Plan Z, yeah. Because it's going to pick away at it, but it's a really significant issue. And if you look at the amount of delays that we face in the Northeast, and imagine that's just going to get worse and worse, and that spreads across the whole system. And I'm just worried it's going to get to a point that's then, it's almost got too late, and then everyone recognizes it, and then there's a scramble. And usually when you try and do things quickly, it's not the best outcome.
Yeah. And the thing that's going to add to that, and I agree with everything you've said, Robin, and it is a disappointment, as we talk about the development of e-commerce, and I'll come back to that for a moment, more historically, express flying was nighttime flying, back of the clock flying, somewhere between 9 o'clock and 2 or 3 in the morning, because that was fulfilling an order that had been made. But what e-commerce is driving is moving inventory on a predictive basis before the order happens. And that's much more daytime flying as well. And we're seeing a substantial increase in daytime flying, and we're going to want to fly to the places where people live.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be in New York, that'll be in LA, it'll be all the other major metropolitan areas around the country. So there is a wave of demand that it's probably not on everyone's radar screen yet, but it will be, no pun intended, but it will be on that radar screen, competing for constrained capacity, which failure to modernize constrains capacity for growth across the full spectrum.
Good point. In the interest of time, there's a burning question that this audience wants to have us address, I'm sure, and that is the issue of emotional support animals. So would this panel please share with us your thoughts and what you're doing to
Robin, you got this one figured out, right?
For this.
Sorry?
Yeah, you got this one figured out.
Emotional support animals? Yeah, I know what I do.
I feel I could use one right now.
That's right.
Anyone, Anna, why don't you donate a model Airbus if anyone can tell us how many emotional support animals last year were carried in the US system? Who knows?
No idea.
Anyone know?
John Heimlich knows.
John, how many? You know, you told us earlier. Nearly 800,000.
No.
And that's up from 450,000 the year before.
Yeah. The growth rate has been incredible.
So we really, I think what the industry wants, we really want to get some guidelines from the DOT on what is a service animal, what isn't a service animal. It's not fair to all of the other people on the airplane that are just trying to go and get to where they're going and enjoy their experience.
Well, we certainly have had some exotics.
No kidding.
There. Yeah. Barry, what kind of story can you tell us about?
Oh, I could tell you plenty. One of the most recent ones, we carried a pony.
A pony.
Yep. And the passenger was cute though. He had a little cowboy hat on, and he had a kind of a miniature horse. But it infringes on other people's rights, right? And that's one of the challenges. I think it's like a lot of unintended consequences, issues that are being floated right now. I mean, at one point they wanted to regulate cabin temperature, a few years ago. It's like, okay, you're familiar with all of the aspects that would take. But I'm with Brad. We need definition. You can't just throw these things out there and expect all of us to deal with it.
We're putting our agents and our flight attendants in a really tough spot.
Exactly. It's very tough.
Well, I'm not trying to trivialize what could be an important issue, but I guess I am. I mean, the Peacock sort of was the...
Well, look, I think that the serious point here is if we don't do something, we're going to have a significant event happen on board where someone gets hurt or attacked, and then everyone's going to be looking at why wasn't something done.
Yeah.
So, a little bit like ATC reform, get ahead of the problem, put a plan together, get all the stakeholders together, make a decision, act, and then roll it out. And, I think we're putting our frontline crew members in a terrible position because, I mean, when you're on an airplane, you're already dealing with a series of competing interests that people have, and then you throw a bunch of animals and ponies and everything else into the mix. And it's challenging, and a lot of these animals aren't trained, and that is the problem.
Someone told me they were on a flight this week with 8 emotional support animals on the flight.
That's not, yeah.
Hey, Alan, could I, there's a shout out I'd like to make. Is that possible?
It certainly is.
Can that be done?
Sure.
So the first thing I want to say is that all of us as airline leaders are bringing, I just think the airlines in this country and other countries are bringing extraordinarily value to the traveling public. The connectivity, the great service, the low fares and fares which are in real terms half of what they were 30 or 40 years ago. But we're also out in the community providing jobs, we're making the communities that we operate in better. And all of these companies work with their employees, do things. Today we actually have an example from Alaska. Alaska's got a group called the Alaska Air Group, Black Employees, Advocates, and Allies. And they actually came to watch this crowd today, and they're in Washington, D.C., lobbying for African-American employees, and they're pushing for better equity and equality, promotional opportunities. We visited the museum together. We've visited with the senators and congresspeople from our state. But I just wanted, if you guys could raise your hand, I wanted to give you a shout out. Other employees have great people, but these are, and I don't mean to grab the limelight for Alaska, because I know that every one of these airlines does great things just like this. But these are extraordinary people doing good.
And if any of you want promotions and want to come and work at JetBlue, just come and find me.
So Robin, I'm glad. No. I'm glad you brought this. So raise your hand if you're. There's only 15 of them. Raise your hand if you're from New York. So they all came to work at Alaska. They're all New Yorkers. They come to work at Alaska. So there you go, Robin. Yeah.
Well, Brad, thank you for saying that, because it does give me an opportunity, too, that every airline represented up here on the stage has an extraordinary community outreach, community involvement program, and actively promote it among your employees with some amazing stories to tell. So with that, we can close this panel, and thank you, gentlemen, for your contribution both to this panel and our industry.
Thanks, Alan,
very
much.
Stay with you.
Thanks. Well done, man.
Please welcome Ed Bolin, President and Chief Executive Officer of National Business Aviation Association.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, and Carol, thank you and the Chamber for once again making this incredible forum possible for all of us. I know we've been doing this for a long time, and it's been my pleasure to participate in certainly most, if not every one of those, and it's always really exciting because part of the day is kind of a celebration of who we are and how we got here, and certainly recognizing Marion Blakey for her terrific work with the Carol B. Hallett Award is one of the ways that we do it. But really, Aviation Day is always more about where do we go from here? What does the future look like? And it's really exciting to be here today knowing that the future is so exciting ahead. You know, we've already talked today a little bit about the unmanned vehicles. We've talked about challenges that include workforce. We've seen the picture of the Tesla and recognized that commercial space launch is very much here today. And so while in some ways we've been gathering here in Washington every spring, so much has changed. But you know, the celebrations do have a lot to be thankful for. Gratitude is a word that came up today, and I think we can be grateful that we're all part of an aviation system that is fundamental to our nation's economy and to our nation's way of life, fundamental to our future as well. You know, we've had a lot of talk over the past several years about how we can consistently and safely and affordably and predictably move more people. How do we do that? And so today, as we gather today, I think one of the things that I've heard underscored is the importance of making sure that we look forward, not back. And the National Business Aviation Association, in fact, the entire general aviation community, is very much excited about the opportunity to move forward. Because one of the things that we have known and recognized is that the United States has today the largest, the safest, the most efficient, and the most diverse air transportation system in the world. We also recognize that the United States has the ability to squeeze more throughput out of every runway and every airport than any other country in the world. So we've got the largest, the safest, the most efficient, and the most diverse air transportation system, and we get more throughput out of our runways and our airports than any place in the world. But the challenge before us is that's not enough. We've got to do more. We've got to do better. The good news for us is that there is a plan. There is a next-gen plan and a committee that is focused on delivering on those promises. And for the last several years, underneath the leadership and the chairmanship of very successful airline CEOs, we've been able to deliver on the promises of NextGen on time and on budget for the last several years. And under the leadership of Dave Bronczak, who was here earlier to introduce the Carol B. Hallett Award, we feel very good about where we're going forward, because at this point, we're going beyond proving technologies. We can look today and see how we have improved arrival times at Dallas-Fort Worth. We can see the capacity that has been generated in Atlanta. We can see the fuel savings from the approach patterns in Minneapolis. But now, thanks to Dave Bronczak, we're focusing on the Northeast Corridor. We're taking the show to Broadway. And we're very excited about the opportunity for all of us now to work together to make sure that what we do works for all the users of the system. We're very fortunate to have public airspace in the United States that is accessible to all of the general public. We're very fortunate in the United States to have by far the world's strongest general aviation community. We're very fortunate in the United States to be at the advent of the UAVs and the commercial space launch. And so while some things are routine as we come here every year to the Aviation Summit, I don't think ever before have we had the opportunities that are in front of us. So we are excited for the opportunity to work forward with the broad community. We look forward to being back next year, Carol, to report to you on the progress that we are all making, and to encourage everybody to, as Gary killed us earlier, to keep a mind open, to reinvent. It's not enough to be who we are today. We need to be more, and we need to be better in the future. Thank you very much.
And now, Dan Akins, co-founder of Flight Path Economics, LLC. Captain Tim Canal, president of Airline Pilots Association International. Bob Ledoux, president of Pratt & Whitney. Victor Mendelson, co-president of HEICO Corporation. Tom Gentile,
better.
President and Chief Executive Officer of Spirit Aerosystems Incorporated.
You guys have waters? I got one here.
And Sherry Utash,
No.
President of Wichita Area Technical College. Moderating the discussion is Joe Anselmo, Editor-in-Chief of Aviation Week and Space Technology.
Well, thanks everybody. We have a great panel here about to go, and a very important topic. Aviation Week conducts an annual study on workforce in association with AIA and AIAA. PwC is the sponsor, so we see a lot of data on this every year. Carol Hedden, who does the study for us, is here in the audience. And we do find that there is a genuine concern, not necessarily angst, but awareness that this industry really must up its game for STEM recruitment to make sure that companies can produce as we see the demand for commercial aircraft continue to go unabated, and we see the defense market starting to recover. So we're joined this afternoon by a very distinguished panel. Their bios are in your conference materials. If I read all their bios, we'd go through half our time right now, but please consult those. We're going to break this into 3 segments, about 15 minutes apiece. The first one is going to be about pilot supply and demand. That's sort of a diplomatic way of putting the debate about whether or not there's a pilot shortage in. And the discussion is also going to talk about whether we should be easing the 1,500-hour flight rule, that requirement that pilots must have 1,500 hours of flight time before they can fly a commercial airliner. And joining us on the first panel, or the first part of the panel, are 2 gentlemen who are often on opposite sides of this. Immediately next to me is Dan Adkins. Dan Akins, co-founder of Flightpath Economics, and Captain Tim Knoll, president of the Airline Pilots Association International. I think most of you know them. The second part of the panel is going to be about the aerospace and defense manufacturing talent pipeline. And joining us are Bob Leduc, the president of Pratt & Whitney, whose company is in the midst of a commercial engine ramp-up that they have not seen, he just told me, in 5 decades. So it's really unprecedented in modern times. And Victor Mendelson, co-president of HEICO Corp., which is a leading supplier of equipment for aircraft, spacecraft, and defense platforms. And last but not least, we will hear from Spirit AeroSystems president and CEO, Tom Gentile, about how his company has reaped the benefits of a workforce partnership with the Wichita Area Technical College. And joining Tom to talk about that will be the president of the college, Sherry Utash. So thank you. Welcome, everybody. And I should note as an aside, Tom, Spirit just delivered its 10,000th Boeing 737 fuselage, so congratulations on that. So let's start off by talking about pilots. And Tim, you don't even like to use the phrase pilot shortage. How come?
Well, there's a lot of ways that you could define what that phrase even means. And you can look at the statistics, and many different organizations in this town in particular have looked at the available statistics and come to different conclusions. Ours is at the very top level, straightforward in that we have almost 2 pilots for every commercial airline pilot job out there. And we measure that on the FAA documentation about those who have an ATP in their pocket and a medical and what job is available for them. There's been spikes and flows in the production of pilots with regard to air transport pilot license and also a restricted air transport pilot license, which is available. Remember, it's set as low as 750 hours, 1,000 hours, 1,250 hours, up to 1,500 for those who don't have any training. And those spikes have gone up and down, but the overall trend, if you normalize it, and we've taken a good hard look at it, we think we're still in a good place. But we have some concerns over the long term. We have some concerns over the long term that we need to find a way to sustain a good depth into the next generation if this industry is going to grow.
Okay, Dan.
So I appreciate Tim's use of statistics, and the FAA agreed this week that the Inspector General said you can't use our data to predict a pilot shortage. And I don't like the shortage. I like talking about adequate pilot supply. One of the things I think anyone here who's flown through National Airport would recognize is these great, big, beautiful pictures of the sky that Tim and Alpa have put up with the reference essentially that pilots can see things other folks can't. And I'd like to suggest to Tim that economists can see things that maybe pilots can't. And I've been in this business for 35 years. One of my first jobs was at ALPA. I am a pilot. But the change over the last 4 years since the GAO wrote its report that said that there was not enough evidence to either say there was a pilot shortage or not has completely changed in my mind. All of the indicators that were there in that report that would suggest a pilot shortage, low unemployment, massive increase in hiring, massive increase in wages, and a survey of operators who hire pilots, all are glowing red alert at this point. And 2018, in my book, is the first year of many in which we have to worry about the production of pilots to meet our demand. The economy is about $1.6 trillion tied into the aviation market, as evidenced by the size of the group in this room. It's an important component of aviation. If we can only produce a level that's 95% of what we need, we're talking about tens of thousands of jobs, all kinds of airports becoming unplugged from the service of air transportation and access to the global market, and billions of dollars in lost economic activity that is equal to, if not greater than 9/11 for each year and every year going forward until we solve this. So it's critical that we find a way to solve this.
Tim?
So I absolutely agree with the stakes. They're very high. We may not agree on how the numbers are going to play out, particularly this year. But there is plenty of room for innovative thought, both by the employers of my members, the 60,000 members I represent. Their employers have come up with some innovative thought. And there's also room for our government to make some change here. If you look at the soft underbelly or the low-hanging fruit here, right now the statistics are 8% of the my members who fly for the airlines are women. 6% are Hispanic or Latino, and we're down to 2% in the African American ranks. This is something that is quickly addressable if we can find ways to entice them into it. And I'm a labor union president, plain and simple. I know what works to entice people to do work, and that's fair pay, good work-life balance, benefits, and a career path that is predictable for the individual. This industry has been notoriously unpredictable. Dan, you're one of the best at actually figuring out how unpredictable it can be. And that has yielded quite a bit of problems for us in the 15 years leading up to today. It's not been a great place to come to be. It's really not been a great profession as an airline pilot. And I think that generation that was looking for their profession noticed and decided they would pass. Good news is we've seen some correction to that. We've seen a lot of correction to those dark day contracts, and that's why we're seeing increased enrollment closer to capacity at a lot of our flight schools.
Yeah, and I would agree with Tim on that. One of the problems that I think we've got as an industry is that we don't have best practices across the board, particularly in pilot training, in the amount of capacity we dedicate to pilot training, or the cost burden that we put on prospective students to get through their initial pilot training. $150,000 to $200,000 for a kid as 18 to 20 years old is a pretty daunting obstacle to pursue a career as an airline pilot. And I think, part of what Tim has been on Capitol Hill addressing, and the Buffalo families have come down to Washington a number of times, is regards to the 1,500-hour rule. And I promised Tim backstage I wouldn't wax on about the 1,500-hour rule too long, but I've got to say that Flight Safety produced a paper today. Flight Safety Foundation produced a paper today. Did you see it, Tim?
I read it, yep.
And essentially, they're sort of gearing the challenge to us as a workforce investment, which fits perfectly with the panel, that there's no better poster child for the U.S. economy and the dependence on folks like Tim that once he retires, we need another Tim, and we can't replace Tim because he's got 15,000 hours, he's got military service. We need to find people who are competent and safe. So the flight safety paper talks about, in a sense, that competency cannot be based alone on the quantity of hours being flown. And that's not to say the 1,500-hour rule has to be challenged to go away, but there's got to be a better way to train pilots more efficiently in this country and to fund that training and make sure we have enough capacity to allow for that training to take place, to produce the number of pilots to replace Tim and the 25,000 other people just like Tim who are going to retire after their long careers in the aviation business within the next 10 years. If American has any indication as to what's about to hit us, and it's just starting this year, Americans retiring 547 pilots in 2018. They are going to hire 900. So 80% more than the age 65 pilot retirements are going to be hired at American. That is going to put an incredible drain on the available supply starting this year. That mainline carrier is going to lose more than half of its pilots, half of its 15,000 pilots within the next 10 years. That's never happened before. And the skill set that Tim brings to the table and the safety and the competence that he brings to the table has to be replaced somehow. And right now, we don't have that capacity to produce quantity and quality of pilots under the current system.
Dan, don't your concerns extend beyond commercial? There's a big problem on the military side, too, isn't there?
General Goldfein last year convened a conference about this time in the Pentagon, brought together a bunch of stakeholders. And what he realized is that when the civilian side is out of balance, the military side is out of balance, too. Because folks that employ Tim, Delta, American, and United are readily hiring folks right out of the military, to the extent that the preparedness of the military is being threatened by the inadequacy of the civilian sector to produce enough pilots to service the commercial flights that we all fly on. It's tied together in so many ways with the economy and the military, it's kind of daunting.
In there, you know, for a lot of reasons, when I was in the military, I flew in the Navy for a long time, right, 20 plus years. But the decision to leave the military for me and a lot of the people who left at that time was solely based on a lot of what they make today, what they're basing their decisions on today, and that is what kind of work-life balance and what kind of pay can I get? And they see a new career path that is better than it was 10 years ago, hence we're seeing a drain out of the military. You know, I think I agree with a lot of what you said and what the Flight Safety Foundation said about training. We have to find a way to do it. Our most profound concern, though, is that we don't give up on the real-world experience that's gained only through actual time at the controls in the real system, where you're dealing with that ground controller who just won't let you get a word in edgewise. You're dealing with that dynamic weather condition. You're dealing with the, probably if you're in a 135 operation, a passenger concern. I absolutely believe we can find better ways to do it, but we don't want to adjust that requirement for real-world experience before you get into an airliner that may have 300 people on board. 300 people. We've got to make sure that the baseline is very high. That's where our argument is.
Okay. So I guess my argument against what Tim is saying is that the best practices in the world that train pilots at airliners that are flying over our heads today, Virgin Atlantic, BA, Aer Lingus, ANA, JAL, are all based on programs that produce pilots in about a fifth of the time in terms of hours. 70% of British Airways student training is done in simulators, okay? What Tim's assumptions are, I disagree with. The experience that you get as a flight instructor, which is, I don't know how many people, 80% of the hours are being earned in flight instruction because there's not enough pathways otherwise to fly. Those flight instructors, because of the students that they're training, generally aren't in congested airspace. They're generally not in complicated aircraft. They're generally not flying in mountains or in weather because their students aren't up to that speed yet. So the majority of their work is flying around rural airports. And taking that experience and that quantity of hours and throwing that person into a cockpit trainer at a main airline is now the criteria to have an ATP to get 1,500 hours. That's a very large jump. And for those of you who follow F1 racing, I think it's like going around a circle for 5 years in a go-kart and assuming you can drive an F1 racer because you've had real-world experience. We're talking about people in Cessna 152s flying over Kansas, suddenly being thrown into the cockpit of ExpressJet Airlines, being based on reserve in Newark, and having to deal with that level of complexity, having taught students at an airfield in rural Kansas or Missouri. That's not the best practices in anybody's book, and it certainly isn't the world standard. And we have to find a way to make sure that we're training pilots in the quality and quantity that we need. And I'm not talking about taking away safety. I'm talking about improving safety. And if any of you want to read about what the preeminent organization in the world is, Flight Safety Organization, you would look at the paper they just put out today and find out that they're exactly on that path. More funding, more capacity, more use of data-driven metrics and competency-based training to get the pilots that we need to fly safely into the future. We both have that concern. Tim has a different view of it. And in my view, my worry about it is it's producing scarcity in the market that is reducing air service to communities, that is reducing the military's preparedness, that has already paid dividends to ALPA's members through improvements in contracts. The regional business is up 100% in terms of its pay. It's time to plant the flag and declare victory on the labor side in terms of how much leverage we've been able to produce in the pilots to get contracts that are beneficial and draw people to the industry from the dark days. I completely agree with that. It's now time to engage in a holistic way with the communities that we live in to try and make sure that they're served in the future. And that means changing the ways we do business with pilot training.
So I've been a flight instructor, and I couldn't disagree more with regard to the value of learning about flying as a flight instructor. You're absolutely right. We've done some improvements. We need to do more improvements. I also do agree with you, though, there's other ways to do the training. But I disagree that we should lower the real-world experience requirements. We have to maintain that. And a lot of the international airlines he's referring to are using a process called multi-pilot license, MPL. We have some deep concerns about the way MPL has been implemented. Here's the challenge. Some of the airlines have done a great job with it. Others have produced subpar products, and it's bitten us. It's bitten us around the world with some accidents that I don't think this country should have to accept. Our system today is resulting in 0 deaths, okay? That's the gold standard. I want to do everything we can to increase the volume, but I also don't want to impinge upon the gold standard.
Can I ask you guys add a new wrinkle to this
Should we let Joe talk or no?
The Aerospace Industries Association just this week released a new report that predicts we'll see unmanned freighter aircraft service starting around 2025, really gaining momentum within 10 years, and passenger aircraft, unmanned passenger aircraft around 2040. Do you buy those timelines, and does that change this equation in any way?
So I have no way to really gauge the timelines. I could ask people now in today's technology. I think we'd have a pretty good show of hands who's not willing to get on an airplane without a pilot. So I get that. I think 2040 is a long way out. But I have not seen a business case that shows the 7%. Okay, so pilot costs for a major airline range between 7 and 8, maybe 9% of the total cost picture. That's the pilot portion of the total cost picture. So that's what you're trying to get at, but you're also going to have to recertify all the aircraft for a new concept, because right now they're certified for 2 qualified pilots at the controls at all times, except for short periods needed for physiological reasons. And to do that certification, I don't know if you've dealt with the FAA, I know we have, right? They like to do things in multiple redundancies, so it's not going to be a single wide bandwidth data link that talks to that aircraft. You're going to need multiple wide bandwidth data links. All these things are expensive. I haven't done the business case. It's not my job to do the business case. Maybe at some point in the future, there probably will be a business case. But pilots are always going to be an important part, whether they're in the cockpit or on the ground.
And I would agree. I think the time horizon that we have is going to be pushed forward because the market solution may mean that if service gets constrained and we're facing a crisis, that it's not no pilot airplanes, it's single pilot aircraft. And it may take place in China, and it may be for passengers or non-passenger aircraft. But at some point, Boeing's investing in that technology. We heard a little bit about it today. Artificial intelligence could affect the demand side if there's really a short supply of pilots. And one of the things I think that sort of concerns me, and it draws back to what Tim is saying, is that the reliance on the market to fix this problem is not going to be effective. And it's going to fix things in a way that neither Tim nor Americans would like, which means artificial intelligence business cases get brought forward. Why? Because pilots cost too much and there are not enough of them. We can have the demand by having single pilot airplanes. I don't want that. I don't think it's good for ALPA. I don't think it's good for us. I don't think it's as safe as it should be. The other part of having a shortage of pilots that I think Tim has to be concerned about. Right now, there are foreign pilots on visas that are qualified under the $1,500 rule, ATP rule, that are coming over here and flying for U.S. carriers. So we're now to the point where we're actually importing pilot talent because the companies don't have enough pilots to fly the airplanes today, even with the improvements.
Very low numbers.
But it's going to increase, and there's no way on the horizon I can see it decreasing.
Well, thank you both for a very informative discussion.
He got to go last. What the heck? I'm just kidding.
No. I've got a time clock here I've got to manage. So let's move on. So we heard about pilots. Let's move on to manufacturing and start out with you, Bob. You came out of retirement to run Pratt & Whitney again recently. How is this industry doing in getting young people excited about it compared to where it was when you began your career?
Yeah, I think, in this day and age, I think we have an easier job attracting talent today than perhaps we did 10 years ago. I think when you look at what the growth prospects are for the industry, I mean, we're going to be at levels of commercial aircraft production that we've never seen, ever. I mean, you hear Boeing and Airbus both talking about going to rate 70 for their narrow-body airplanes. And though some would argue maybe the wide-body market's been a bit weak, those volumes are still higher than we've ever traditionally seen in a wide-body. You look at what's going on with the defense budget, we got the 2-year deal, caps are off, you'll see a lot more spending, more equipment. So the opportunity is there. The other thing I think that's in the favor of the industry is if you look at the demographics, at least of our company, I've got 39,000 people. 20,000 are retirement eligible within the next 10 years. So if I look at the retirement phenomenon and I look at the growth phenomenon, those two things for us is a big attraction. We've hired 10,000 people in the last 3 years, largely to supplement our growth, but also to take care of some of the retirements. So I don't view that as the challenge. I view the challenge is there going to be enough people prospectively to do what we need to do in order to keep growing the company? And I think that's the challenge. Today, I would argue on the engineering side, we probably do have a big enough bench to do that. We have partnerships with Penn State, Georgia Tech, University of Connecticut. We never have a problem finding engineers. Where we do have a problem is when we need experienced mechanics or assemblers. That population is not what it needs to be, and particularly when I'm looking at retirements. And the other issue is the skill set they're going to need 10 years from now is not the skill set they need today. So in a nutshell, that's kind of the challenge for the industry. And we're working on that, and I'm sure we'll get into that conversation later, but for me at a high level, this is not about whether or not people are excited about coming to work for you. It's about whether or not that pool of people is going to be big enough to be able to address all the job needs.
Victor, you've said the issue isn't finding people. You can find plenty of people. The issue is finding good people. So how's that going?
Excuse me, I have a bit of a cold. It's not easy. It's always a challenge to find the best people, to find the best talent. We're doing it, but it takes longer and it's harder these days. We're competing against some other exciting industries, although I think ours, as Bob said, I think our industry is as exciting as it gets. Watching that video, the Boeing video before lunch or right after lunch was really energizing and exciting for me to watch. One of the things our industry, I think, does have to be careful of is how it treats its people, something that Tim alluded to or said directly with respect to airlines, and that is mega corporations lay people off in massive numbers repeatedly. And that behavior, I think, comes back to haunt us all at some point because they hear from their parents or they hear from their grandparents, I worked for X corporation for so many years. We saw it in the airlines. We saw what happened. I know a lot of pilots who complained about this. And they're laid off. And then all of a sudden we're back begging and saying, come back to work for us. And they're really not attaching the loyalty to us that we need them to attach. And understand, I'm not a liberal, but I do think that we have to be very, very careful the way we treat people, and we have to make sure that not only are we compensating them fairly, compensation's only part, as you said, it is the work-life balance, it's how we treat people, are we fair to them, and are we running to the doors the minute there's an economic downturn to cut people out, and are we proud? Too many companies are just so proud of how many heads they cut, And so I would counsel we have to be careful on the hiring side and be moderate to avoid the crash or the boom and bust cycles.
So Bob, you laid out the challenge ahead. What are you doing to address that challenge of losing half your next workforce to retirement?
You know, we've been growing employment since 2015. And as we look out, we think we're stable at least for the next 7 to 10 years. So, you know, and we hire at a rate that I would argue we do sometimes a combination of what we call make-buy. So engineering, for example, we basically staff at 80% of our requirement, so that the 20% we use as float as engineering contractors. So we're very confident that those 80% that are blue badges, full-time Pratt employees, we're stable in terms of whether or not there's ups and downs in terms of engineering development. And to be honest with you, we do the same thing in the supply chain. We don't make everything in-house. We do what we think is core to us in-house. We outsource a lot that we don't believe is core, and that's kind of our float. So our strategy's been, we want to minimize disruption inside, and we do that basically through outsourcing. Now, I know it's disruptive to the outsource sources, but in terms of our company, that's what we try to do to maintain and make employment stable. That's kind of how we address it.
Victor, do you have any tips you can share with the audience on how you're dealing with this?
Hiring, finding good people.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's not a silver bullet, as we were talking backstage. We do it through a variety of means. One is patience, talking with a lot of people. The other, of course, is getting out there and getting the message out there that we're hiring and that we're looking for talent, we're looking for good people. And then the third is working with educational institutions, as Bob said, and organizations like Cherise or Embry-Riddle down in Florida, another great example. We can really work with them and show them that there's a lot of good opportunity coming to join us. And as an example, it's easy to find digital engineers today. It's very difficult to find analog engineers. So in our electronics businesses, very, very challenging. And I think working with the educational institutions, we can get them, and we've had success doing it, we can get them to explain to their students what great opportunities and excitement there are, and that analog is not going away. And just sitting in front of a computer and doing some work for Snapchat or Instagram or Facebook is not nearly as exciting as doing some of the things we do in our industry, but whether it's electronic warfare or it's radar on an aircraft or something else.
Yeah. How about automation as a piece of the solution? Bob, we were talking backstage, and you're skeptical that automation can be the panacea for this problem.
Well, in the engine business, I can only talk about my business. We do see areas where automation makes perfect sense. You can justify the capital investment, and the return on the capital is, clearly in the best interest of us, our customers, and our shareholders. But there's a lot of things we do that automation does not lend itself to. We don't ever see our engine assembly getting automated. We just don't. Pretty complicated. We see areas where we have high volume parts that require critical machining as probably the likely areas. And I'll give you an example. We have an automated, completely 100% automated cell up in our Pratt, Canada facility that does turbine discs. It used to take 8 people to run that cell. It takes 1. The quality is 40% better. The throughput's double. And of course, the attendant cost is lower. But it took us 1,000 hours of training to get that individual with the ability to be able to run that cell. Because it's not just the machinist now standing there and machining the disc, which of course requires a fair amount of skill. But now it's about somebody that, can they balance the load between machines? Can they troubleshoot the robots? Can they make sure that statistically the machine is exactly where it needs to be? It doesn't need to be adjusted. Can they troubleshoot software? It's an entirely different skill set. So there's advantages to automation. It will not solve this problem, and not for the engine business anyway, not in my company. It will absolutely contribute to being able to maybe not have to hire as many, But it is not, I don't view it as the panacea. Now, maybe at the airplane level, it's a different story, but I can tell you at the engine level, we just don't see it.
Victor, did you want to weigh in at all?
I completely agree with Bob. There are applications, and it can help with engineering and speeding things up, but by and large, it is, in our business, it is not going to replace the human being.
Okay. What would you gentlemen like to see government and industry do to help solve this challenge? Bob, I believe you've called for a national apprenticeship program, right? Similar to what they do in the UK?
Yeah, so listen, we don't think there's a silver bullet here. It's a multi-pronged approach. So one thing we've started to do is obviously we have a lot of employees, bless them, that go into the local school system and actually teach them curriculum and expose these kids to what we do that otherwise would never have that opportunity. So we start there. We also now, in North Berwick, Maine, at one of our facilities, we've actually taken the guidance counselors from across the state, high school guidance counselors, and brought them to the factory. Believe it or not, guidance counselors think manufacturing is still 1950s, smoky, dirty. They have no idea that when they walk onto a modern manufacturing facility, the level of technology, the cleanliness of the factory, and exactly how complicated it is. We've done that, and now they tend to want to now recommend to some of their students that maybe a 4-year track isn't for them, maybe this is a better track for them, a technical track. So that's an avenue we're using. We also have partnerships with all community colleges in all the cities where we have factories. We do that as well. We also have internal programs. We have an 8,000-hour, 4-year machinist technician's degree. It's an applied science degree that we use to our employees. We do quality weeks with some of our employees to give them the skill set to do lean and the like. We do all of that. But at the end of the day, we need to figure out, our opinion is, we may need a national apprenticeship program. And we say that because this is not just our need. You know, if I just look in the state of Connecticut, I've got General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, and ourselves, and we are all pulling on that same small pool of people. It's functionally not going to be big enough. So we believe, we are very supportive of a national apprenticeship program. We think that is a key to solving this issue for us.
Victor, when you look to companies like SpaceX or Blue Origin, they've generated a lot of excitement about this industry, and whenever they post jobs, they have 10 times as many applicants. It generates a lot of buzz. Is there anything other companies can learn from what we're seeing happen in space?
Absolutely. Again, kind of going back to what I said earlier, it's very much how we treat people and what sort of environment we create. I don't think we need to pander and create a juvenile environment, the ping pong tables in the aisles, although maybe that's part of the solution. But I think if we treat people fairly and get them motivated about what we're doing and do something different and unique and treat them honestly throughout, I think we'll all benefit.
Did you want to add anything to that, Bob?
Well, I'll just give you some numbers. So we've been on this journey of trying to change the culture in our company, because culture was what ultimately holds people with you. So when I came back in early 16, the voluntary attrition rate at Pratt, in spite of the fact the job market was very good and we were growing, was over 6%. And today it's 2%. And I'll tell you what we've done. We basically have told the organization is that we're going to enable you, we're going to empower you, we're going to entrust you. You're going to do the work, you're going to tell us how to do the work, and we're going to let you learn and make mistakes. That's really all we've done. And we've actually proven that through our actions. People have made mistakes. It's a learning experience. And to be honest with you, it's resonated with all 39,000 employees to a degree that I don't think I would have ever envisioned. And I can tell you, because of that, we enjoy that low attrition rate today. And, my figure of merit for success is, do I have a line of people outside wanting to come work for Pratt & Whitney? And I would say today we could say yes to that.
Okay. Well, let's move on to our third and final piece of the panel. And Tom, why don't you tell us a little bit about this partnership between Spirit and Wichita State University? How did it evolve, and how has it been beneficial for Spirit?
Well, first of all, maybe a little bit of context. Earlier today, Kevin McAllister talked about how much demand there is for new aircraft. And we are really in a golden era for the aviation industry. Traffic's growing at 5 to 7%. That's led to an incredible demand for aircraft, maybe 40,000 over the next 20 years. That's led to huge numbers of orders and a backlog. Alan McCarter mentioned the backlog is 13,000 aircraft for Boeing and Airbus. And that's probably 7 or 8 years of production. So it's just this incredible amount of demand. And that's translated into record deliveries and production rates. And so one of what we do at Spirit is we make structures for aviation companies like Airbus and Boeing. So we're not the airline, we're not Spirit Airlines, we make these structures. And so if you look at, for the 737, for example, it's our biggest product, we make about 70% of the structure of the aircraft, including the entire fuselage. And as recently as 2005, we were making 21 of those fuselages per month. Today, we're making over 50. And you mentioned that we just delivered our 10,000th to Boeing, and we did that back on February 14th. It took us 52 years to deliver 10,000 aircraft. But if you look at the demand over the next period of time, at the rate we're producing today, over 50 per month, we'll produce the next 10,000 in 15 years. Okay, and so it just takes an incredible amount of people. We have in Spirit about 15,000 employees globally. We have 12,000 in Wichita, Kansas. And Kansas is a very nice place, Dan. I know you were saying that the aircraft that fly over there, it is flat, but it's quite nice. So we have about 12,000 employees in Wichita. About 7,000 of those are frontline employees. And we were talking about automation. We have a lot of automation. But of the 450,000 rivets we put in every fuselage for the 737, 40% of them are still done manually. So we need a lot of frontline workers. And in the last couple of years, we've hired over 3,000 people globally, 2,500 in Kansas, and last year alone, 1,500. So we need frontline workers who have technical backgrounds, who can do this work to put out the aircraft to meet the backlogs and the demand that we have. And as Bob mentioned, this challenge is getting harder. The number I have is 45% of our employees are going to be eligible for retirement in the next 5 years, of our frontline workers. And so those are people we're going to have to replace. And because of the retirements, we've seen attrition levels of 6 to 8%. And so the challenge is getting harder and harder. And that's where a partnership with Sherry and Wichita Area Technical College really comes into play, because we need qualified people who have technical backgrounds who can step in and immediately start to produce at these rates with quality and to meet the delivery schedules that we have. And frankly, we couldn't do it without a partner like Wichita Area Technical College. We've had a partnership with them for almost 15 years, and we are hiring probably about 40% of their graduates out of their aerospace program. And it's actually critical to us to be able to fill the pipeline, that we have access to that kind of training.
So, you know, as a technical college, we're really proud of the partnership that we have with Spirit Aerosystems. And I always say a technical college is a microcosm of your community. And so as Spirit Aerosystems, strategic initiatives, workforce demands, as those occur, that helps create our strategic initiatives and defines the outcomes that we have to do. So it's a ramp up or a ramp down. We have to do that very, very quickly often in order to help meet the need. They've been a longtime partner, as Tom mentioned, 15 years. Spirit the leadership of Spirit was very instrumental in the vision and the development and the creation of the National Center for Aviation Training, which is located in Wichita, Kansas. We have visitors from all over the United States and the country coming into that facility, and if you've never been there, I'd love to host you. It's a 254,000 square foot facility, state-of-the-art equipment, state-of-the-art training to produce aviation and advanced manufacturing skilled workforce. They were very instrumental with us in doing that. So they've been a longtime partner with us. The other thing that, you know, the other thing that they work with us all the time on is we are constantly redefining the image of career technical education. And I think everybody in this field understands that. These are really noble jobs. They are fabulous career paths. But somebody else on the panel said this a while ago, it's hard to overcome the stigma that is attached to all this. So Spirit is a great partner with us. They are a integral part of National Manufacturing Day every October that we celebrate across the nation with the Manufacturing Institute. They are a partner with us in our National Career Technical Education Signing Day, which is a day that we have in February where we bring high school students from all across the community into our facility, and we have them sign a pledge just like if they were being recruited to play baseball or basketball or football at a college. They're coming and signing a pledge in front of their parents and industry saying, we're gonna take this educational career path in either aviation or advanced manufacturing. And then we also have developed a 57-foot truck and trailer that we call our Future Maker Lab, and Spirit is a partner with that. And what we're doing is we're taking that across the South Central Kansas area, soon to go across Kansas, to middle school and young high school students, trying to tell them why STEM education is important and what fabulous job opportunities and careers there are in aviation and advanced manufacturing. So they work with us on redesigning and re-imaging that. And that is really a tough part of the work that we're trying to do to recruit for all of these different industries. And everybody out there knows that because we all have the same workforce critical need. So our job is to help them create a workforce for the present and for the future. I often say we have to keep an eye in the microscope to know what we need now and an eye in the telescope to know what we're going to need. We are all about, our job is to create for them a workforce in direct touch employees. So sheet metal, composite fabrication, machinist. They guarantee an interview for all of our students that complete the program. So that's another great way that we've partnered together. We try to be very nimble and flexible in order to make sure that we are producing the workforce that they need. So that means that we're constantly changing curriculum, we're constantly changing projects, changing the way that we train and the way that we teach so that we can put out a product that works, that can meet the workforce demands in their industry and they can be productive. You know, we also have to be very cognizant of the supply chain that runs underneath because we have to provide for the supply chain as well, because if we can't provide for the supply chain, they can't get the parts they need, therefore their production can't be met. So we are, you know, we just kind of walk lockstep with what Spirit needs in the aviation division of our college. We work on some really incredible projects. We have an apprenticeship program in facilities maintenance that is relatively new but working really well. We're in the process of designing some new career paths, so when these people hit the production floor, they understand that there is a career path beyond that initial job. And then we're also working on some managerial supervisory training. But I think the message that I would have, I might be the only educator here today, I don't know, but the message I would have is that business and industry, and all of you, you reinvent yourself often. And education historically has not done that. But I would share with you that higher education at both the 2-year level and the 4-year level truly are beginning to understand the criticality of working hand in hand with workforce and with industry in order to meet the needs. And we are going to have to continue to be very innovative, provide applied learning opportunities, apprenticeships, whatever kind of programs that we can do in order to meet those demands. And we're very privileged to have the partnership that we do, and we work every single day to try to make sure that we're creating a workforce to meet their needs so that they can be globally productive in the market. And I think the thing that I would say is that push education. Just push us, because we all need to be pushed. It's not kind of in our DNA to do this, but we know we have to. And I think we're a working model of that, but you're going to find that across the nation, because higher education is understanding that they have to do things differently, and that we are a key to working hand in hand with business and industry in order to make this aviation gym have the piece in this U.S. economy that it deserves.
Okay. Tom, she was talking about your needs. You said you've been doing this for 15 years. So what has changed about your needs?
Right. Well, the one thing is we require people that have this technical background, and so Sherry and her team have been helping to fill the pipeline, and they provide trained graduates. But there's still more that they need to learn. And so what we do is we provide supplemental training after they come on board. And that training lasts over 5 weeks. But we really work very hard to coordinate the curriculum so that the students begin to learn those critical skills. And then when they come over and they start their job, and they have that 5-week training program, we go into more depth. And there's 7 critical technical skills. It's things like drilling and filling and deburring and machining and assembly. So we take them through more work in those areas. And there's competency tests. Many of them can pass out very quickly because they already have the basic background. So it's important to coordinate those curriculums so that we get the people we need. Now, though, even after that training program and they go on the line, there's still more work to do. It's as you were saying, it's continuous learning. And so what we've done is we found that with the rates so high, our employees have less time to spend answering questions for the new recruits. So what we've done is we've actually gone and gotten retirees who have literally decades of experience and knowledge. They come back and they serve as on-the-job coaches. They match up with frontline supervisors, and then they're there to answer the questions for the new recruits. It's been incredibly successful. We recently had our annual retiree luncheon, and we had 300 people. Over half of them expressed interest in coming back to help out in some capacity. But in addition to that kind of training, the other thing that's important is internships. I mean, Sherry mentioned how important it is to get into the high schools or even the colleges and get people interested in these kinds of careers. And so internships, we do probably about 100 college internships a year, and that helps with our STEM engineering recruiting. But we've also started having high school internships to get people interested in technical careers. Last year we had 30, this year we're going to have 60. And it's always a fine line. It's a difficult balance, whether you encourage somebody to go off to a 4-year university versus a technical career. But we want to make this a respectable career option. It's a good wage, it's a good lifestyle, and there's opportunities to continue to advance after you take it. And then the other thing I would say is this idea of an apprenticeship program. Bob, you mentioned it before. Countries like the UK and Germany have it. They're incredibly important because they provide structure and rigor in terms of developing these qualified mechanics. And so with our union, the IAM and the IBEW, we do have an apprenticeship program. And it's starting off small, but we'll have over 80 apprenticeships in the next couple of years with the IAM. And that's another critical element, and I couldn't agree more that we need a standardized national certification for apprenticeships that's transferable between states, so that if you get it in one place, it doesn't impede you from going to another state and pursuing a similar career opportunity.
Okay. I asked Victor and Bob about looking to the future, about trends such as automation, robotics, things like that. I've been, if you've been to the Boeing 777X plant there, they're doing things a lot differently. Now, what do you think the impact will be on Spirit of some of these trends, and artificial intelligence also as well?
Well, there's no doubt automation is growing, but it doesn't mean that you need fewer people, because you actually, and maybe it's probably enriching the jobs, because you need people with even more technical qualifications. Just last week, we opened up a new 5-axis machining center of excellence right there in Wichita, Kansas. And we have 6 new state-of-the-art machines, 5-axis machines, and probably about a $35 million investment. They can be operated with 1 employee, but that 1 employee has to have incredible technical knowledge and background, because if something goes wrong, they've got to be there to manage it. So they need to understand programming, they need to understand electronics, they need to understand maintenance cycles, and so the jobs are becoming even more technical, more critical. And so it's really a blend of technology and automation as well as individual talent. And so I'd say the jobs are with the advances in technology, are becoming even more technical and more critical.
Okay, and Bob, you're nodding in agreement.
Yeah, I agree 100%. There's no question about it. We have real life experience to tell us that.
Okay. We're running short on time. Dan, I cut you off, so I'm going to give you the last word, sir.
Well, that's great. I think these are all top of the market problems that we're facing. Plenty of demand for air travel, plenty of demand for products that fly people, not enough people to build them or potentially fly those products or maintain them. So I think as a country, we have to rise to the challenge of a tight labor market. It's a good problem to have in general, offering opportunities for young men and women to enter into workforces that may not be attractive in the past because of the job cycles or whatever. But I think right now we are facing the greatest intergenerational transfer of technical knowledge in the history of the industry, both from the things that you gentlemen have been saying and the amount of time it takes to get somebody technically competent, not in the analog world, but in the digital world, is a change in environment. And I think that workforce development is something that we really haven't thought through, and the Europeans and other countries have. So I think we have to rise to this challenge to ensure that all of the forecasts and all the demand for the equipment can be built, and that we have folks like Captain Knoll here to fly them. And that's our challenge. And every day we wait for some market solution is another day at our peril, because we're not going to meet those goals if we don't invest in the workforce that has to build and fly these machines.
Okay, well, as I suspected, a very thoughtful set of conversations. Thank you very much to the entire panel.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Please welcome Kevin Burke, President and Chief Executive Officer of Airports Council International, North America.
Good afternoon. Are we still awake? So, Carol, first of all, I want to congratulate the Chamber for what I consider to be probably the best one of these I've been to in the 4 years I've been the head of ACI. So let's give Carol a round of applause for her hard work. And I think I can speak for everybody here that we look forward to this event every year to kind of get to see one another. We're all in the same business. We're all in the same space. We exchange innovative ideas, and we look at the broader aviation community. And me personally, I look forward to this every year for the annual beatdown that Nick Callio gives me about the PFC. And I don't think I could get through one of these things without Nick beating me up. But I have to thank Nick for something he said today. The airport community was able to get a $4 increase in the Senate Appropriations Committee unanimously. So obviously, airports have convinced some very wise senators that there is a need out there. So I'll leave it at that, because my opening remarks had nothing to do with the PFC, but I took the bait, Nick, wherever you are. I think you're in a board meeting, but more to come, more to come. This year's theme, Carol, Further in Flight, is at the heart and soul of our work at Airports Council International North America. Now, this year we are celebrating our 70th anniversary as the voice of airports in North America. And our members have charged us, their staff, to continue to look beyond the horizon, as we like to say, in anticipation of the next opportunity to enhance the travel experience, to mitigate risks, and to bolster the role of airports in serving local communities. And that's what airports do. They serve local communities. Now, as a foundation of America's aviation system, everybody takes off from airports. The airport voice is incredibly important to today's discussions about the future of flight. And I like to say, and a lot of my colleagues in the airport industry say this, unless I'm missing something here, every successful commercial and GA flight begins and ends at an airport. So we are the foundation of this industry. So, in my view, everybody in this room, everybody out in the hallway taking a break, everybody I've seen today, you are all airport stakeholders. You use airports just like I do. So whether you manufacture the planes that land on our runways, or work at an airline which operates out of our terminals, or whether you are a shipper who rely upon our intermodal connections, or a driver for a ground transportation company that uses our access roads to drop off passengers at airports. Airports across the country appreciate the partnership we have with all of you in the room to ensure a safe, secure, and economically viable aviation transportation system here in North America. Now, as I've heard in my discussions with many of you here, all of our airport stakeholders, there is a broad consensus, in my view, that our industry must confront complex challenges, and then again, that's what this meeting is all about, today and in the years ahead, that will impact our collective ability to improve air travel for the benefit of our passengers, our customers, and communities, and, most importantly, to ensure our global competitiveness. So in my short time here today, Carol, I'm going to try to work in as much as I can. I'd like to focus on some thoughts about what I consider to be the key issues facing America's airports, which include workforce planning, which we've discussed before, security, facilitation, and infrastructure. And I will get that all in the next 7 minutes. Solving these challenges will contribute to our shared goal here of making air travel better for everybody, not only in this room, but around the country. So let's first talk about workforce planning. Just as the airlines have mentioned in prior sessions, airports are also preparing for a major shift in the composition of the airport workforce. As the baby boomer generation reaches retirement during a time when the airport industry and the airline industry is growing significantly, many airports are turning their focus on how to attract and retain new talent to move the industry forward. We're also taking a hard look at the new skills the industry will require in the years ahead, especially in the areas of technology, capital planning, concessions management, and most importantly on the infrastructure side, airport design. So when it comes for planning for tomorrow's workforce, airports have been very active in partnering with community colleges and universities to introduce students to airports through valuable internship programs. ACINA has been proud to support a program called Edge for Vets through Fordham University that helps veterans translate their valuable military experience into civilian life. And we're very, very proud of that. We have many people who are now working in airports who are formerly in the military. We are thrilled that so many of our airport business partners have joined us in what I consider to be one of our most important programs, especially as we develop tomorrow's workforce. In addition to workforce planning challenges, airports operate in what I would consider to be an uncertain landscape, with evolving requirements to address concerns about ever-changing aviation security threats. And we know what they are. We've seen them. It's been very disappointing, but we're ready. We will continue to collaborate with DHS, TSA, our airline partners, our partners and global stakeholders to ensure security requirements are not only effective, but they also can be tailored to the unique operating environment of individual airports. So no cookie cutters to individual airports. So in order to maintain the safety and security of the traveling public, airports must continue to deploy the latest trends in technology. And we all know how expensive that is. Now, to keep up with the increasing international traffic in the United States, airports have launched innovative technologies, including mobile passport control, in 24 of our nation's busiest airports, and automatic passport control kiosks in most others to ensure the expedited passage of passengers into the United States. Little known fact, most inbound international travelers spend on average about $4,500 a person. When you do the math on all that inbound traffic, we're talking about a lot of money coming into the United States. So the success of mobile passport is directly attributable to the strong partnerships we have with Customs and Border Protection. But, and there's a large but here, ladies and gentlemen, many airports are still challenged with delays in processing passengers from international destinations despite innovations, mainly because we have a lack of officers who are able to work to bring international travel in. So airports and airlines agree biometric entry, that is the future, has the potential to change the way passengers pass through airports. But like any new technology, there are still lots of questions to be answered before it comes online across our airport system. So in 2018, we look forward to continue our work with airlines, Customs and Border Protection, and TSA as they upgrade their equipment and their processes to improve, once again, the passenger experience. Now, an airport's commitment to technology and the passenger experience are not standalone issues. These issues speak directly to the need to modernize airport infrastructure. To some degree, that is our raison d'etre. I've long held the position that airport infrastructure is not just an airport issue. And I might kid around about Nick and I going back and forth on the PFC, but it's not even an airlines versus airports issue, even though many people see it as that. It's frankly the only issue that we really disagree upon. We have a great partnership with our airlines. Airport infrastructure is an issue that impacts every single one of you folks in this room. In fact, as you'll read in the advertisement, for less than the price of a cup of coffee, okay, we can modernize America's airports. There's where that $4.50 comes in, folks, that $4 increase. From the airlines to the manufacturers and airport business partners to passengers, our outdated airport infrastructure is a common source of frustration to passengers across the country. As such, in my view, it represents the greatest opportunity to come together and solve this issue for once and for all. Now, I applaud one of my colleagues from Europe, IATA's General Secretary, Alexander de Juniac, for his recent statement that we are on the verge of an aviation infrastructure crisis, including the United States, if we fail to act on this critical issue. His call for a modernized infrastructure that is both, quote, efficient and affordable is a welcome acknowledgement from an industry that has hidden its head in the sand for too long and not recognized what we need to do. But simply put, and I put this in every speech I have before groups, we have 20th century airports that are supporting a 21st century economy, and that has to change. Now, with nearly $100 billion, and that number came up in the airline discussion today, and well-documented infrastructure needs through the year 2021, America's airports face unprecedented challenges when it comes to accommodating rapid growth in passenger and cargo activity and rehabilitating existing facilities. The average age of an airport terminal in the United States is 40 years old. The youngest terminal in the United States for a commercial airport is Denver International, and that is 22 years old. So our infrastructure is old. It's not unsafe, but it's old. And because our needs continue to outpace our ability to invest, we only see costs increasing and passenger satisfaction decreasing the longer we wait to make these changes. The benefits for modernized airport infrastructure, in my view, could not be more clear. Now, in addition to increased price and service competition, our passengers will have a better experience with safer, more comfortable, and efficient facilities. And our airline partners will reduce costs through greater efficiencies. And I think we heard that from our airline partners today. Now, modernized infrastructure does not come with a loss of profitability for our airline or airport stakeholders. Our current airport system was designed for half the traffic volume we have today. Last year, 825 million people came through U.S. airports. It's expected in 5 years that number will go over 1 billion. Those airports were designed for less than half of that $825 billion. So we do have a crisis on our hands here, folks. And that's why it's more important than ever that we modernize airport infrastructure and improve the security and screening facilitation process to ensure a competitive 21st century airport system. But airports don't just exist for the safe and efficient movement of people and goods. That's a primary reason why we're here. But we exist to serve our communities as economic generators. We exist to spur innovation. We exist to connect people, including our airport stakeholders, every single one of you in this room. The challenges we face as an industry, workforce planning, security, facilitation, and infrastructure, are challenges we can no longer continue to ignore, but we need to address, and address immediately. So we must act quickly and decisively to ensure that safe, secure, and economically viable industry remains and grows. We must come together and find common solutions among this entire aviation community that allow us to leave an industry we love so much better off than how we found it. The collective industry is much stronger together. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today.
And now, Antonio Campello, President and Chief Executive Officer of Embraer Business Innovation Center. And Justin Ehrlich, Head of Policy, Autonomous Vehicles, and Urban Aviation for Uber. Leading the conversation is Graham Warwick, Managing Editor of Technology for Aviation Week and Space Technology.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for staying. So I'll just kick off this last session today with a quick video that will probably of how we'd all like to get home tonight, rather than getting in our cars or getting in the metro or the bus or whatever it is. We may actually be going in an Uber back home tonight, but here, if you run the video, this is how we all want to go home tonight. So that's Uber's vision of urban air mobility, and they have done more than any other single organization to crystallize that vision. Mark Moore, who's the former NASA engineer behind much of what you see in that video, describes urban air mobility as commercial air transport in an on-demand context in an urban environment. It is not flying cars, yet anyway. And it is not general aviation, or at least as we know general aviation today. It is a new form of commercial air transport. So to discuss urban air mobility, I'm joined by Antonio from Embraer and Justin from Uber. Antonio, you're the president and CEO of Embraer's Business Innovation Center, and for folks who don't know, that's a company that Embraer has set up in the US, in Florida, with outposts in Silicon Valley and Boston, to tackle business disruption, to internally disrupt Embraer. And one of the projects they're working on with Uber is eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing, urban air mobility, the type of vehicle that you see and the operation that you saw in the video. So Antonio, Embraer is steeped in commercial air transport, as we know and love it. So why is it interested in this urban air mobility?
Okay. As you mentioned, being, let's say, an air transportation system as well, on demand, it's quite close to our core business. And this is a completely new market and has a potential to radically change the urban mobility. So can you imagine how many people can be affected by that? How much their quality of life could be improved? So this is a very important point. And although the technology is mostly ready and available, there are challenges because we need to develop new solutions, not only for the aircraft, but also for the operation, for the services, for air traffic management, and so on. So it's the whole process that has to be created, and you want to be there since day one. This is why we jumped on that, right? There is another important point, is that you may ask why, as you asked why to be there. We consider this as being a new frontier in the aviation. And then we want to expand our footprint. And this is an opportunity to expand our footprint. Besides that, you may consider that as a blue ocean market. And we want to be there. We want to expand. And it's a blue ocean market for small aircraft, exactly where we excel. So it's very important to be there. On the other hand, we need to consider that there are some challenges. For instance, being a progressive autonomous vehicle, or having, let's say, batteries and the energy management system for this vehicle, and also air traffic management and regulations. So this is quite important. So if you consider, let's say, that all the stakeholders collaborate to make it happen, to accelerate this ecosystem, it will happen sooner than anybody can expect. And if you look at the US capability of producing the technology, the entrepreneurship, things that have been invested and done, okay? And having FAA leading the certification and the regulation evolution, this will happen for sure. And so this is quite important. And so if everybody collaborates with that, and by the way, I see many people here that could help a lot to accelerate the ecosystem. Are you willing to? If everybody jumps into that, it's gonna happen for sure. So for us, it's inevitable that the air travel changes the mobility in urban areas. This is very important, and this is why we are jumping on that.
So Justin's head of policy, I think here in DC presumably, but for autonomous vehicles and urban aviation. And as we were talking earlier, that's an interesting coincidence or convergence there, because a lot of people believe that the developments in autonomous vehicles will play a large part in the acceptance ultimately of unmanned aircraft, even though Uber's plan is to start with pilots and get doing. So Justin, what's in this for Uber, and also what is Uber itself doing to make this happen?
Yeah, so we are in the business of trying to get people from A to B as efficiently, reliably, and safely as possible. And as we continue to push on, think about how we could innovate in helping mobility in cities, we started to ask, after autonomous vehicles, what was the next frontier for us to tackle? And as we saw the migration to cities growing more and more, over 3/4 of the world will live in cities by 2050, congestion growing, we really wanted to push ourselves to start tackling those tough challenges. And we asked ourselves, just like skyscrapers and elevators unlocked a greater amount of density and activity for living and working in cities, what could moving urban mobility to the sky unlock for transportation? And so we started exploring different ways that could look. And I think where we really brought all of our thoughts to bear was we released a white paper a little over a year ago that explored all the different options that helicopters might provide. And then we came to the conclusion that we needed to go much bolder and newer with this concept of a VTOL. And in that paper, which is roughly 100 pages, so if you're ever having trouble falling asleep at night, pick it up. It's a great read. We basically identified, to pull off this audacious goal, what are the 5 to 7 really big challenges that you need to tackle? And we made it our goal to help either tackle them directly or find really fantastic partners like Embraer to do so in partnership. And so we sort of see our role as stimulating the ecosystem of urban air mobility. So some of that is finding the best companies out there to do this with us. So we aren't going to be manufacturing these VTOLs ourselves. We're going to be working with leading manufacturers who have decades of experience in this, like Embraer. Then we're also tackling some things directly. So we hired someone from NASA who will be helping lead airspace management. And we've got a fantastic head of operations who's a former Air Force pilot who will be running all of operations for the takeoff and landing zones. Then we've got also on board, as you mentioned, Mark Moore, who is leading a lot of the engineering thinking for these types of vehicles and constantly working closely with our partners to share and make sure that we can really think about all of the best ways for these vehicles to be shaped to effectively integrate into our network. And then we're pulling in other partners as well. So we want to have these vehicles be all electric from day one for environmental reasons, for safety reasons, for operational reasons. So we hired a leading battery expert from Tesla to really help push forward on thinking, as well as partner with ChargePoint to create charging infrastructure, and then also pulling in real estate partners. Just like we have curb space and parking on the ground, we'll need pickup and drop off for rooftops in the air, and so we're partnering with real estate players like Hillwood in Dallas and Sandstone Properties in Los Angeles. So it's really around figuring out where there are gaps that we can either pull in partners or tackle directly ourselves, because we'll all need to work together to make this vision happen.
Antonio, how important is Uber to this? Or is the technology, a lot of this is because of technology convergence. I mean, the batteries are just about where we need them to be. The aerospace infrastructure is sort of coming together as we tackle it for drones. It can be expanded, etc. So the technology is sort of moving, but Uber has come in and sort of crystallized this vision. I mean, how important is Uber to how this plays out, how it develops and goes forward? I mean, can it move forward without Uber, or is it that Uber is it's a partnership that will make it happen.
Yeah. Well, one important thing that we consider is that we have complementary skills. So while we have a tradition of almost 50 years developing our craft, Uber is not, Uber doesn't have so many years. However, they did an excellent job on creating the platform, on managing the platform, which is a different mindset. The mindset that we have had in the last 50 years is not the same as they have for managing the platform. So combining the two expertise, I think, is the best and wiser approach to do, because it's the fastest way to accelerate the ecosystem and have the benefits to the population on the congested areas. We can start much sooner working together than working in separate ways.
Justin, what would you both mentioned a lot of the challenges, and obviously there's batteries, there's noise, there's safety, there's certification, there's airspace, there's investment in this, and then there's acceptance. I mean, from Uber's viewpoint, I know you have tackled, you've pinpointed some ones you want to tackle first, but I mean, what would you say are when you look at it, are the challenges that you, Uber, really need to show people that you can do these things?
Yeah, it's a good question, and as you noted, it's not exactly a short list of challenges that need to be overcome, but we're certainly up for the task. I think one thing is to, our hope is to start launching commercial activity in 2023, and so that requires working very collaboratively with the FAA to help with certification of the vehicle and the variety of other operating activity needed. And so we don't see that so much as a challenge per se, but as something that we will need to continue doing very early on, because we know that's a lengthy process. I actually think on some level, the real work to be done is a lot of long-term engagement with the communities that we're going to be operating in. Helicopters create issues for many communities because they're concerned about the noise or the safety. And what we want to do is, with this new type of technology, really engage with them so that they know that with these smaller rotors that are shorter, that it's going to be much quieter, that noise won't be an issue. By having distributed electric propulsion and multiple rotors rather than one, that it's going to be much safer. And so there's going to be a lot of consumer education. And if we just look in the autonomous vehicle space, right now surveys show that upwards of sometimes 70% of people are skeptical of the benefits of AVs, but if you talk to experts, they're very excited about the life-saving potential. And I think the same will be true for VTOLs, which is there's an important consumer education piece so that they understand the benefits, because this will need to be well accepted for this to reach the scale that we're hoping for.
Okay, well, we're just about coming to the end here. I would recommend to folks to, if you do get a chance, do read the white paper. It is an extraordinary document because the one reaction you get from anybody you talk to about urban air mobility, they said, yes, but what about? They haven't thought about. Well, if you read the white paper, you have. You may not have an answer, but you have delineated where the issues are. And I think that's why the industry, I think, has reacted the way it has, because you've articulated clear goals and partnered with very respectable, very, companies with reputations we all admire. So it's going to be a very interesting space to watch. So I'm going to wind it up there, folks, and unfortunately we will not be able to fly home from the rooftop tonight, but hopefully one day. So thank you very much.
Well, to so many of you who are already and still here, I want to thank that panel, because I think they've also solved the shortage of pilots, because we're all going to be flying around in autonomous air taxis. I'm all for it. I think it's great. Now, this is really the beginning of the end of the day, because we're ready to go upstairs to the exhibition hall and have not only some refreshments, but that fabulous drawing of airline tickets. I know there's at least one vacation package and some other things that we will be giving to those people whose business cards we draw. But I could not end this day without some very special thank yous. And I want to start with just saying that nothing like this happens because of one person. It's a team. And at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, we have a team of people who did such a phenomenal job, and I know I'm going to leave some names out, but I want to particularly recognize Liz Newman and Alyssa Siddiqui, Amy Weaver, Caroline Westerman, Han Chan, Lindsay Calloway, Kristen Caldwell, and there may be others whose names I have forgotten, but they have been working tirelessly to make this happen. And I know you can appreciate that, but I appreciate more than anything else that you have stayed all day to be able to participate in the reception that's going to start momentarily. But before we do that, I also could not end this day without thanking our sponsors. The sponsors whose names you've seen before, but I am going to just mention them again because not all of them, but many of them, because they have done so much to make this possible. Obviously, Boeing, Airlines for America, American Airlines, Aviation Week Network, the FedEx, Thales, ANA, Atlas Air, Airbus. I know that there are many others, but those, for starters, are ones that were very generous with their contributions to make this all happen. And so for 17 years, we have enjoyed these various events. We're now starting to look to next year, the 18th year. It will happen. We had hoped to have a date and a place for you so that I could announce it today, but we have already made a decision. We're now hunting for the location, and it may be right here. I would like to see a show of hands. How many of you think this was a great location and we should try for it again? That's pretty good. I think that that's maybe our first spot then to try and make sure that it happens here. But again, none of this would have been possible without you, all of the participants. Our speakers were great. Everything has gone on time. Do you note that we will end 3 minutes before 5 o'clock? And so we have kept this on time all day. And I've had my whip back there reminding everyone that there were not going to be any overages. So it works. Further in Flight. Further in Flight has really produced a great show, and now it's Further in Flight upstairs so that we can have some libation and some winnings of some really great airline tickets. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and until next year.
Some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with me, let's fly away.